Hi listeners, welcome to our channel The Classic Audiobooks. Today we are going to read first book of Mahal Trilogy, The 20th Wife Part 1 written by Indu Sundaresan. So don't skip this video. Keeps listen till end. After listening this audiobook, please like, share and subscribe our channel and don't forget to click on bell button for future notification. Let's start prologue. The wind howled and swept down, almost ripping the tent flap from its seams. Frigid air elbowed in, sending arctic fingers down warm napes, devouring the thin blue flames of the fire. The woman lying on the thin cotton mattress in one corner shivered. She clasped her arms around her protruding stomach and moaned, "Aya." The midwife rose slowly from her haunches, aged joints creaking, and hobbled to the entrance. She fastened the flap, came back to the woman, lifted the blanket, and peered between her legs. The woman winced as coal-used dirt-encrusted fingers prodded her. The Aya's thick face filled with satisfaction. It will not be long now. The brazier in the corner flared to life as the midwife fanned the camel dung embers. The woman lay back, sweat cooling on her forehead, her face worn with pain. In a few minutes, another contraction swept her lower back. She clamped down on her lower lip to keep from crying out, not wanting them to worry outside the tent, unaware that the screeching gale swallowed even the loudest wail. Outside, an early night closed in on the campsite. Men huddled around a fire that sputtered and crackled as the wind lashed about their ears, kicking sand in their eyes and under their clothes, stinging their faces. A few tents, tattered and old, crowded in a tight circle at the edge of the desert on the outskirts of Kandahar. Camels, horses, and sheep clustered around the camp, seeking warmth and cover from the storm. Giyas Beg broke away from the group around the fire and, picking his way past the animals, trudged to the tent where his wife lay. Barely visible in the flying sand, three children crouched against the flapping black canvas, arms around one another, eyes shut against the gale. Giyas Beg touched the shoulder of the elder boy. "Muhammad," he yelled over the sound of the wind, "is your mother all right?" The child raised his head and looked tearfully at his father. "I don't know, Bapa." His voice was small, barely audible. Giyas had to lean over to hear him. Muhammad clutched at the hand on his shoulder. "Oh, Bapa, what will happen to us?" Giyas knelt, drew Muhammad into his arms, and kissed the top of his forehead gently, his beard scratching the sand on Muhammad's hair. This was the first time he had shown any fear in all these days. He looked over the boy's head at his daughter. "Saliha, go check on your Maji." The little girl rose in silence and crawled inside the tent. As she entered, the woman looked up. She stretched out a hand to Saliha, who came immediately to her side. "Bapa wants to know if you are all right, Maji." Asmat Begum tried to smile. "Yes, beta. Go tell Bapa it will not be very long. Tell him not to worry. And you don't worry, all right, beta?" Saliha nodded and rose to leave. On impulse, she bent down again and hugged her mother tightly, burying her head in Asmat's shoulder. In her corner, the midwife clucked disapproval, rising as she spoke. No, don't touch your mother just before the baby is born. Now it will be a girl child, because you are one. Run along now. Take your evil eye with you." "Let her be, Aya," Asmat said weakly as the midwife hustled her daughter out. She said no more, unwilling to argue with the woman. Giyas raised an eyebrow at Saliha. "Soon, Bapa." He nodded and turned away. Adjusting the cloth of the turban over his face, he wrapped his arms around his chest and walked away from the camp, head lowered against the shrieking wind. When he had reached the shelter of a large rock, he sat down heavily and buried his face in his hands. How could he have let matters come to this? Giyas's father, Muhammad Sharif, had been a courtier to Shah Tahmasp Safwi of Persia, and both Giyas and his older brother, Muhammad Tahir, had been well educated as children. Brought up in an increasingly prosperous household, the children were happy growing up, moving from one posting to another, first to Khorasan, then to Yazd, and finally to Isfahan, where Muhammad Sharif had died the past year, 1576, as Wazir of Isfahan. If things had remained at an even temper, Giyas would have continued his life as a nobleman with few cares, debts to tailors and wine merchants easily paid off every 2 or 3 months, and his hand open to those less fortunate. But this was not to be. Shah Tahmasp died, Shah Ismail II ascended the throne of Persia. The new regime was not kind to the sons of Muhammad Sharif. And neither were the creditors, Ghiyas thought, reddening under cover of his hands. Like pariah dogs sniffing at a rubbish heap, the creditors descended upon his father's household, running practiced eyes over the furniture and carpets. Bills came piling onto Ghiyas's desk, bewildering both him and Asmat. The wakils, his father's clerks, had always taken care of them, but the wakils were gone, and there was no money to pay the creditors because his father's property, Ghiyas's inheritance, had reverted to the state upon his death. One of the Shah's courtiers, a longtime friend of his father's, informed Ghiyas of his fate, death or imprisonment in the debtor's prison. Ghiyas knew then that he could no longer live honorably in Persia. His head sank lower into his hands as he remembered their hurried escape at night, before the soldiers came to arrest him. They had bundled Asmat's jewels, her gold and silver vessels, and any other valuables they could carry with them to trade on the way. At first, Ghiyas had no idea where he would seek refuge. They joined a caravan of merchants traveling south, and during the trip someone suggested India. And why not? Ghiyas had thought. India was ruled by the Mughal Emperor Akbar, who was known to be just, kind, and above all open to men of education and learning. Perhaps he could find a position at court, a new start in life. Ghiyas raised his head as the howling wind faltered for a second and the faint scream of a newborn babe pierced through the sudden lull. He immediately turned west toward Makkah, knelt on the hard ground, and raised his hands. Allah, let the child be healthy and the mother safe, he prayed in silence. His hands fell to his side when the prayer was done. Another child now, when his fortunes were at their lowest. He turned to look toward the camp, the black tents barely distinguishable in the dust storm. He should go to Asmat, but his feet would not move toward his darling wife. Ghiyas leaned back against the rock and closed his eyes. Who would have thought the daughter-in-law of the Wazir of Isfahan would give birth to her fourth child in such surroundings? Or that his son would have to flee his homeland, a fugitive from justice? It was bad enough that he had brought dishonor upon his family, but what followed on their journey had been worse. On the way south to Kandahar, the caravan had passed through the Dasht-e-Lut, the great desert of Persia. The arid country had its own beauty, miles of land barren of vegetation, and spectacular dusky rose cliffs rising, it seemed, out of nowhere. But those cliffs were treacherous, too. They had hidden a group of desert bandits until it was too late for the ill-fated caravan. Ghiyas shuddered, drawing the coarse woolen shawl closer around his shoulders. The thieves had swept over them in a confusing cloud of shrill noise and violence. They had left almost nothing. The jewels were gone, the gold and silver vessels gone, the women raped where they lay. Asmat had been left untouched only because she was so heavily pregnant. After the pillage, the caravan dispersed as people fled in search of refuge. And in the aftermath of the carnage, Ghiyas found two old mules, on which they had taken turns riding toward Kandahar, begging for hospitality from the numerous caravanserais along the way. Exhausted, dirty, and bedraggled, the family wandered into Kandahar, where a group of Afghan Kuchi nomads had offered them shelter and what little food they could spare. But they had little money, and even the journey to India seemed impossible. Now they had another child. A few minutes later, Ghiyas stirred and made his way slowly to the tent. Asmat glanced up from her bed. With a heavy heart, Ghiyas noted the dark shadows under her eyes as she smiled at him. Her face was almost impossibly thin, the skin stretched to breaking over her cheekbones. He reached out and smoothed the still sweaty hair from her forehead. Cradled in Asmat's arms and swathed in some old cloth lay a perfect little child. A daughter. Asmat handed the baby to Ghiyas. As he held the child, Ghiyas felt helplessness overcome him again. She lay in his arms, cleaned and clothed, a tiny infant, dependent on him for her life and sustenance. She was beautiful, with well-formed arms and legs, a thick head of shiny black hair, and long, curling, black eyelashes resting against delicate cheeks. "Have you thought of a name for her?" he asked his wife. "Yes," Asmat replied, hesitating a little. "Mereniza." Mehruniza, Gias said slowly. Son of women. It is an appropriate name for this beautiful child. He touched the baby's little fist, curled against her chin in sleep. Then he handed Mehruniza back to Asmat. It was almost certain Asmat could not feed the baby herself. She would have little milk. Months of near starvation had made show of that. Where would they find the money to pay a wet nurse? Someone prodded him in the ribs. Gias turned to see the air with her hand stretched out, palm open. He shook his head. Sorry, I have nothing to give you. She scowled and spat out a stream of brown tobacco juice on the ground. Nothing. He heard her grumble as she went out of the tent. Even a girl child should be worth something. Gias drew back to one corner, rubbing his forehead tiredly, and watched as their children, Muhammad Sharif, Abul Hassan, and Saliha, crowded around their mother and the new baby. They could not afford to keep the child, they would have to give her up. The wind died down during the night as suddenly as it had started, leaving a clear sky jeweled with twinkling stars. Gias rose early the next morning while it was still dark and sat outside his tent. A hot cup of chai, more watery milk than tea leaves, warmed his hands and his chilled body. A few minutes later, the eastern sky was brushed with glorious reds, golds, and amber, the aftermath of the storm lending nature a new wardrobe of colors. He reached inside his shawl and drew out the 4 precious gold mohurs nestled in his cummerbund. The morning sun touched the mohurs with a liquid fire, set off by his grimy hand. This was all they had left in the world. The thieves had overlooked the mohurs that Asmat had hidden in her choli, and Gias was determined to buy his passage to India with the money. But this was all the gold would pay for, they needed more to survive. Gias turned to look at the turquoise domes and minarets rising in the distance, framed against the red morning sky. Perhaps he could find some work in Kandahar. Gias had not worked a day in his 23 years. But Asmat needed lamb's meat and milk to regain her strength, the children needed more clothing as winter approached, and the baby. Gias would not even think of her, not even by name. What use was it, when someone else would look after her? He rose as the sun broke from the horizon and climbed in the sky, sending golden rays to embrace the camp. His jaw was set, and in his eyes there was the steely glint of newfound determination. That afternoon, Gias stood, shoulders hunched, outside a bakery in the narrow street of the local bazaar. The long folds of his kaba dragged on the cobbled street. People milled about, jostling him, yelling to their friends, calling out greetings to acquaintances. Gias raised his head and stared unseeingly into the distance. At first, he had tried for a job as a tutor to children of the wealthy nobles in the city. But everyone, looking at his torn clothes and grimy face, turned him away from their doorsteps. Then he sought work as a laborer, but his cultured accent and speech gave him away as a nobleman. Suddenly Gias was aware of the delicious smell of fresh baked naan, the local bread. His stomach growled insistently, reminding him that he had eaten nothing after his morning cup of chai. He turned to watch the baker pat out the thick white dough with his hands, scoop it with a wooden paddle, and then carefully slap it against the walls of the flaming hot underground oven through a hole in the floor. 15 minutes later, the baker used a pair of iron tongs to peel the freshly baked bread off the walls of the oven. He stacked the bread, cream and rust golden, on a pile near the front of the shop. The aroma wrapped itself tantalizingly around Gias. He drew out one gold moher and looked at it. Before he could change his mind, he had bought 10 pieces of naan and, with the change, some skewers of freshly grilled lamb kebabs, glistening with a lime and garlic marinade, from a nearby shop. He tucked the valuable hoard under his kaba, the hot naan warming his chest, the smells watering his mouth, and wound his way through the bazaar. Asmat and the children would have something to eat for a few days. The weather was cold, the meat would keep, and perhaps their luck would change. ... Hey, peasant, watch your step. Gias felt a jolt, and the packets of meat and bread fell to the ground. He bent down hurriedly, arms spread out, before the crowds could step on the food. I beg your pardon, Sahib, he said over his shoulder. There was silence behind him. But Gears, intent on grabbing his packets of food, did not realize that the merchant had stopped to look at him. He turned to the man and looked into kindly eyes in a sunburnt, lined face. "I am sorry," Gears said again. "I hope I did you no harm." "None at all," the merchant replied, his gaze assessing Gears. "Who are you?" Gears Beg, son of Muhammad Sharif, Wazir of Isfahan, Gears replied. Then, seeing the surprise on the man's face, he gestured ruefully at his torn kaba and at the dirt-smudged pajamas he wore. In another time, these were splendid and pristine. But now, ... quote, "What has happened, Sahib?" The merchant's voice was respectful. Gears looked at him and saw his blunt capable hands, the dagger tucked into his kamaband, his worn heavy leather boots. "We were on our way to Kandahar when we were robbed of our belongings," he replied, hunger slurring his words. "You are far from home." Gears nodded. "A long story. A change in fortunes, so I had to flee." "May I know whom I have the pleasure of addressing?" "Malik Masood," the merchant said. "Tell me your story, Sahib. I have the time. Shall we go to the chai shop?" Gears looked toward the shop across the street, where steam rose from a cauldron of boiling milk and spices. "You are kind, Mirza Masood, but I cannot accept your hospitality. My family waits for me." Masood put an arm around Gears and pushed him toward the shop. "Indulge me, Sahib. I want to hear your story as a favor, if you will grant me that." Still hesitating, Gears allowed himself to be led to the shop. There, his precious package of lamb kebabs and naans secure on his lap, sitting shoulder to shoulder with the other patrons, he told Masood of all that had happened, even Meraniza's birth. "Allah has blessed you, Sahib," Masood said, putting down his empty cup. "Yes," Gears replied. And blessed he was, even though things were difficult. Now, Asmat, the children, they were indeed blessings. The baby too. ... Gears rose from his bench. "I should go now. The children will be hungry. My thanks to you for the chai." As he was leaving, Masood said, "I am on my way to India. Would you like to accompany my caravan, Mirza Beg? I cannot offer you much, only a tent and a camel to carry your belongings. But it is well guarded, and I can assure you that you will be safe on the journey." Gears abruptly turned back and sat down, his face mirroring the shock he felt. "Why?" Masood waved the question away. "I will be going to pay my respects to Emperor Akbar at Fatehpur Sikri. If you follow me that far, I may be able to present you at court." Gears stared at him, unable to believe what he had just heard. After so much trouble, when one problem seemed to come at the heel of the other, here was a gift from Allah. But he could not just accept this offer. He had nothing to offer in return. And as a nobleman's son, and a nobleman himself, he should never be indebted to another for kindness. Why was Masood doing this? He stammered, "I do not know what to say. I cannot." Masood leaned forward across the rutted wood table of the shop. "Say yes, Sahib. Perhaps if I fall to ill times in the future you can assist me." "That I would, Mirza Masood, without hesitation, even if you did not do this for me. But this is too much. I am grateful for the suggestion, but I cannot accept." Masood beamed. "For me this is nothing much, Mirza Beg. Please agree. You will give me the pleasure of your company on the journey. It has been lonely since my son stopped traveling with me." "Of course I will," Gears replied. Then he said, smiling at the merchant's insistence, "Any thanks I can give will be inadequate." Masood gave Gears the directions to his caravan, and the two men parted in the bazaar. During the next few hours, as Asmat and the children packed their meager belongings, Gears sat outside the tent, thinking of his meeting with Masood. Once, a long time ago, Gears's father had told him that a nobleman was as gracious in accepting help as in giving it. Remembering his father's words, the only memories he had now of Muhammad Sharif, Gears thought he would accept Masood's help and repay him later. Gears and his family took leave of the Kuchi who had sheltered them. In a fit of reckless generosity, Gears gave away his last 3 gold mohurs to the kindly but poor nomads. They had sheltered his family when no one else had. To them was his first debt of gratitude, to Masood a lifelong one. He had kept the money to pay for their passage to India, now it was no longer necessary. They made their way to Masood's camp. There, they were provided with a fine tent, and food from the common kitchen until Asmat was well enough to cook for them. The caravan, winding almost 1 kilometer from head to tail, started toward Kabul. As the weeks passed, Asmat slowly recovered her strength, color blooming in her cheeks again, her hair regaining its shine. The older children were well fed and happy, sometimes walking along the caravan, sometimes climbing up on the camels to rest. But all was not well. Gias still had no money to pay a wet nurse, and though Meranizer did drink some goat's milk, she was growing more and more feeble each day. He thought with a pang of the 3 gold mohurs, they would have been useful now. But then, the Kuchi, poor as they were, had been helpful to his family. No, it had been the right decision. When Asmat asked after the money, Gias said so, firmly, not looking at his daughter. 1 month after Meranizer's birth, striking eastward from Kabul, the caravan pitched camp near Jamrud, south of the Hindu Kush mountains in the Khyber hills. The day was just failing, the clean sky ochre-toned. The colors of the land were muted, dull white of snow, smudged blue-black of rocks and boulders, dry brown of dying grass. The slow, biting cold of winter crept in through layers of wool and cotton shawls. Near the camp, lights twinkled from the last village they would come upon for the next few weeks, clinging to the hillside. And farther in the distance lay the first rising path into the mountains through the Khyber Pass. Gias helped Asmat collect twigs and dry branches for a fire. Then he sat near her, watching her chop a wilted cabbage and some carrots along with a shank of lamb for the kurma. Her hands were raw in the cold, her knuckles white. Meranizer lay wrapped in a bundle just inside their tent. Muhammad, Abul, and Saliha played with the other children in the twilight. From where he sat, Gias could hear their screams of delight as they threw snowballs at one another. "They will get cold and wet," Asmat said, looking up from her work. She put a cast iron skillet on the makeshift chula, 3 flat stones in a triangle, holding the twig fire inside them. "Let them be," Gias said softly, watching her. Asmat poured a little oil from an earthenware jar into the skillet, waited for it to heat, and added cardamom pods, a few cloves, and a bay leaf. The lamb meat went in next, and she browned it deftly with a wooden spoon. "When did you learn to cook?" Gias asked. Asmat smiled, tucking in a stray lock of hair behind her ears. She watched the meat on the skillet intently, her face red and glowing in the heat from the fire. "I never learned, Gias, you know that. Meals were always brought to me. They appeared like magic, out of nowhere. But the woman in the next tent taught me this kurma." She turned to him anxiously. "Are you tired of it? I can learn something else." Gias shook his head. "No, not tired of it. Even though," he smiled wickedly, "we have eaten this every night for 1 month. 22 days, Asmat said, as she added the vegetables to the meat and poured water into the skillet. A few pinches of rock salt from a gunny sack, a sprinkling of pounded masala of cloves, chili powder, and cardamom, and Asmat covered the skillet and sat back. She looked up at Gias. "At least I do not burn the kurma anymore. Asmat, we have to talk." Asmat turned away from him, pulling out a copper vessel. She dipped her hand into another sack, poured 5 handfuls of wheat flour into the vessel, and started to knead the flour into dough for chapatis with some water and oil. "I have to make dinner, Gias." "Asmat," he said gently, but she would not look at him. Her back was stiff, her movements jerky. From inside the tent, Meranizer cried. They both turned to the sound and waited. She cried again, feebly, without strength. Then, as though exhausted by the effort, the sound stopped. Asmat bent over the dough again, her fingers kneading it with a vengeance. Her hair fell over her face, sheltering her from her husband. One tear, then another fell into the dough, and she kneaded them in. Gias rose and came over to her. He took her in his arms and she burrowed into him. They sat there for a few minutes, with Asmat leaning into Gias, her hands still in the floor. "Asmat," Gias said quietly, "we cannot afford to keep Meranizer. Gears, please. Asmat raised her face to his. I will try to feed her. Or she will take to the goat's milk, or we will try to find her a wet nurse. The women were talking the other day of a peasant who just had a child. We could ask her. Gears looked away from her. With what would we pay her? I cannot ask Malik for money. He gestured around him. He has already given us so much. No, his heart strained as he spoke. It is better for us to leave her by the roadside for someone else to find her, someone with the means to look after her. We cannot do so anymore. You should have kept. ... Quote. Asmat pulled away and started sobbing. But Gears was right. He was always right. The Kuchi had needed the money. Now they could not possibly look after the child, and Asmat's tears would not stop. Gears rose, leaving his wife near the fire, and went into the tent. He had thought about this for a long time. Asmat could not feed the child because her milk had dried up, and at every cry her heart broke, for her child cried for milk, and she had none. They were feeding Meronizer sugar water, into which they dipped a clean cloth and gave it to her to suck on, but it was not enough. She had lost weight at an alarming rate and was now much smaller than she had been at birth. Gears was deeply ashamed that he could not take care of his family, that he had brought them to this. And he was terrified about this decision. But in his mind, it had to be done. He could not watch as Meronizer became weaker and weaker each day. If he left her for someone else to find, they would bring her up and look after her. Others had done this, Gears knew. Others had found children on the wayside and brought them into their homes as their own children. He picked up the baby in an oil lantern. She had fallen asleep again, a fretful sleep of hunger. When he came out of the tent he said to Asmat, I should do so now, when she is asleep. Leaving Asmat with silent tears running down her face, he walked away from the camp. When he had reached the outskirts of the village, he wrapped his shawl around the sleeping baby and laid her down at the base of a tree on the main highway. Then he turned the wick of the lantern up high and set it near her. Surely someone would chance upon the baby soon, for it was not dark yet, and this was a well-traveled road. With a prayer on his lips, Gears turned toward the village, which straggled up the mountainside. A sharp gust of wind brought the aroma of wood smoke from the village chimneys. Perhaps someone from the village, please Allah, someone with a kind heart. He looked down at the baby again. She was so small, so slight, her breathing hardly made a dent in the shawl. Gears turned to go. As he did, a small whimper came from the bundle on the road. He went back to the baby and smoothed her cheek with his finger. Sleep, precious one, he murmured in Persian. The baby sighed, soothed by his voice and his touch, and went back to sleep. Gears glanced down at Meronizer, then swiftly walked away. Once, just once, shivering now in the cold, at a bend in the road he turned back to look. The light from the lantern flickered in the approaching darkness, the tree loomed over, gnarled arms stretching in winter bareness. Meronizer, wrapped in a bundle, he could barely distinguish. As dusk settled, the mountains took on purple hues in anticipation of the coming night. The white of the snow gleamed briefly and then dulled, and silence laid its gentle folds over the camp. Voices were tempered with fatigue. The campfires sped bits of wood and ash in sparkles. A wind from the north picked up tempo, whistling through the barren trees. A musket shot reverberated through the mountains and faltered in soft echoes. Just as the last sound died, a sharp wail filled the air. The hunting party stopped in surprise, and Malik Masood held up his hand for quiet. They were near the camp, and for a moment the only sound they heard was from the crackling campfires. Then they heard it again. Masood turned to one of his men. Go see what that is. The servant kicked his heels into his horse's flanks and rode toward the cries. In a short while he came back, holding Mehrunisa in his arms. I found a baby, Sahib. Masood looked down into the bawling face of the child. He thought he recognized her, then he was sure. The shawl she was wrapped in belonged to Gears Beg. He had given it as a gift to the young man. He frowned. How could Gears abandon such a beautiful child? As the hunting party returned to camp, his expression became meditative. He thought back to his first meeting with Giyas. He had judged the young man quickly, as he had other men all his life, but correctly as usual.
Looking beyond the young man's torn clothes and grimy face, Masood had seen intelligence and education, two qualities he knew Emperor Akbar would appreciate. And there was something endearing about him, Masood thought. Over the last month, the two men had spent a few hours together almost every night. For Masood it was as though his eldest son, now settled in Khorasan, was with him again. When the hunting party returned to camp, Masood dismounted and commanded a servant to bring Giyas to him.
A few minutes later, Giyas entered Masood's tent. "Sit down, dear friend." When Giyas was settled, Masood continued, "I have had the good fortune to find a child abandoned nearby. Tell me, hasn't your wife just had a baby?" "Yes, Masood." "Then will you request her to nurse this child for me?" Masood brought forward Mehrunisa. Giyas looked at his daughter in surprise, then at Masood. The older man smiled at him.
"She is now like a daughter to me," Masood said, as he drew out a richly embroidered bag and took out some gold mohurs. "Please take these mohurs for her upkeep."
But Giyas started, holding his arms out for Mehrunisa. At his touch, she turned her eyes to him. Masood waved away his objections. "I insist. I cannot burden your family with another child without providing for her." Giyas bowed his head. Here was another debt he would find impossible to repay. Asmat was in the tent when Giyas entered with Mehrunisa. She stared at the bundle in his arms, knowing it was her daughter, reaching out for her instinctively. "You brought her back?" Masood did. Asmat hugged Mehrunisa. "Allah wants us to keep this child, Giyas. We are indeed blessed." She smiled fondly at the gurgling baby. "But how?" Giyas silently pulled out the gold mohurs. The coins gleamed dully in the light from the lantern. "Allah does want us to keep this child, Asmat," Giyas said softly.
The next day, Dai Dilaram, who was traveling with the caravan, agreed to nurse the baby along with her own. The caravan traversed the Khyber Pass safely, then went on to Lahore. From Lahore, Malik Masood guided his caravan toward Fatehpur Sikri, where Akbar held court. Almost 6 months to the day after Mehrunisa's birth, in the year 1578, the caravan entered Fatehpur Sikri. A few weeks later, when Masood went to pay his respects to Emperor Akbar during the daily darbar, he took Giyas along with him. At Masood's home, while the other children played in the street, Asmat waited for her husband in an inner courtyard, holding 6-month-old Mehrunisa in her arms. Mehrunisa babbled at her mother's solemn face, trying hard to draw a smile. Asmat, deep in thought, did not notice. She wondered whether they had reached the end of their long, tiresome journey, whether they could put down roots and survive in this foreign land, whether India would be home now. When my mother came near the time of her delivery, he, Akbar, sent her to the Sheikh's house that I might be born there. After my birth they gave me the name of Sultan Salim, but I never heard my father call me Muhammad Salim or Sultan Salim, but always Sheikhu Baba. A. Rogers, trans, and H. Beveridge, ed. The Tezukai. Jahangiri. The midday sun whitened the city of Lahore to a bright haze. Normally, the streets would be deserted at this time of day, but today the Moti Bazaar was packed with a slowly moving throng of humanity. The crowds deftly maneuvered around a placid cow lounging in the center of the narrow street, her jaw moving rhythmically as she digested her morning meal of grass and hay.
Shopkeepers called out to passing shoppers while sitting comfortably at the edge of jammed, cubicle shops that lay flush with the brick-paved street. A few women veiled in thin muslins leaned over the wood-carved balconies of their houses above the shops. A man holding the leash of a pet monkey looked up when they called to him, "Make it dance." He bowed and set his music box on the ground. As the music played, the monkey, clad in a blue waistcoat, a tasseled fez on its head, jumped up and down. When it had finished, the women clapped and threw silver coins at the man. After gathering the coins from the street, the man and his monkey gravely bowed again and went on their way. On the street corner, musicians played their flutes and dholaks, people chatted happily with friends, shouting to be heard above the din, vendors hawked green sherbets in frosted brass goblets, and women bargained in good-natured loud voices. In the distance, between the two rows of houses and shops that crowded the main street of the bazaar. The red brick walls of the Lahore fort rose to the sky, shutting out the imperial palaces and gardens from the city. The city was celebrating. Prince Salim, Akbar's eldest son and heir apparent, was to be married in 3 days, on February 13, 1585. Salim was the first of 3 royal princes to wed, and no amount of the unseasonable heat or dust or noise would keep the people of Lahore from the bazaar today. At Giyas Beg's house, silence prevailed in an inner courtyard, broken only by the faint sounds of the shehnai from the bazaar. The air was still and heavy with perfume from blooming roses and jasmines in clay pots. A fountain bubbled in one corner, splashing drops of water with a hiss onto the hot stone pathway nearby. In the center of the courtyard, a large peepul tree spread its dense triangular-leaved branches. 5 children sat cross-legged on jute mats under the cool shade of the peepul, heads bent studiously, with chalk in their hands scratching on smooth black slates as they wrote. But every now and then, one or another lifted a head to listen to the music in the distance. Only one child sat still, copying out text from a Persian book spread in front of her. Mehrunisa had an intense look of concentration on her face as she traced the curves and lines, the tip of her tongue showing between her teeth. She was determined not to be distracted. Seated next to her were her brothers, Muhammad and Abul, and her sisters, Saliha and Khadija. A bell pealed, its tones echoing in the silent courtyard. The 2 boys jumped up immediately and ran into the house. Soon Saliha and Khadija followed. Only Mehrunisa remained, intent upon her work. The mullah of the mosque, who was their teacher, closed his book, folded his hands in his lap, and sat there looking at the child. Asmat came out into the courtyard and smiled. This was a good sign, surely. After so many years of complaints and tantrums and, why do I have to study, and I am bored, Maji, Mehrunisa seemed to have finally settled down to her lessons. Before, she had always been the first to rise when the lunch bell summoned. Mehrunisa, it is time for lunch, beta, Asmat called. At the sound of her mother's voice, Mehrunisa lifted her head. Azure blue eyes looked up at Asmat, and a dimpled smile broke out on her face, showing perfectly even, white teeth with one gap in the front where a permanent tooth was yet to come. She rose from the mat, bowed to the mullah, and walked toward her mother, her long skirt swinging gently. Mehrunisa looked at her mother as she neared. Maji was always so neat, hair smoothed to a shine by fragrant coconut oil, and curled into a chignon at the nape of her neck. Did you enjoy the lessons today, beta? Asmat asked as Mehrunisa reached her and touched her mother's arm softly. Mehrunisa wrinkled her nose. The mullah doesn't teach me anything I don't already know. He doesn't seem to know anything. Then, as a frown rose on Asmat's forehead, she asked quickly, Maji, when are we going to the royal palace? Your Baba and I must attend the wedding celebrations next week, I suppose. An invitation has come for us. Baba will be at the court with the men, and I have been called to the imperial zenana. They moved into the house. Mehrunisa slowed her stride to keep pace with her mother. At 8, she was already up to Asmat's shoulder and growing fast. They passed noiselessly through the veranda, their bare feet skimming the cool stone floor. What does the prince look like, Maji? Mehrunisa asked, trying to keep the eagerness out of her voice. Asmat reflected for a moment. He is handsome, charming. Then, with a hesitant laugh, she added, and perhaps a little petulant. Will I get to see him? Asmat raised her eyebrows. Why this sudden interest in Prince Salim? No reason, Mehrunisa replied in a hurry. A royal wedding, and we shall be present at court. Who is he marrying? You will attend the celebrations only if you have finished with your studies for the day. I shall talk to the mullah about your progress. Asmat smiled at her daughter. Perhaps Khadija would like to come too. Khadija and Manija had been born after the family's arrival in India. Manija was still in the nursery, too young for classes and not old enough to go out. Perhaps. Mehrunisa waved her hand in a gesture of dismissal, her green glass bangle sliding down her wrist to her elbow with a tinkling sound. But Khadija has no concept of the decorum and etiquette at court. Asmat threw her well-groomed head back with a laugh. And you have?
Of course, Merenizer nodded firmly. Khadija was a baby, she could not sit still for 20 minutes at the morning lessons. Everything distracted her, the birds in the trees, the squirrels scrambling for nuts, the sun through the peepul leaves. But that was getting off the topic. Who is Prince Salim marrying, Maji? She asked again.
Princess Manbai, daughter of Raja Bhagwan Das of Amber. Do princes always marry princesses? Not necessarily, but most royal marriages are political. In this case, Emperor Akbar wishes to maintain a strong friendship with the Raja, and Bhagwan Das similarly wants closer ties with the empire. After all, he is now a vassal to the emperor. I wonder what it would be like to marry a prince, Mehrunisa said, her eyes glazing over dreamily, and to be a princess.
Or an empress, beta. Prince Salim is the rightful heir to the throne, you know, and his wife, or wives, will all be empresses. Asmat smiled at her daughter's ecstatic expression. But enough about the royal wedding. Her face softened further as she smoothed Merenizer's hair. In a few years you will leave us and go to your husband's house. Then we shall talk about your wedding. Merenizer gave her mother a quick look. Empress of Hindustan.
Bapa came home with stories about his day, little tidbits about Emperor Akbar's rulings, about the Zenna women hidden behind a screen as they watched the court proceedings, sometimes in silence and sometimes calling out a joke or a comment in a musical voice.
The emperor always listened to them, always turned his head to the screen to hear what they had to say. What bliss to be in the emperor's harem, to be at court. How she wished she could have been born a princess. Then she would marry a prince, perhaps even Salim. But then Asmat and Gears would not be her parents. Her heart skipped a beat at the thought. She slipped a hand into her mother's, and they walked on toward the dining hall.
As they neared, she said again, pulling at Asmat's arm, "Can I go with you for the wedding, Maji, please?"
We'll see what your Bapa has to say about it. When they entered, Abul looked up, patted the divan next to him, and said to Merenizer, "Come sit here."
Giving him a quick smile, Mehrunisa sat down. Abul had promised to play gilli danda with her under the peepal tree later that afternoon.
He was much better than she was at the game, managing to hit the gilli 6 or 7 times before it fell. But then, he was a boy, and the one time she had tried to teach him to sew a button he had drawn blood on all his fingers with the needle. At least she could hit the gilli 4 times in a row. She clasped her hands together and waited for Bapa to signal that the meal had begun.
The servants had laid out a red satin cloth on the Persian carpets.
Now they filed in, carrying steaming dishes of saffron-tinted pulavs cooked in chicken broth, goat curry in a rich brown gravy, a leg of lamb roasted with garlic and rosemary, and a salad of cucumber and plump tomatoes, sprinkled with rock salt, pepper, and a squeeze of lemon juice. The head server knelt and ladled out the food on Chinese porcelain plates. For the next few minutes silence prevailed as the family ate, using only their right hands. When they were done, brass bowls filled with hot water and pieces of lime were brought in so they could wash their hands. A hot cup of chai spiced with ginger and cinnamon followed.
Ghis leaned back against the silk cushions of his divan and looked around at his family. They were beautiful, he thought, these people who belonged to him. 2 sons and 4 daughters already, each special in an individual way, each brilliant with life. Muhammad, his eldest, was a little surly and sometimes missed his classes on a whim, true, but that would change as time passed.
Abul showed the most promise of becoming like his Dada, Gieser's father. He had his grandfather's even temper and a small streak of mischief that made him tease his beloved sisters. All the more reason he would continue to love them deeply when they were older. Saliha was becoming a young lady now, suddenly shy of even her own Bapa. Khadija and Maneja, they were children yet, unformed, inquisitive, curious about everything. But Merenizer. Gears smiled inwardly, letting his eyes rest on her last. She was his favorite child, a child of good fortune. He was not normally a superstitious man, but somehow he had the feeling that Merenizer's birth had been a good omen for him. Everything good in his life had come from that time after the storm at Kandahar.
8 years had passed since their hasty escape from Persia. Sitting here in this safe room, Ghiyas was suddenly transported to that moment before his introduction to Emperor Akbar in the Darbar Hall by Malik Masood. They had entered past the forbidding palace guards into the blinding sunshine of the Diwan-i-Am, the hall of public audience at Fatehpur Sikri. The courtyard was crowded. The emperor's war elephants stood at the very back in a row, shifting their weight from one heavy foot to another.
Their foreheads were draped with gold and silver livery, and Mahals were seated atop their thick necks, knees dug into their ears. Next came a row of cavalry officers on perfectly matched black Arabian horses. Then came the third, and outermost tier, for commoners. The second tier around the imperial throne was for merchants and lesser noblemen, and this was where Ghiyas and Masood took their places, behind the nobles of the court. When the emperor was announced, they bowed low from the waist. Ghiyas glanced behind him to see the elephants lumber to their knees, tilting the mahouts to a sharp angle, and the horses and cavalry officers bend their heads. When they rose from the salutation, he gazed with awe at the figure on the faraway throne across a sea of jeweled turbans. They all stood silent as the Mirs, in charge of official petitions, read out the day's business in his sing-song voice. Ghiyas watched and listened to the proceedings in a daze. The cloud of sandalwood incense, the richness of the emperor's throne with its jasper-studded beaten gold pillars and red velvet cushions, the sleek grey marble floor in front of the throne all overwhelmed him. Finally, Masood was called forward. Ghiyas went with him, and in unison they performed the taslim, touching their right hands to their foreheads and bending from the waist. "Welcome back, Mirza Masood," Akbar said. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Masood replied, straightening. "You had a good journey, we trust." "By the grace of Allah and Your Majesty," Masood said. "Is this all you have brought us from your travels, Mirza Masood?" Emperor Akbar asked, gesturing toward the horses, and the plates of piled silks and fruits from the caravan. "One more gift, Your Majesty," Masood nodded to Ghiyas. "If I may humbly be allowed to introduce Mirza Ghiyas Beg to your court." "Come forward, Mirza Beg. Our eyes are not as good as they once were. Come forward so we may see you well." Ghiyas finally straightened from his taslim and took a few steps forward, raising his eyes to the emperor. He saw a stout, majestic man with a kind face, a mole on his upper lip. "Where are you from, Mirza Beg? Who is your father?" Stumbling over his words, Ghiyas told him. Every sentence he spoke echoed in his ears. His throat was dry, his palms damp with sweat. When he had finished, he looked at the emperor anxiously. Had he pleased him?
"A good family," Akbar said. Turning to his right, he asked, "What do you think, Shiku Baba?"
Ghiyas then saw the child seated next to the emperor, a little boy perhaps 8 or 9 years old, his hair slicked back, wearing a short Peshwa's coat and trousers of gold short silk. "Prince Salim, heir to the empire." Salim nodded solemnly, the hair and feather in his small turban bobbing. Trying to mirror his father's tone of voice, he said in his clear, childish voice, "We like him, Your Majesty." Akbar smiled. "Yes, we do. Come back to see us sometime, Mirza Beg." Ghiyas bowed. "Your Majesty is too kind. It will be a great honor for me." Akbar inclined his head to the Mirs, who read out the name of the next supplicant from his scroll. Malik Masood gestured to Ghiyas and both men bowed again and backed to their places. They did not talk. When the darbar was over, Ghiyas left the hall in a stupor, the emperor's kind words singing in his ear. He had gone back to the court the next day, waiting for hours until the emperor was free to talk with him for 5 minutes. After a few days of conversation, Akbar
had graciously granted Ghiyas a mansab of 300 horses and appointed him courtier.
The mansab system was used by Mughal kings to confer honors and estates. The mansabs translated into parcels of land used to support the upkeep of cavalry or infantry for the imperial army, so Ghiyas's mansab could support, from its produce, a cavalry of 300 horses. All this Ghiyas had to learn anew. The Mughal courts were different from the courts at Persia. As the years passed, Ghiyas made himself indispensable to Akbar, accompanying him on hunting parties and campaigns and entertaining him with stories of the Persian courts. Akbar replied to Ghiyas's efforts in kind, granting him the land and building materials for 2 splendid houses, one at Agra, the other at Fatehpur Sikri.
Today, they sat down to their midday meal at a rented house in Lahore. A few months ago, a new threat had reared its head on the northwestern frontier of the empire.
The emperor's spies had brought news that Abdullah Khan, king of Uzbekistan, was planning to invade India. Fatehpur Sikri, though nominally the capital of the empire, was too far southeast for the emperor's comfort. Akbar wanted to be closer to the campaign mounted against the Uzbek king, and he gave orders for the move to Lahore. The entire court had travelled with the emperor, leaving the newly built city of Fatehpur Sikri deserted.
Allah had been kind to his family, Ghiyas mused as he stroked his bearded chin. Opulence surrounded them, a far cry from the destitute manner in which they had entered India.
Thick Persian and Kashmiri rugs were piled on the stone floors. The lime-washed walls were hung with paintings and miniatures framed in brass. Little burnished teak and sandalwood tables held artifacts from around the world, Chinese porcelain statues, silver and gold boxes from Persia, ivory figurines from Africa. The children were clothed in the finest muslin and silks, and Asmat wore enough jewelry to feed a poor family for a year.
He still could not believe the blessings that had come his way and how much they had gained in the past years. The children had flourished here, strong and resilient, taking to the country and its people as though their own. Abul, Muhammad, and Saliha had been diffident at first about learning new languages and customs and playing with the children of the neighboring lords and nobles.
Young as they were, they remembered much of the long, traumatic journey from Persia. For Mereniza, everything was new and wonderful. The dialects in Agra had come more easily to her mouth. The blistering dry heat of the Indo-Gangetic plains did not seem to bother her. Until she was 5, she ran about the house in a thin cotton shift, balking at having to dress up for festivals and occasions. She took their position for granted as promotions came to Ghiyas.
They moved from one house to a bigger one until Akbar gave them a home of their own. This was the only life she had known. Ghiyas had worried most about Asmat, anxious about uprooting her and bringing her here. When her father had entrusted her to his care, he surely would not have expected that Ghiyas would take her away from her family. Ghiyas looked at her, warming with pride and love. Asmat was in the early stages of yet another pregnancy, visible only by a slight rounding of her stomach. The passing years had not diminished Asmat's beauty.
Time had painted some grey in her hair and etched a few lines on her face. But it was the same dear face, the same trusting eyes. She had been brave, giving him strength at night when they lay beside each other in silence, darkness closing around them, and during the day when he was home working or reading, and she passed by, her anklets chiming, her ghagara murmuring on the floor. Islamic law allowed 4 wives, but with Asmat, Ghiyas had found a deep, abiding peace. There was no need to even look at another woman or think of taking another wife. She was everything to him. A sudden movement caught his eye. Mereniza was sitting at the edge of her divan, her eyes sparkling with excitement, smoothing the long pleats of her ghagara with impatient fingers. He knew she wanted to say something and could not keep still. He looked at her, thinking again of these past 8 years, of how they would have been different if she had not been with them. A huge gap would have opened in their lives, never to be filled no matter how many children they had. How he would have missed her musical "Bapa" when he came home and she flung herself into his arms with a "kiss me first" before anyone else. Me first. Me first. Ghiyas bowed his head. Thank you, Allah. Then he put down his cup and said, His Majesty was in a good mood at the Darbar this morning. He is very happy about Prince Salim's forthcoming marriage. Bapa, both Abul and Mereniza spoke simultaneously, relieved that the enforced silence during lunch had finally been broken. Asmat and Ghiyas were very strict about not speaking during meals, a sign of good manners. And only when Ghiyas spoke could the rest of the family join in. Yes, Mereniza. Ghiyas hushed Abul with a hand. I want to go to the royal palace for the wedding, Mereniza said. Then she added hastily, please. Ghiyas raised an eyebrow at Asmat. She nodded. You can take the boys. Mereniza and Saliha will be with me. Mehrunisa tugged at her sister's veil. "Can you see anything?" "No," Saliha said, her voice almost a wail. Just then, one of the ladies in the zenana balcony elbowed them to one side, allowing the crowd to swarm to the marble lattice-worked screen. Merenizer craned her neck, standing on tiptoe until the arches of her feet hurt. It was of no use. All she could see were the backs of the ladies of Akbar's harem as they stood exclaiming at the scene below in the divan-i-am. She fell back on her heels, her foot tapping impatiently on the stone floor. The day of the wedding had finally arrived, and she had not been able to catch a glimpse of the ceremony of Prince Salim. It was unfair that her brothers were allowed to be present at the courtyard below while she had to be confined behind the parda with the royal harem. And what made it all the more unfair was that she was not even old enough to wear the veil, but for some reason her mother had insisted on keeping her in the zenana balcony. Merenizer jumped up and down, trying to look over the heads of the zenana ladies. At that moment, it did not strike her that she was actually in the imperial palace. Everything, every thought, centered on Salim. When the gates had opened and the female guards had eyed them with suspicion before letting them into the zenana area, Saliha had bowed to them in awe. Merenizer had ignored them, her eyes running everywhere, not seeing the rainbow silks or the luminous jewels or the flawlessly painted faces. Her only thought had been to find a good spot at the screen to see the prince. And now they had been pushed to the back because they were younger and smaller than all the other women. "I am going to push them aside and take a look." "You cannot do that. This is the emperor's harem, they are the most exalted ladies in the realm," Saliha said in a horrified whisper, holding Merenizer's hand tight in hers. With very bad manners, Merenizer replied, her voice pert. "I have been pushed out of the way 4 times already. How are we supposed to see Prince Salim? They are not made of water that we can see through them." She pulled her hand out of Saliha's grasp and ran to the front of the balcony. She tapped one of the concubines on the shoulder and, when she turned, slipped through the opening to press her face against the screen, her fingers clutching the marble. Merenizer blinked rapidly to adjust her eyes to the blinding sunshine in the divan-i-am and gazed at the figure seated on the throne at the far end. Akbar was dressed in his magnificent robes of state, the jewels on his turban glittering. As he nodded graciously to his ministers, the emperor's eyes were suspiciously bright when he looked at his son. Merenizer shifted her gaze to Prince Salim and held her breath. From here she could only see him in profile. He held himself with grace, shoulders squared, feet planted firmly apart, right hand on the jeweled dagger tucked into his cummerbund. Princess Manbai stood next to him, head covered with a red muslin veil heavily embroidered in gold zari. If only the princess would move back a step so she could see Salim a little better, Merenizer thought, her face glued to the screen. Perhaps if she leaned over to the right. The Qazi who was performing the ceremony had just finished asking Prince Salim if he would take the Princess Manbai to be his wife. He now turned to the princess. Merenizer, along with the rest of the court, waited in silence for Manbai to respond. Just then, someone rudely pulled her by the shoulder. She turned around to see the irate concubine glaring at her. "How dare you?" the concubine hissed between clenched teeth, her face twisted in anger. Merenizer opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, the girl lifted her hand and slapped Merenizer's face, her jeweled rings cutting into her cheek. Merenizer raised a trembling hand to her face and stared at her, eyes huge in a pale face. No one had hit her before, not even her parents. Tears sprang to her eyes as she glowered at the woman, spilling down her cheeks before she could stop them. Merenizer wiped them away with the back of her hand. The concubine leaned over her, hands on hips. Merenizer did not flinch. Instead, she bit her lip to keep back a retort, the slap still ringing in her ears. Suddenly she was terribly lonely. Somewhere in the background she saw Saliha, her face drained of color. But where was Maji? "I beg your pardon." Asmat had come up behind Merenizer. She put an arm around her daughter and pulled her away from the furious concubine. "She is just a child. Let her be," a rich, imperious voice commanded. Mother and daughter turned to look at the speaker, Ruqayya Sultan Begum, Akbar's chief queen, or Padshah Begum. Sensing conflict, the ladies around them turned from the divan to the drama in the zenana balcony. Their faces were tinged with excitement. So rarely did Ruqayya interfere in squabbles that this child must be special. A path cleared from Mehranisa to the Padshah Begum, and all eyes turned to Akbar's main consort. She was not a beautiful woman, in fact, she was quite plain. Her hair was streaked with grey, which she made no effort to conceal with a henna rinse. Inquisitive black eyes glittered out of a round, plump face. Ruqayya's importance to Akbar was far more than the brief physical satisfaction his mindless concubines could provide him. He valued her quick mind, sharp wit, and comfortable presence. Her position in the zenana secure, Ruqayya made no further attempt to beguile the emperor, a waste of time in any case, when every day a fresh, new face appeared at the harem. So she left the satisfaction of Akbar's physical needs to the younger girls while she made sure that he came to her for all else. That security lent her a calm demeanor, an arrogance, and a self-assurance. She was the Padshah Begum. Ruqayya beckoned to Mehranisa with a plump jewel-studded hand. "Come here." Turning to the concubine, she said harshly, "You should know better than to hit a child." The girl subsided mutinously to one corner, her cold-rimmed eyes flashing. Her mouth suddenly dry, Mehranisa walked up to the Padshah Begum. She wiped clammy hands against her ghagara, wishing she were anywhere but here. The scent of keteki flowers wafted to Mehranisa's nostrils as the empress put a finger under her chin and tilted her face. "So you like to watch the wedding celebrations, eh?" Ruqayya's voice was surprisingly soft. "Yes, Your Majesty," Mehranisa replied in a low voice, head bent to hide the gap in her teeth. "Do you like Prince Salim?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Mehranisa hesitated and looked up with a smile, the gap forgotten. He is more beautiful than my brothers." All the ladies around them burst out laughing, their laughter carrying down into the courtyard. Ruqayya held up an imperious hand. "This child thinks Salim to be beautiful," she announced to the ladies. "I wonder how long it will be before she finds him handsome." Laughter swept through the room again. Mehranisa looked around, bemused. The wedding ceremony had just been completed, and the Qazi was registering the marriage in his book. The ladies shifted their attention to the divan, and Mehranisa escaped thankfully into her mother's arms. Asmat pushed her daughter toward the door, signaling Saliha to join them. As they were leaving, Ruqayya said, without looking in their direction, "The child amuses me. Bring her to wait upon me soon." Mehranisa and Asmat Begum bowed low to the empress and let themselves out. The wedding parties continued for almost a week, but Mehranisa, frightened after her encounter with Ruqayya, refused to go for the festivities. The concubine had merely made her angry. The empress, with her glittering eyes and her aura of power, alarmed Mehranisa. Asmat Begum and Giyas Beg went every day to pay their respects to Akbar and his queens and to take part in the rejoicing. A few days later, Ruqayya sent an imperial summons commanding Mehranisa's presence at the royal zenana. To this Begum conceived a great affection for Meher and Nasa. She loved her more than others and always kept her in her company. B. Naren, Trans, and S. Sharma, ed. A Dutch Chronicle. Of Mughal India, a tall eunuch with a wilting moustache met Mehranisa and Asmat at the entrance to Empress Ruqayya's palace. He put a hand out to Asmat. "Only the child," he said. Then, seeing the sudden spurt of apprehension in Asmat's eyes, he relented a little and added, "She will be sent home safely, but only the child must enter." Asmat nodded. It would have been futile to argue in any case. She leaned over to whisper, "Be good, beta. You will be all right, don't worry." Then she was gone. Mehranisa watched her mother leave, wanting to beg her to stay. How could she leave her alone here with the funny-looking man? When she turned around, she found the eunuch scrutinizing her. "So you are the child she likes," he said, his voice a growl. He stepped back to allow her to enter into a dark antechamber. Beyond in the courtyard a rectangle of sunshine slanted through. The eunuch stopped Mehrunisa's progress with a hand. "Turn around." Mehrunisa turned slowly, feeling the unnatural weight of her embroidered ghagara swirl around her. The blouse was loose,
It hung about her shoulders even though it was laced tightly at the back. At home she wore thin muslin ghagras and salwars. For the empress, Asmat had dressed her in her best outfit, even though it was only a morning visit and not even a day of festival. The eunuch put a finger to her nape and turned her around until she stood facing him. He pulled Mehrunisa's plait over her shoulder, checking its length against her hip, and touched her cheeks. Then he pinched her skin and peered at her teeth. Mehrunisa pulled back, her face flushing, as his head loomed in front of her. What was she, a horse for sale? The eunuch laughed, showing pan-stained red teeth. So thin, so scrawny.
He poked her in the ribs. Look at the bones sticking out here. What, don't your parents feed you? Was that woman your mother? Now, she is pretty. But even your teeth have a hole in them. I wonder what she sees in you. She will tire of you soon. Come, he said, pulling her by the arm, his nails digging into Merenisa's flesh. Now remember not to repeat what I just said. Perhaps this should be your first lesson, girl. Never talk of what you hear in the zenana. Still laughing, he half dragged, half pulled Merenisa down the corridor to the bathhouse. Slave girls bowed to the man as they passed. Her heart thumping, Merenisa saw this and didn't pull away from him. Maji was not here, she was all alone with this strange, pasty-faced, limp-mustached creature. Who was he? And why did he have so much power here, in this harem of women? The empress was preparing for her bath when Merenisa entered the hammam. By this time a thin film of sweat had coated her forehead and dampened her armpits. If this man was so strange, how would the empress be? She had been even more frightening the other day. The eunuch let go of Merenisa's arm and bowed deeply to Ruqayya. The child is here, your majesty. Then, not waiting for Ruqayya's reply, he slid backwards out of the room. Merenisa was alone. She stood still, blinking in the sunlight that pooled around her from an overhead skylight, throwing lattice patterns on the ground. A tinkle of gold bangles made her look to one corner of the room. The empress sat on a stool as sleekly muscled slave girls, their skins colored with the brown hues of the earth, took off her jewels. A eunuch stood nearby, holding a silver tray on which the jewels were laid. In the center of the room was an octagonal pool carved into the floor. A wooden bench ran along the inside of the pool. Come here, child. At the sound of the empress's voice, Merenisa moved to the corner of the room where Ruqayya was seated, wearing a peacock blue silk robe ablaze in gold zari. Her arm still hurt from where the eunuch's fingers had pinched, but she suddenly wanted even his presence. She didn't want to be alone here in the semi-dark room lit only by shards of sunlight from above, while slave girls and eunuchs watched her with deep-eyed curiosity. As-salam alaikum, your majesty. Merenisa, Ruqayya said, leaning back against a pillar. It is a pretty name. Sit. Merenisa came near her and sat down. Ruqayya reached out a hand to touch her dense black hair. Such lovely eyes. You are Persian. Yes, your majesty. Ruqayya's round face creased into a smile. Who is your father? Mirza Giyas Beg, your majesty. Who is your grandfather? And so they talked for 5 minutes. Mostly, the empress asked the questions. About Merenisa, about Asmat, Giyas, her brothers. What they did, which mullah they studied with, what she had read recently. The empress was not so frightening after that conversation. Her voice slipped into low, slumberous tones as the robe was removed and the slave girls massaged her with jasmine oil. Merenisa watched as a slave girl's brown fingers, glistening with oil, moved over Ruqayya's large body. The slave kneaded the muscles in Ruqayya's shoulders, and the empress's head fell forward with a sigh. The slave's hands slid over the slope of her breasts, around her stomach, over her thighs, her movements quick with practice. Then the empress rose to descend into the pool slowly. Her hair swirled around her, loose from its usual bun. Merenisa watched as the slave girls, still clad in cotton pajamas and cholas, went into the water with the empress. Ruqayya lay back in the water as they soaked her, their palms frothing with wet soap nuts, then washed her hair and rinsed it. At one point, the empress sat up and said sharply to one of the slaves, "Did you bathe today?" The girl, very young and frightened now, stammered, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Let me see," Ruqayya commanded, sniffing at the girl's hands, at her hair, under her armpits. She turned away and said in a menacingly quiet voice, "Get out now, and don't ever come into my bath water unless you have bathed first." The girl scrambled out of the tub, dripping water over the floor, and fled from the room, leaving wet footprints in her wake. Merenizer shuddered at the venom in Ruqayya's voice. Goosebumps crawled up her back. She cowered into the shadows of the room, hoping the Empress would not notice her. There she sat in silence for the next 2 hours as Ruqayya finished dressing, throwing back one outfit, then another at the eunuchs until one finally pleased her. When the Empress left the room, she looked back at Merenizer and said, "Go home now. Come again tomorrow." That was all. Over the next few months, Merenizer went when Ruqayya called for her, talking when the Empress wanted to talk, sitting in silence next to her when she didn't. She saw that most of Ruqayya's tantrums were just for pretense. The slave girl had insolent eyes, Ruqayya had told Merenizer later in passing. But it had been no such thing. The girl had been too callow and too timorous to raise insolent eyes at the Empress. Sometimes, though, Ruqayya was truly roused to anger, but mostly the Empress raised her voice just because she could. The title of Padshah Begum was not lightly bestowed nor lightly taken. Everything that happened within the harem walls, and quite a bit that happened outside, came to Ruqayya's ears through various spies. Nothing was too big or too small for the Empress's notice. Every illness, every pregnancy, every missed period, court intrigues, squabbles between wives and concubines or slave girls, every bit of information found its way to her palace. Merenizer began to look forward to these visits with Akbar's favorite wife. She was fascinated by Ruqayya's chameleonic moods, her calm and quiet, her fiery rages. She was fascinated too by how important she was, and thrilled that Ruqayya found her interesting. But it was Salim she wanted to see. One day, as Merenizer ran back to the Zenana gates after spending time with the Empress, she entered the grounds of an adjoining palace by mistake. It was not until corridor after corridor had led her deeper into the palace that she realized she was lost. It was late in the afternoon, and the palace was silent. Even the omnipresent maids and eunuchs were hidden in the dark shadows of the bedchambers, waiting for the sun to wane. Merenizer looked around and tried to retrace her steps. The gardens she passed were immaculate, the grass green even in the heat, the bougainvillea vines drooping with watermelon-colored flowers. She came to an inner courtyard paved with marble, a rectangle of blue sky above. The four sides of the courtyard were enclosed with deep, many-pillared verandas. The pillars were also of marble and glowed a cool white in the heat of courtyard. Merenizer slipped her arms around a pillar, reaching only halfway, and laid her sweating forehead against the stone. Perhaps in an hour someone would find her and show her the way out. She was too tired to wander any longer. Even as she stood there, a man came into the courtyard carrying a silver casket. He was dressed simply in white, a loose kurta and pajama, his feet in leather sandals. Merenizer straightened from the pillar and started to call out to him. Then she drew back. It was Prince Salim. She slid down behind the pillar and peeped around it. Why was he alone, without attendants? Salim went to the opposite end of the courtyard and sat down on a stone bench under a neem tree, its branches heavy with grape-like yellow fruit. He made a clicking sound with his tongue. Merenizer almost fell into the courtyard in surprise as hundreds of pigeons roosting in the eaves came rustling out and flew to the prince. They swarmed about his feet, their throats moving furiously under a ring of iridescent green feathers. Salim opened the casket, dipped his hand inside, and threw a handful of wheat into the air. The grains caught the golden light of the sun as they showered onto the marble paving stones. The birds immediately began pecking at the wheat, their heads bobbing up and down. Some turned expectant looks at the prince. He laughed, the sound echoing softly through the silent courtyard. "You are spoilt. If you want some more, come and get it." He held out the next handful on his palm. Undetected, hidden behind the pillar, Merenizer watched the birds waddle around him as though undecided. Then, with great daring, one pigeon flew up to Salim's shoulder and sat there. He stayed perfectly still. Soon the pigeons swarmed all around him, their grey and black bodies almost covering the prince. "What are you doing here?" A hand caught Merenizer by the shoulder and spun her around. Merenizer stood up and dusted off her ghagara, lifting her face to meet the gaze of the eunuch. "I'm lost. Silly girl," he whispered fiercely, pushing her from the courtyard. "You are in the Mardana. Don't you know it is forbidden to come into the men's quarters? Go now, before Prince Salim sees you. He does not like anyone around him when he feeds the pigeons." "What are you doing here then?" The eunuch raised his eyebrows. "I am Hoshiar Khan." Merenizer raised her eyebrows in response. "And I am Merenizer. But who are you?" He made a clicking sound with his tongue. It does not matter. You have to go now, girl." Merenizer turned for one last look at Salim before she left. He sat on the bench, crooning softly to the pigeons. When one lit on his hair, he laughed again, trying to look at it without tilting his head. Come on, the eunuch said impatiently. "No women are allowed in the Mardana. You know that. The emperor will have your head if he finds out." "He will not," Merenizer said. "I got lost. I did not come here deliberately." "Bapri." Hoshiar sighed, still pushing her in front of him until she almost tripped over the skirts of her ghagara. She argues, too. I find her making moon eyes at Prince Salim, and she tells me she was lost. He took her out of the palace and pointed to the gates. "Go and don't let me see you here again, or I will have your head." Merenizer stuck her tongue out at him and ran toward the gates. She looked back over her shoulder. Hoshiar did not follow. He just stood there, and when she turned, he stuck his tongue back out at her. "Going to see the Empress." Merenizer whirled around, her hairpins tinkling to the floor, some bouncing to camouflage themselves against the pattern of the Persian rug. "See what you have done," she exclaimed, bending down to gather the hairpins. But a few were hopelessly lost, lying on the rug to poke bare feet at some later time. She straightened up and looked into the mirror. Abul was leaning against the doorway, his arms folded across his chest. Abul was 15 years old now, old enough not to tease her. But she knew he had a free afternoon, and she was his best target. Saliha ignored him. Khadija and Manija cried when he approached because he invariably pulled their hair or wrapped their ghagaras around their heads so they could not see, and he had to beat a hasty retreat before Majia Bapa scolded him. So he came seeking her when his male friends did not take him away hunting or to the public houses, this last without Bapa's knowledge, of course. Merenizer forgot Maji's injunctions about how a lady should behave and scowled at her brother's image in the mirror. Abul shook his head with a silent tut-tut. "Your face will freeze like that, and no one will marry you." "You haven't answered my question yet." "I am not going to, Abul," Merenizer said, composing her face again. Allah forbid that what Abul said might come true. "It's none of your business. Go away and leave me to do my hair. Come out with me, Nisa. We can play polo with mallets in the garden without the horses, of course." She shook her head. "I cannot. I am going to the palace. Don't bother me now, Abul, or I will tell Bapa you went to the Nashakhana last night. And I will tell Bapa that you went with me 3 nights ago. Dressed as a man, with a coal-painted moustache, and got drunk on 3 sips of wine. That I had to carry you home early. That my friends still ask after the pale-faced youth who has such a weak stomach that he puts even a baby to shame." Merenizer ran up to Abul and pulled him into the room. She peered outside the door. No one was passing. She pinched the arm she was still holding. You crazy. No one can ever know that I went to the Nashakhana with you. You forced me to, Abul." Abul grinned. "I did not have to force you very much, Nisa. You wanted to come. Be thankful Khadija did not wake up and wonder why you weren't in bed. Bapa would have beaten you for sure if he found out." Merenizer shuddered. What stupidity that had been. Tempting, but stupid. "You must never tell anyone. Promise me that. Promise." She pinched his arm harder. Abul pulled away, rubbing his sore arm. Alright, Baba, I won't. But come with me tonight. We can dress you up again and jump over the wall like last time. Merenizer shook her head and went back to the mirror. Once was enough. I just wanted to see what it would be like. Why do you go to that place anyway? All those men getting drunk and lolling over the divans, the serving girls wearing next to nothing sprawling all over them. ... Quote. She shuddered. It was horrible. Don't go there again, Abul. It's not right. Abul wrapped a finger around her hair and pulled it. That is none of your business, Nisa. You asked to go there, I took you. Now don't tell me what to do. The promise not to tell Bapa only holds so long as you keep your moralizing tongue in your mouth. Is that clear? Merenizer glared at him, reaching for a comb. Her hand swept over the tray, and a bottle of coal powder toppled over, sprinkling glittering midnight over the embellished silver. You certainly are edgy today. Abul grinned wickedly. Would that have something to do with the wedding in the royal palace? What wedding? Merenizer asked, lifting her nose in the air. Oh, Prince Salim's wedding. Abul sat down next to her. Yes, that wedding. Prince Salim is getting married for the second time. To the Princess of Jodhpur, daughter of Uday Singh. He is known as the Mota Raja, the Fat King. I've seen him, it is an apt name. I wonder. Abul picked up a delicately fashioned glass bottle and pulled the stopper so that the scent of frankincense flooded the room. If Princess Jagat Gosini is fat also. Merenizer slapped his hand lightly. You will break the bottle. She vigorously attacked her long tresses. When all the knots had been loosened and her hair lay about her shoulders in a sheet of shimmering silk, she divided it into 3 bunches and began to plait it. Abul raised an eyebrow. Why are you so unsettled, my dear sister? I am not. The prince has a right to marry anyone he chooses. True. Abul nodded. And he is well on his way to assembling his own harem. 2 weddings in 2 years, and he is only 17. He already has a child from the first wife, though only a daughter, but he will soon have sons for the empire if he keeps up the pace. So, Merenizer's hands moved swiftly behind her head. When the plait had grown, she flipped it over one shoulder and continued down the front. Why should it bother me? Abul tilted his head back and laughed. Everyone knows you go to visit Empress Ruqayya only so you can see the prince. Just what are you thinking? That you will marry him next. The prince would never marry you. Merenizer flushed, crimson staining her face and neck. Why not? She turned defiant eyes at him. That is, I mean, if I wanted to marry him, what would stop us? Abul roared again, almost falling off his stool. He held up his hand and started ticking off reasons. First, you are too young. You are a baby, Merenizer. 9-year-old girls do not marry royal princes. Second, all the princes will make political marriages, and they will marry only princesses. Why would he want to marry you? I may be young now, but I will grow up. And Maji says not all royal marriages are for political reasons. But all Prince Salims will be. At least, as long as he is still a prince. The emperor's own zenana is filled with women connected to the vassal kings of the empire. That is how Akbar has managed to keep the empire together. You will never stand a chance. Abul grinned. Besides, by the time you grow up, the prince will be a dissolute young man. Have you heard the latest news about him? What is it? Merenizer asked eagerly, despite her reluctance to talk to her brother about Prince Salim. He has started drinking. Abul lowered his voice conspiratorially. They say he drinks 20 cups of liquor a day. That much? Merenizer gasped, her eyes wide. She knew Salim had started drinking because Ruqayya complained incessantly about it. The prince had always been temperate, but a few months ago, while on campaign near a talk to put down the Afghan rebellion, Mirza Muhammad Hakim had suggested that wine would ease Salim's fatigue. Now he was addicted, according to Ruqayya, who when she was upset about something was not always a reliable source. But here was Abul saying the same thing. Merenizer was silent for a few moments, her fingers tracing the engraving on a silver jewelry box. What does that have to do with me? She asked finally. My dear Nisa, Abul's voice had taken on a mocking tone again. If Prince Salim is going to marry you, he will have to wait. Who knows, in a few years he may be dead of drink. Then you would have to marry either Murad or Daniel to be empress. It is a good thing the emperor has 2 other sons who could be of service to you. Merenizer lifted her chin and looked down at him. We are not talking about my life, she said with dignity. Go now. I must get ready. The Empress has commanded my presence. Yes, Your Majesty. Abul bowed to her, laughing, and backed from the room as though in the presence of royalty. Merenizer picked up an ivory comb and threw it at him. It missed Abul, bounced off the door frame, and fell on the floor. Abul grinned, put his thumb on his nose, and waggled the rest of his fingers at her. He disappeared just as she was reaching for an enamel casket. Merenizer turned back to the mirror, frowning. Why was it so inconceivable that she could marry a royal prince? After all, her father was a respected courtier, the emperor valued his advice. And the Mughal royals married whomever they wished to marry. She changed her clothes swiftly, barely waiting to glance into the mirror. The empress did not like to be kept waiting. The zenana would be rife with gossip about the new princess, the dowry, her father, what Salim thought or did not think of her. Every little detail would be picked over and analyzed and inflated, all with great enjoyment. Merenizer wondered how this new princess would fare in the women's quarters. The first wife was a little mouse, letting out a few imperceptible squeaks here and there, barely ruffling life in the imperial harem. This one, it was said, had more iron in her spine. It would be interesting to see her interact with Ruqayya. And if one day, not if, when Merenizer became Salim's wife, this princess would be the one to watch. Merenizer had no idea how all these dreams were going to come true, only that they should somehow, if for no other reason than to irritate Abul because he had made fun of her. She picked up her veil, draped it on her head, and went out of the house with Dai, who had once been her wet nurse. Maji was busy with her new brother, Shahpur, born a few months earlier. In the outer courtyard, Merenizer climbed into the palanquin that would carry her to the royal palace to congratulate Empress Ruqayya on her newest stepdaughter-in-law. That same year Salim married again, this time to Sahib Jamal, the daughter of Khwaja Hassan. The next year, at Lahore, Salim's first wife, Princess Manbai, gave birth to a son named Khusrau. The emperor was overjoyed at the birth of a new heir to the throne. Garden parties, galas, and festivities marked the week after the child's birth. From Lahore, in the autumn of 1588, the imperial court shifted to Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, for the first time. Kashmir had withstood Mughal occupation for long but had finally fallen to the imperial forces the previous year. Srinagar charmed the entire royal party. The city was set in a valley amid the Himalayan mountains. The air was pure and heady, like Amrit, drink of the gods. The lower hills, clad in autumnal colors of fiery reds and browns, rolled gently down to golden fields of ripening wheat, broken only by the silver glitter of the Jhelum river snaking through the valley. Behind, snow-clad mountains reared their majestic heads to the vast blue sky. Upon the court's return to Lahore the next year, Akbar promoted Ghiyas to Diwan of Kabul. The appointment as treasurer was a great privilege, for Kabul, although provincial, was a strategic outpost in the northern Mughal Empire for trade and defense. Kabul lay in a triangular gorge between the steep and forbidding Asmi and Sher Doza mountains, and crowning the lower hills surrounding the city was a long, winding mud wall interspersed with towers. Ghiyas and his family moved to Kabul. His new duties kept him awake late into the night, as he went over the books from the treasury. Merenizer usually came to him wanting to hear about his day's work, the people he had met, what he had said to them and why. Sometimes she would sit by him quietly with a book. Sometimes he would turn to her with a column of numbers to add, or talk to her about the trouble the clerks gave him, or complain that the accountant of the army had come up short again on revenues. On one winter night as the cold seeped through the stone walls of the house, Merenizer and Ghiyas sat huddled together for warmth. She was leaning against her father's back, her feet stretched toward the cold brazier, when Ghiyas suddenly said, "A new Hindu priest has come to the city." I heard him reciting the Ramayana under the banyan tree to passers-by as I came home. They tell me he knows most of Valmiki's opus by heart. Miranizer whipped around to him, her eyes bright with excitement. Bapa, can we go listen to him? Is it in Sanskrit? Gears grinned. Your Maji would die 1,000 deaths if you went out. Perhaps we should ask him to come home. She clutched his arm. Oh, Bapa, yes, please. I will talk to your Maji. The next day Gears talked with Asmat, but she was worried. How old was the priest, she asked. Would it be right to bring him into our house with young girls? What would people say? But, Asmat, the children have a wonderful opportunity to learn. We must not deny them this, Gears said. Asmat frowned as she pulled absently at a lock of her hair. Gears, we must be careful not to teach the girls too much. How will they ever find husbands if they are too learned? The less they know, the less they will want of the outside world. Miranizer already insists that she should be allowed to go out with you. Gears smiled slowly. I know. She asks why a woman has to stay in the house when a man can go and come as he pleases. An apprehensive look crossed Asmat's face. Do not encourage her, Gears. We must be careful, so people do not think our daughters are too arrogant to make good wives. I will not, I promise. But it is a pleasure to have at least one child who interests herself in my work. Gears kissed away the worry lines from his wife's forehead. They will be confined behind the parda soon enough, Asmat, for the rest of their lives. What little we can give them, we must. Asmat looked up at her husband. Even I want to listen to the priest. Can I, Gears? Of course. We will all gather around him. So the Brahmin priest came to the house 4 nights a week. He was a thin, spare man, with ribs that stood out in his chest, and a shaven head with a small pigtail at the back. Even in this cold, he was clad in a chaste dhoti and not much else. He had a saturnine face that grew in mobility as he recited the verses from Valmiki's Ramayana in his tuneful voice. When she had time, Asmat joined her daughters behind the thin silk curtain that separated them from the men. Miranizer usually sat at the front, against the curtain, its folds molding against her face. She had to be behind the parda for the sake of propriety, but she asked the priest questions and listened as he gravely answered her, turning to speak to her as though she mattered. And the days passed. The children were all taught the scriptures, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and the classics. When those studies were done, Asmat made sure her daughters also learned to paint, sew, embroider, and oversee the servants. While they were at Kabul, Prince Salim's third wife, Sahib Jamal, gave birth to his second son, Pervez. Gears returned home at the end of a day to find his wife and daughters seated on low divans busy with their embroidery. The messengers have brought news from the court. He held out the letter. Asmat glanced through the elaborate Turkish script, the language of the imperial court. Baba, Akbar's grandfather and the first Mughal emperor of India, had adopted Turki, his native tongue, as the official language to keep in touch with his ancestry through Timur the Lame. That practice had continued through the generations. Both Asmat and Gears had been unfamiliar with Turki upon their arrival in India but had taken great pains to learn the language. Around the courts, the nobles spoke Arabic and Hindi, which was Sanskrit-based, with a liberal borrowing of Persian words. Asmat and Gears now spoke all these languages fluently. At home, their conversation was a strange amalgam of Persian, Hindi, and Arabic, the children tending more toward the languages of Hindustan rather than the native Persian of Asmat and Gears. Let me see, Maji, Miranizer said. Asmat handed her the letter. Miranizer read it rapidly, then returned to her embroidery. Prince Salim had another son. 2 heirs to the empire already. Miranizer had not heard from the empress in all the time they had been at Kabul. Ruqayya was a poor correspondent, with little patience to even dictate to a scribe. In any case, the empress could not be expected to write, so Miranizer wrote to her every now and then. News of the harem came from other courtiers' wives to her mother. They said that Princess Jagat Gosini, Salim's second wife, was a feisty girl with a stubborn chin and a strong back, who would not be cowed by anyone. But there was no sign of a child yet. That kept her somewhat subdued. Merenizer stuck the needle into the cloth and laid it aside, staring out of the window at the snow-clad mountains. Leaving the cot had been difficult, but it was only for a few years, Baba had said. There were new adventures here, new friends to make, new places to see. Here she had met Mirza Malik Masood for the first time. He was her foster father. He had found her as a baby under a tree and returned her to Baba and Maji. Merenizer had been timid with the merchant with his weather-beaten, sunburnt face, but he had put her at ease immediately. I am like your Baba, beta, he said. You cannot be shy with me. He had brought a gift for her, a bolt of thin gold muslin for a veil, the weave so fine the cloth could be pulled through a ring. After the awkwardness of the first meeting, Merenizer spent hours listening to his tales, of highway robberies, of camels that refused to budge when ghosts possessed them, of tents that flew away in the wind, leaving the caravan naked and shivering under a cold night sky. She became so comfortable with him that she was sorry when he left, but he took with him her promise to write every month. Baba was much revered at Kabul. People came from far to see him, to ask his advice, to listen with respect. They always left a little gift for him on the table. An embroidered bag waited at the bottom, or, in season, mangoes, brilliant yellow and honey sweet, or even the horse one nobleman had led to the front yard. They were privileges attached to the post of the divan. Baba said privileges they all enjoyed. But, Merenizer sighed softly, it was nothing like the imperial zenana with its beautiful women and its petty jealousies and thrilling intrigues. She missed Ruqaya's caustic tongue and quick wit. How did the Empress interact with Prince Salim's proud second wife? When are we going back to Lahore, Baba? She asked suddenly. Gears looked up from the official documents in his hand. When the Emperor wishes. I have no say in the matter. Why do you ask? No reason. Merenizer picked up the cloth and bent toward her embroidery. Restlessness rose over her like tide on a beach. The older she became, she was now 14, the more Baba and Maji imposed restrictions on her. Do not go out too much, keep your voice down, pull your veil over your head when a strange man, one not of the family, comes to visit. These restrictions would be part of her life from now on, for she was a woman. But cloistered as they were, the women of the imperial zenana still managed to step beyond the harem walls. They went to visit temples and gardens and to sightsee. They owned lands in the empire and talked with their stewards without any commotion. Ruqaya advised Akbar on grants of gifts or mansabs or his campaigns. Though she was behind the veil, she was still a voice to reckon with. Nowhere else in the empire did women have such freedom. A mere nobleman's wife could never hope for such liberty. The sheath of royalty gave the women of the imperial harem an emancipation a commoner could never hope to achieve. Merenizer clicked her tongue in irritation when she saw that her stitches had flowed over the pattern of champa flowers. She pulled the needle out of the pink thread and, using one end, undid the stitches one by one. It was ironic, really, because the royal zenana was a sign of the emperor's wealth and position, his most important possession, more important at times than the treasury or the army. Although physically shut from the rest of the world, it still slid tentacles into every aspect of the empire. She had gained all this perspective from being away from the zenana, and from growing older, for now her movements were more curtailed. At 14, she was already considered a woman ready for marriage. Perhaps it was for the best that they were away. With distance must come a deeper desire. But Baba had to, he must, return to court. Then she could watch Ruqaya, a mere woman, exert her power over the minions who scurried at her commands. Then Merenizer would see Salim's wives for herself. And Salim, he had to notice her too, or how else would she become empress? 3 Baba Shakhuji, since all the sultanate will devolve upon thee, why hast thou made this attack on me? To take away my life there was no need of injustice, I would have given it to thee if thou hadst asked me. W.H. Lowe, Trance, Mamta Khabut Tawarik. The soft strains of a sitar floated down from the balcony into the reception hall at the Lahore fort. Thin muslin curtains, hung on arches, billowed in the breeze that swept through the outer courtyard. Within, wisps of bluish-gray smoke from incense censers swirled upward, spreading the aroma of musk and aloe wood around the room. The white marble floor gleamed dully in the lamplight, bare of furniture except for one satin-covered divan in a corner, flanked by bright Persian rugs. Prince Salim lay on the divan, head propped against a velvet bolster, a goblet balanced precariously on his chest. He watched as slave girls clad in the finest muslin swayed and undulated to the music, their anklets tinkling as they moved. The low insistent drum of the tabla joined in with the sitar, and Salim turned his head to look up at the enclosed balcony, where an entire orchestra was assembled. His gaze then dropped to the pretty faces surrounding him. The ladies of his zenana sat around the prince, gorgeously attired and delicately perfumed, their toilette so complete that not one hair was out of place. The ladies were unveiled. They were the reason why the musicians were sequestered. If the ladies of the harem appeared without the parda in front of their lord, no other men could be present. Salim was surrounded only by the members of his harem, wives and concubines, slave girls and eunuchs. The room blurred into a drunken haze. Salim lifted a languid finger and beckoned to a slave girl. She hurried to his side and, bowing gracefully, poured more liquor into his jade cup. Salim raised it to his mouth and drank greedily, the alcohol fumes tickling his nostrils. In his haste, he spilled the rich yellow liquid on his kaba. Jagat Gosini, Salim's second wife, touched his arm.
He glared at her. "What is it, my lord?" she said gently. "Perhaps you should try these grapes." Salim's glance softened as he looked at her calm face. He opened his mouth and allowed himself to be fed like a child with a few plump, purple grapes, but they were like sand on his tongue. 5 years of drinking had spoiled his appetite for food. He pushed her hand away impatiently. To his right sat Manbai, whom he had given the title of Shah Begum, chief princess of his harem. After all, she had provided him with his first son, Khushrai. Jagat Gosini made a sign to Manbai. As Salim turned to Manbai, she tried to tempt him with some sweets. A petulant frown creased Salim's brow. He stared moodily into the distance, tapping his now empty jade goblet on the marble floor, ostensibly keeping time with the music. Suddenly he threw his cup against a sandstone pillar. It crashed and broke into tiny, green, wine-tinged pieces. Startled, the musicians stopped playing, and the princesses froze in their places. "Your Highness," Jagat Gosini tentatively put a hand on his arm. Salim pushed her away and staggered to his feet. "Why doesn't the old man die?" he yelled. "He has ruled for 35 years. It is time for the next generation to sit on the throne of Hindustan." Silence followed. Salim weaved unsteadily up and down the carpet, his hands clenched into fists, his face red. He had been content until now to be heir to the throne. But during the last few months, his courtiers had pointed out, quite rightly, Akbar's extreme injustice in remaining steadfastly alive while Prince Salim was mature enough to take over the duties of state. Salim's legs gave way, and he collapsed on the floor. Attendants came rushing to help him. He waved them away with a drunken gesture and lay there, looking up at the ornate ceiling of the hall, abloom in lotus flowers embossed in gold trim. He had everything he could want: handsome looks, virility, which had been proved twice by the birth of 2 sons, several wives, and an equal number of concubines. Yet, he had nothing without the crown. He should rebel, as Mahabat Khan and the others had suggested. That would teach Akbar a lesson. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Salim groaned. Akbar was too strong an emperor. It was unlikely he would give up his throne without a fight, but why not? Akbar had come to the throne of the empire at the tender age of 13. He, Salim, was now 22, and surely mature enough to handle the duties of state. Salim drummed his fists on the floor in frustration. Akbar could live for many years, and when he eventually died, it would be too late. Salim would come to the throne an old man. What use would that be? He curled up on the carpet, and hot tears rolled down his face. Jagat Gosini made a sign for everyone to disperse. The musicians and attendants bowed and left in silence. She went up to her husband. "Sleep now, my lord," she said in a soothing voice. "You are tired." Salim lifted a tearful face. "When will I be emperor?" "Soon, my lord." Come, you must rest. Salim let himself be led to the divan. He lay down heavily, still sniffling. The lamps were extinguished, plunging the room in darkness. Under the soft touch of his wife's hand, the prince cried himself to sleep. Salim opened his eyes and gazed around the unfamiliar room. Why had he slept in the reception hall? He moved slightly, then sank back on the divan with a groan. Hammers pounded on his brain. His mouth was dry, rank with the smell of stale liquor. He licked his lips and shouted, "Water!"
The previous night came rushing back to him. Something had to be done. Salim rose and staggered to his rooms. He sat waist high in a tub of warm water, deep in thought, as the steam leached out the aches and pains and alcohol from his body. Should he do what Mahabhat and the others had suggested? No, dropped hints about. But how could he do that to his own father? A father who doted on him and loved him, whose eyes lit up when he saw Salim. Yet, what was he, Salim, without the throne?
Salim scooped water with his hands and splashed his heated face. No, it had to be done. Mahabhat said Hammam was reliable, that he would fix it so Akbar would not be hurt too much, just incapacitated. Then Salim could be emperor.
A few hours later, Akbar's personal physician, Hakim Hammam, came to the prince's apartments. Salim dismissed all his attendants. The Hakim and Salim remained closeted for an hour. Then the Hakim left, carrying in his right hand a heavy embroidered bag, usually used for gold mohurs. Salim stood at the door to his apartments, watching Hammam leave. He almost shouted out at the last minute to stop the man, then changed his mind. He was not strong enough yet, and his mind was too fuddled by the morning dose of opium. Perhaps, Salim thought dully, sinking down to the marble floor and
leaning against the doorway. Nothing would happen after all. Neither Salim nor the Hakim noticed one of Akbar's servants lounging against a pillar in the main courtyard. A few days later, the royal palace was rife with gossip. The emperor was unwell from a bout of colic, and it seemed he would not recover. The royal physicians could do nothing to ease the emperor's suffering. News of Akbar's agony was brought to Prince Salim in an inner courtyard of the Mardana late one afternoon as he fed the pigeons.
The eunuch who brought the message coughed to attract his attention. Salim did not look at him, heard what he had to say, and then dismissed him with a nod. A pigeon gently nudged his clenched fist. Salim opened it and let the wheat fall to the ground. He watched the pigeon scramble in the dust. Was it true that the emperor was gravely ill? Or was it just an exaggeration, as all matters of the royal palace were exaggerated? What if Akbar died? Salim straightened up and said, "Hoshiar." A eunuch stepped forward from behind one of the pillars. Hoshiar Khan was the head eunuch of Salim's zenana, the most important man in it other than the prince. It was he who ran the harem with metronomic efficiency, settling squabbles between the various women, wives, concubines, slaves, maids, cooks. He also doled out their allowances and advised them on their investments. Like everyone, he had his instructions not to disturb his master during the afternoon sessions, but he was never too far from the prince. Hoshiar listened, bowed, and left the courtyard. Salim watched him go. What was done was done. Hammam had assured him Akbar would live. Now he had to attend to other matters. Through Hoshiar, Salim sent spies to the palace of his brother Prince Murad to check on his activities. Murad, now 21 years old, was also a candidate for the throne, as was Daniel. The laws of primogeniture did not prevail in Mughal India as they did in Europe. All three of Akbar's sons had equal rights to the throne. The spies reported that Murad was in no fit state to contend for the crown. The prince was a drunkard, barely lucid for a few hours every day. He had no ambition. Wine and the women of his harem had propelled him to past caring. Daniel was as yet too young to pose a threat. Neither of the two princes would inspire confidence in the nobles of the court, so their support would naturally go to Salim. In his bedchamber, Akbar suffered in silence, not daring to voice his fears. Pain racked his body, and sweat drenched his face. But the physical agony was nothing compared with the dull ache in his heart, as though something large and heavy was sitting on his chest. The previous day, one of his trusted retainers in Salim's service had asked for and been granted an audience. What he had to say filled Akbar with unbelievable distress.
The emperor moved restlessly in his bed. How could he believe such an infamous charge against his beloved son? But the facts all pointed to it. His condition had steadily deteriorated day by day. He was a robust 49 years of age, temperate in his habits, and he had always enjoyed good health. Yet, the colic was persistent, the pains increasing every day. Now he lay in his bed, a ghost of his former self. As he moved again, muttering to himself, Ruqayya rose from her seat at the far end of the room and then sank back, signaling the approaching attendants to move away. She sat down heavily, turning her face from her husband, unwilling to see him like this.
Salim was not her son, not born of her, but she had known and loved him since he was a child. His actions defied belief, defied all reason. But worse, much worse was Akbar's grief. If the colic did not kill him, the sorrow would, and all those years when the whole harem and the emperor had prayed for a male heir, when they had rejoiced at Salim's birth, would mean nothing. They had all failed in their duty to make him a good man. Even as she thought thus, another thought came to her mind, that perhaps Akbar himself was responsible for Salim's drinking and his laziness. Ruqayya had many times warned the emperor that the prince needed responsibility, that he spent too much time in the zenana and not enough among warriors and men of learning. But Akbar would not listen to her, for sending Salim on campaign or out to study with mullahs would mean sending his son away. How could Salim repay Akbar's affection thus?
An attendant padded silently onto the room on bare feet and bent to the empress's ear. She listened, then rose and went to the emperor's bedside. "Your Majesty, Hakim Hammam is outside, send him in." Ruqayya motioned to the eunuchs by the door to let the Hakim enter. As she was pulling a veil over her head, the emperor said with an effort, "Thank you." Tears welled in her eyes and flowed down her plump cheeks. She clasped the pale hand between her two warm ones. "I would do it 100 times, my lord," she said simply. Hammam entered the room and bowed. Akbar lifted a feeble hand and bade him come closer. The Hakim went up to the bed and knelt by the emperor. "Your services are no longer necessary to us." Hammam lifted his head in surprise. Akbar glared at him. "But, Your Majesty, I have served you and will always serve you, with my life if necessary," Hammam said, trembling. He had never seen the emperor in such a mood before. Akbar was known for his calmness and his ease of temper, and now Hammam was frightened. "Enough," Akbar roared, with strength born from anger. "Leave our sight, and no longer show your shameful face to us." Two attendants swiftly came and pulled the Hakim away from Akbar's bedside. Hammam hung his head, paid obeisance to the emperor, and backed out of the room.
Empress Ruqayya watched Hammam go, wondering if he knew how lucky he was to have his head still. If it had been her decision, Hammam would not have seen another sunset, but the emperor had been adamant about not punishing the Hakim, as though, Ruqayya thought, putting Hammam to death would be an admission of Salim's culpability. For the next week, Akbar's life hung on a thread. Then, slowly, with the help of his physicians and his devoted wives, he recovered. But the emperor was not the same. He became quieter, more reserved, and soon the court noticed that the relationship between Akbar and the heir apparent had greatly deteriorated. As the dying sun heralded the end of yet another day, Ghiyas Beg carefully laid down his quill on the inkpot and rested his elbows on the desk, letting the golden rays play over his work. He watched as the approaching gloom chased the light over the barren mountains, until one by one they disappeared from his view. Only then did Ghiyas turn from the window. In front of him lay a royal farman, an edict from the emperor himself. In it Akbar congratulated him on his services to the empire as Diwan of Kabul for 4 years, and finally summoned him back to the imperial court at Lahore. 4 years, Ghiyas thought with a flush of happiness. 4 long years of hard work. His father would have been proud of him. Ghiyas had initially resisted being sent here, although only inwardly, for no one would have dared disobey or even question the emperor's command. Ghiyas had not wanted to leave the emperor to go to Kabul, important as the post was. He had grown fond of Akbar, reverent almost, and thought that being away from court would mean sure death to his career.
But that was not so. Giyas spread out the farman again under his hands, his eyes skimming over the black ink turkey and the heavily embossed royal seal in one corner.
Instead of forgetting him, the emperor seemed to have carefully watched him these 4 years through spies and regular reports from Kabul. It was a comforting thought for Giyas, because he had worked hard and put effort into the job with a dedication that was paid back not only by the emperor's accolades but by the gratitude of the people of Kabul.
Anklets tinkled by his door and Giyas smiled. So much had happened in the past 4 years. Abul and Muhammad were both married now. It had been a little early for Muhammad, but Giyas had hoped to settle his wild ways with the marriage. Unfortunately, that had not happened. If anything, Muhammad had grown more distant, more unreachable.
Giyas sighed. Perhaps if there were a child, fatherhood would surely bring some calmness. Once Muhammad was settled, a very good rishta had come for Abul, and he too had been married. But before that, Saliha had been married to a nobleman named Sadak Khan. It would not have been right to marry the sons with an unwed of age daughter still at home. Saliha's new family was a good one, and Giyas was not upset at leaving his older daughter in their hands when they returned to Lahore.
As for the other girls, Mehrunisa, Manija, and Khadija, they continued their education as usual, along with Shahpur. Mehrunisa, she was now 16 and seemed to live up to her name, Giyas thought.
Son of women, she was a beautiful child, physically as well as in spirit. In all their years of marriage, Asmat and he had never shown undue partiality to any one child, but with Mehrunisa it was difficult not to do so. Her smile, her laughter, the mischievous glint in her blue eyes filled Giyas with a paternal contentment. If it was socially acceptable to have a daughter live at home all her life, Giyas would choose Mehrunisa to be by him without hesitation.
Giyas suddenly sobered at the thought. Mehrunisa was 16. Where had time flown? She was now old enough to be married. That night, when the servants had bowed their way out of the room after extinguishing the lamps, Asmat and Giyas lay side by side in a comfortable silence. Asmat spoke first. It is time we think of Mehrunisa's marriage. Giyas turned to look at the shadowed face of his wife. Yes, she is already 16.
We shall miss her, Asmat said softly. Giyas felt for her hand and held it fast, choosing his words with care. He did not want to communicate the sudden emptiness that had descended on him at Asmat's words. She will be an asset to us and to her future husband. We have brought her up well.
It must be a brilliant marriage, Giyas. Someone who will understand her needs, encourage her spirit. I know she will make a good wife.
And so it shall be, my dear. I will contact my friends for a suitable husband, and when I find him I shall request permission from the emperor. As with any marriage that took place in the vicinity of the court, Giyas had to request, at least formally, permission from Akbar. With that, Giyas fell into a restless sleep. Across the courtyard, Mehrunisa lay awake on a cotton mattress in her room. Somewhere in the night, a dog barked at a passing stranger, then yelped with pain as a stone found its mark. Mehrunisa lay still, hands clasped on her stomach, her mind revolving with thoughts. Back to Lahore at last. Back to the court, to the imperial Zenana, to the empress with her quick mannerisms and her biting sarcasm. But most of all, back to Salim.
Mehrunisa turned on her side, pillowed her head on her arm, and closed her eyes, a smile on her face as sleep claimed her. They embarked on their long journey back to Lahore, where the emperor held court. As Giyas rode his sturdy mountain horse, its measured hoofbeats brought memories of another day, so long in the past, when they had made their first trip through the Khyber Pass into Hindustan.
Life had been uncertain then, each succeeding day void of security. The winter's cold had bitten into their tired bodies. Now he went at the emperor's invitation. At the end of each day, they settled into thick canvas tents, slept on feather-stuffed mattresses, rested their heads on silk-covered pillows. His sons rode beside him, men now, no longer children, and the women of his family traveled in a howdah set atop camels. Upon reaching Lahore, Giyas hurried immediately to pay his respects to Akbar. When he straightened up from the corniche to look at the emperor, a mild shock coursed through him. Akbar's hair was almost completely white, and though his face was the same, calm and kind, a hint of sadness touched his eyes. Ghiyas glanced quickly at Prince Salim, who stood next to the throne. The same sadness appeared to echo through him. So it was true, Ghiyas thought. He had
heard rumors about the emperor's illness and Hakim Hammam. Such things never stayed secret. You have done the empire a great service at Kabul, Akbar said. Ghiyas turned to him. Your Majesty is too kind. I only did my job. Still, Akbar continued, we are pleased with your work. At a sign from Akbar, an attendant came forward, bearing a large gold tray on which reposed a jeweled sword and a garment of honor. Ghiyas knelt. Akbar lifted the jeweled sword in the court and presented them to him. The imperial harem watched the proceedings from an overhead balcony screened from view. As soon as the short ceremony was over, Ruqayya Sultan Begum spoke from behind the screen. Your Majesty, please ask Mirza Beg to send his wife and his daughter Mehrunisa to wait upon us. Akbar looked at Ghiyas. It shall be done, Your Majesty. Ghiyas turned toward the balcony. They will be honored to hear that you have commanded their presence. He moved back to his place in the darbar, glad to be at Lahore again. At the end of the morning audience, the emperor's face crumpled suddenly with fatigue. Ghiyas saw Prince Salim reach out a hand to his father, then withdraw it when Akbar turned away.
It was done so quickly that only a few courtiers saw it happen. The court bowed as the emperor left, followed by Prince Salim. Ghiyas returned home, thinking about the darbar. During the next few weeks he would talk with the other nobles to find out as much as he could about the Hammam incident. Was it true, or just a fabrication by courtiers who did not like Prince Salim? What a burden the crown was, he thought. Kings had always fought brothers and fathers and sons for it.
When Mehrunisa entered Ruqayya's apartments the next morning, a game of chess was in progress between two of Akbar's concubines. A few ladies sat around them in silence, following the game. Incense burned in gold and silver stands, swirling blue smoke around the room and perfuming the air with sandalwood.
Slave girls and eunuchs stood or knelt around other women, offering wine and sherbet, plying peacock feather fans. A bird tweeted, and Mehrunisa turned to the sound. One of the emperor's concubines lay on a divan, elbows propped on a velvet bolster, a yellow and red lovebird perched on her fingers. She made kissing sounds to the bird, and it promptly put its beak forward for a kiss. Its reward was a sliver of almond. The bird chirruped happily
and flapped shorn wings. Mehrunisa turned away, wondering whether she should attract the empress's attention.
Just then, Ruqayya noticed her and beckoned from her divan, where she sat smoking a hookah. Mehrunisa walked slowly to the empress, suddenly feeling shy. She had not seen Ruqayya in 4 years, it seemed a long time. Ruqayya's hair was now liberally sprinkled with grey, and a few more wrinkles creased her round face, but the eyes were the same as ever, dark, lively, darting around the room incessantly.
So you are back, Ruqayya said by way of a greeting.
Yes, Your Majesty. We returned yesterday, Mehrunisa replied, falling back into the relationship as though she had not left. Ruqayya possessed the talent to put everyone at ease, from the most menial servant to Akbar himself. A talent she should learn too, Mehrunisa decided. One day Salim would value her as much because of it.
How was Kabul? I hear your father has distinguished himself there? Mehrunisa opened her mouth to answer, but before she could, a curly-haired little boy toddled into the room and flung himself onto Ruqayya's lap. Ma, sweets, he said peremptorily, stretching out a chubby hand. Mehrunisa looked at him in surprise. Ruqayya had no children, so who was this boy? To be sure, there were hundreds of mothers for every baby born in the Zenna, but she had never before seen any child wrap the autocratic Padshah Begum around his little finger as this one had. Ruqayya's face was wreathed in smiles. She leaned over to the silver dish at her elbow and fed the burfish to the boy herself, unmindful that his sticky fingers were clutching her choli, smearing ghee all over it and her bare midriff. Meet my son, Mehrunisa. Ruqayya smiled at her over the little boy's head. This is Khurram. Your son, Mehrunisa blurted out, unable to stop herself in time.
Yes, he is mine. All mine. Ruqayya wrapped her arms around Khurram. He squirmed in her lap. She kissed the soft curls on his head and let him go. As he ran out of the room, followed by his attendants, she turned to Mehranisa and said defiantly, "I may not have given birth to him, but he is nonetheless my son."
Of course, Your Majesty, Mehranisa mumbled. "Tell me about your stay in Kabul." Ruqayya lay back on the divan and picked up the mouthpiece of the haka. For the next hour, Mehranisa talked in a low voice so as not to disturb the chess players, prodded every now and then by a question from the Empress. Before she left, Ruqayya had returned to her normal good humor. She reached out and touched Mehrunisa's face lightly. "You have turned into a beautiful girl. How old are you now?" Mehrunisa told her, "Well, it's time you got married, my dear. Soon you will be an old maid." The Empress waved her hand in dismissal. "Come tomorrow at the same time."
At home, Mehranisa learned about Khurram from Asmat. He was Salim's third son by his wife Jagat Gosini, and he had lived the last 2 years in Ruqayya's apartments, believing her to be his mother. Akbar had named him Khurram, joy, because his birth had brought much happiness to the court and the aging emperor. Upon his birth, Ruqayya Sultan Begum had demanded custody of Khurram. Akbar, unable to deny his wife anything, commanded that the child be weaned from his mother and put in the care of his Padshah Begum Ruqayya. But why this child, Mehranisa wondered. Salim had other sons, but Ruqayya had wanted this one, born of Salim's second wife, the Iron Princess, the one who had always defied Ruqayya's authority. Even as her mother talked on, Mehranisa smiled to herself. Ruqayya was cruel, merciless, and dangerous. Princess Jagat Gosini should have taken more care to appease her when she had first entered Salim's harem. Now, for her arrogance, her child had been whisked away from her. A few months passed. Mehranisa visited the imperial harem every day after finishing her studies, eagerly leaving her books. Her relationship with the Empress had changed subtly. Ruqayya no longer treated her like a child. She let Mehranisa stay in the room when her stewards came to visit, bringing with them the accounts from all the lands the Empress owned in the empire. "Listen and learn, Mehranisa," she said. "A woman must not be completely reliant on a man, either for money or for love." Ruqayya also began to depend more and more on Mehranisa, especially when it came to Prince Khurram. The Empress guarded the little boy jealously and would allow no one to come too close to him in case they stole his affections. One of the nobleman's wives was his appointed nurse. Each morning, she rose at sunrise and came to the zenana to start her duties, leaving only at night after Khurram had been put to bed. But some days she could not come because of her responsibilities to her husband and children. On those days, the Empress grudgingly let Mehranisa take charge of Khurram, and as time passed, she came to trust her more. The usually level-headed Ruqayya was obsessed with the child, to such a point that his mother, Princess Jagat Gosini, was permitted only brief weekly visits. Mehranisa usually stood to one side and watched as Jagat Gosini came to see her son under Ruqayya's alert scrutiny. The princess ignored Mehranisa, as she did the other waiting women, but finally Mehranisa came face to face with Prince Salim's most influential wife. Khurram had been in a particularly boisterous mood one afternoon. He refused to take his nap and insisted on playing. The Empress's nerves had frayed with his incessant chatter. She sent Khurram out with Mehranisa to the gardens attached to her apartments, with a reminder to keep him in the shade. They sat together on the veranda, watching as the sun made rainbows around a fountain in one corner of the garden. In another corner, a huge peepul spread its dense branches. A few zenana women sat under the peepul, ghagaras gathered over their knees. They were piping henna patterns on their feet and legs, drawing intricate curved designs with the thin black paste. Mehranisa saw one woman lean over to another and bare her shoulders, pushing her choli down her arms. Then, using a cone-shaped leaf filled with henna, she drew a pattern across one shoulder, curved it down into the woman's cleavage, and drew it up the other shoulder. When the henna dried and was washed away, the woman would have a forest of red flowers glowing on her skin. She was one of the emperor's slaves and would dance that night for Akbar, clad in very little but henna designs. The emperor, busy as he was with matters of state, always had time to enjoy his inventive slave girls. For those few minutes they could be rewarded with jewels of unimaginable beauty and value, grants of lands and estates enough to make them comfortable for the rest of their lives. They did not all have Empress Ruqayyah's advantages. Ruqayyah had known Akbar all her life, for they were cousins. They had grown up together, knowing they would marry one day. The Empress never talked of her early days of marriage to the Emperor. Had he looked at her then with lust, perhaps? Had he sought her with a hunger no other woman could satisfy? Or had their relationship always been thus, comfortable, steady, strong, with an implicit trust that nothing could shake? There was only one other woman in Akbar's harem whose intimacy with him came close to Ruqayyah's, Salima Sultan Begum, who was Akbar's uncle Gulrukh's daughter, and who was first cousin to Ruqayyah, too. Akbar was Salima's second husband, and Mihranisa knew, from rumors in the zenana, that Ruqayyah had given her blessings to the marriage. The relationship between the two women was one of utmost friendliness and respect. They had known each other all their lives, too, but there was no jealousy, no spite. They divided Akbar's affections, with a larger part unsaid and unacknowledged, going to Ruqayyah, for she was a wife of longer standing. But unlike Ruqayyah, Mihranisa did not think she could bear to share Salim with anyone else, no matter how well she knew or loved her. Mihranisa watched as Khurram got up and went running to a flower bed. He picked up a stick and began digging around the poppies, throwing clumps of dirt over his shoulder. She looked down at her hands, bare of henna. On her wedding day, she too would have designs on them. And one day, she would dress her body in henna for Salim. She flushed and put her hands behind her back. A shower of dirt fell over her, and she looked up. Prince Khurram was still digging furiously in the dirt. He howled when she rushed over and tried to pick him up. "Let me go, Nisa. Let me go, I command you. Your Highness, please, you cannot play in the dirt. You know it is forbidden. Please come back to the veranda." "No," he yelled again, screwing up his small face to cry. Mihranisa set him down hurriedly. Khurram's cries would wake the whole zenana. "All right, let us do something else. What would you like to do? Play a game with me, Nisa. Anything to keep him from bawling." "What shall we play, Your Highness?" "Hide and seek," Khurram said promptly. "I go hide." Mihranisa groaned. Khurram's idea of hide and seek was to crawl behind the short hedges lining the stone pathways or climb the big chena trees in the courtyard, anything that would get him dirty. And would get her dirty too, she thought ruefully, glancing down at her impeccably washed and ironed ghagara and choli. But she had to obey him. He was the prince. "I shall count to 50. Go hide, Your Highness." Mihranisa turned to one of the pillars, leaned her head against the cool marble, closed her eyes and started counting. 48, 49, 50. "Ready." "Yes," a little voice piped up. Mihranisa smiled when she saw the heron's feather on Khurram's turban bobbing along the hedge to her right. She went down on her hands and knees on the opposite side and started crawling, calling out as she went, "Where are you, Your Highness?" A few minutes later she was hot and filthy. Her ghagara had grass stains, her hair had escaped from its pins and clung damply to her forehead. Mihranisa wiped her sweating face, leaving a streak of dirt on her cheek. She would have to pretend to search for him a little longer, she thought, dragging herself along the damp grass. Khurram giggled, and Mihranisa turned to peer at him through the hedge. When she turned back, she first saw a pair of feet clad in jeweled kid leather slippers. Her gaze traveled slowly upward, taking in the pearl-studded pale blue ghagara, jeweled hands clasped in front, thin muslin veil billowing in the breeze. The woman's face was classic in its beauty. Her complexion was a rich brown, her eyes a glittering ebony under bow-arched eyebrows, her mouth well-formed, the whole was set off by high cheekbones. Mihranisa scrambled to her feet in a hurry, almost tripping over her long skirts. "Your Highness, I did not see you coming." "Obviously," Jagat Gosini said. "Who are you? Who are you?" Both turned to see Prince Khurram standing up on the other side, his plump arms resting on his hips. Mehranisa smiled involuntarily. It was a pose Ruqayya often adopted when she was irritated. She turned to look at Jagat Goswami. A look of pain crossed Jagat Goswami's face for an instant. Then she drew herself up and said, "I am Princess Jagat Goswami." Princess Jagat Goswami, not your mother, Mehranisa noted wryly. What was she doing here, anyway? Ruqayya would be furious to hear of an unannounced visit. Khurram, absolutely indifferent, pointed imperiously to the arched exit of the gardens. "Go away. I am playing with Nisa. I have come to see you, Khurram." Jagat Goswami lifted her skirts and skipped over the hedge. When she had crossed the stone pathway, she put out a hand. Khurram dodged her outstretched hand and ran across to Mehranisa. He clutched the skirt of her ghagara and said, "Go away, or I shall tell my ma." "No, please, I shall go." Her eyes lifted with a malevolent glance to Mehranisa. "You are to say nothing of this to the Empress, do you understand?" "Yes, Your Highness," Mehranisa murmured. "Who are you? Where is Khurram's nurse?" "Mirza Ghias Beg as my father, Your Highness." "Oh," the well-shaped eyebrows lifted. "I have not heard of your father. Send for Khurram's nurse immediately." Mehranisa's face grew hot. She took a deep breath to steady herself and chose her words carefully. "Your Highness, the Empress will send for us as soon as her nap is over. We must go inside now." Jagat Goswami nodded. "Remember, not a word to the Empress." She held up a warning finger. "If you say anything, I will make your life miserable." "I can only obey Your Highness's commands," Mehranisa said. She let her hand fall to caress Khurram's curly head and watched warily as Jagat Goswami's face twisted with hatred and grief. Any brief sympathy she might have felt for Jagat Goswami had vanished with those unfeeling words. The princess might not know who her father was, but she would remember Mehranisa. Khurram clung even tighter to her legs, and Mehranisa bent to pick him up. He put his head on her shoulder and watched his mother with curious eyes. The princess turned around and stalked out of the gardens. Mehranisa drew Khurram to the shade of a neem tree and sat down. The prince laid his head in her lap and soon fell asleep. Mehranisa stared at the haze dancing over the bright yellow sunflowers. She had finally talked to Salim's second wife. It was said in the Zenana that Jagat Goswami was very powerful in Salim's harem, that she had the prince under her thumb. But she was certainly too arrogant and lacking in common courtesy. Perhaps she could change all that, Mehranisa thought slowly. So far, Salim had not seen her since their return from Kabul. He came to Ruqayya's apartments only once a month, in the evenings after she had left to go home. And she herself had been in no hurry to meet the prince, either. For the past few months, Mehranisa had watched and learned about the workings of the harem from the Zenana ladies. She had political conversations with her father at the end of his day's work. She talked with her mother when she visited other palaces in the imperial harem, and all the time she absorbed information about Zenana life, Salim's likes and dislikes, and the situation at court. Ghias, impulsive most of the time, had yet managed to impart some of his patience to his daughter, which she used with a supreme confidence in her abilities. But now the time had come to captivate the prince, Mehranisa thought, goaded into action by Jagat Goswami's cruel words. She glanced at her reflection in the nearby pool. Many people had told her she was beautiful, but would that be enough for Salim? Her brows came together in thought as she picked a blade of grass and ran her fingers over it. She looked over at the women under the peepul tree. The slave girl now had her entire back and the backs of her legs covered with henna designs. She lay on her stomach, her arms spread out, letting the black paste dry on her body. It was power. These women knew how to have it and to hold it. From Ruqayya she had learned the value of conversation, of exuding comfort. In these other women of the harem, Mehranisa had seen the assurance that only physical beauty can provide. 10 minutes later, she smiled and looked down at the curly head in her lap. Perhaps Jagat Goswami would be more careful when both her husband and her son were at Mehranisa's feet. Even Asmehrunisa sat dreaming in the imperial gardens. Ali Kuli Khan Istajru was announced to the emperor in the Diwan-i-Am. He entered the hall of public audience slowly and bowed low as he reached the throne, the back of his right hand touching the floor. He then raised his hand up to his forehead until he stood erect in front of Akbar. As the emperor inclined his head, Ali Quli glanced surreptitiously at the Khan-i-Khanan, the commander-in-chief of Akbar's army, and his mentor at court. Abdur Rahim nodded. Ali Quli had performed the taslim well. Ali Quli was new to Akbar's court. Like Ghiyas Beg, he had fled from Persia to India, but after the assassination of Shah Ismail II in 1578. Ali Quli had been a Safachi, a table attendant to the Shah. But even then he had known that was not his calling. Being a warrior was. He reached Multan and joined the forces of the Khan-i-Khanan, who was then on his way down the Indus to lay siege to the king of Thatta, Mirza Jani Beg. After 6 months of hard fighting, Thatta surrendered to the imperial forces, and Ali Quli distinguished himself in the battle. Abdur Rahim, much impressed by Ali Quli's valor, had promised him an introduction at court. Now the soldier stood in the august presence of the great emperor. "Is this the brave soldier you have told us so much about, Abdur Rahim?" Akbar asked. "Yes, your majesty." Akbar looked at Ali Quli. He was in his early 30s, tall, broad-shouldered, and strong, his skin ravaged by countless suns, a fearless look in his eyes. "We are pleased with your dedication and loyalty to the throne," Akbar said. An attendant brought Ali Quli the robe of honor and a jeweled sword. Akbar also granted him a small mansab of 200 cavalry and infantry. Overwhelmed by the imperial gifts, Ali Quli fell to his knees and thanked the emperor.
Akbar was pleased. "We have yet more honors to bestow upon you, Ali Quli. We hope you will remain with the imperial army for many more years." "I will, your majesty," Ali Quli said fervently. He bowed again and backed out of the diwan. "I am."
The emperor thoughtfully watched him leave. He knew many men like the young Persian, brave, adventurous, though essentially restless. Abdur Rahim, a man not usually given to effusiveness, had been profuse in praise of the young man. But how much longer would Ali Quli serve his crown? The soldier needed stability, an anchor that would keep him in the Mughal Empire. Marriage would provide that anchor. Akbar's eyes roamed over the silent assembly. Which of his courtiers had a daughter who would make a suitable bride for the Persian soldier? The emperor's gaze passed over, returned, and finally rested on one man. He searched through his vast memory for details of the courtier's family. Then Akbar nodded happily, well pleased with himself. It would be a good match. Later that afternoon, he would talk to his Padshah Begum Ruqayya. She would tell him whether he had made the right decision. The emperor was looking at Ghiyas Beg. For the daughter, who had been born to Ifs in the desert, was educated with the utmost care and attention. In music, in dancing, in poetry, in painting, she had no equal among her sex. Her disposition was volatile, her wit lively and satirical, her spirit lofty and uncontrolled. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan, Mirza Ghiyas Beg, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Akbar, commands your presence, the Mir Tozak, Master of Ceremonies, intoned. Court was in session at the Diwan-i-Khas, the hall of private audience. Ghiyas came forward and performed the Cornish, placing the palm of his right hand on his head and bowing to the emperor. The Cornish indicated that the Salua placed his head in the hand of humility and gave it to the royal assembly, showing his readiness to obey any service demanded of him. Ghiyas straightened up and remained standing. No one was given the privilege of sitting in the emperor's presence, and Ghiyas would have considered it sacrilegious to do so. "Mirza Beg, we have called you here for a special purpose. Your wish is my command, Padshah. Do you have a daughter of marriageable age?" Ghiyas looked at Akbar in surprise. "Her name is Meraniza, your majesty," Ruqayya called out from behind the screen. "Ah, yes, Meraniza. It is a good name," Akbar said. He turned to Ghiyas. "There is a brave young man at court named Ali Quli Khan." "I remember the soldier well, your majesty," Ghiyas replied cautiously. So this was why the emperor had commanded his presence. "We have decided to honor him, Ghiyas. And what better way to do so than to give him the hand of your daughter in marriage? It will be a good alliance. You are both Persian and share the same ancestry and history. We wish for the marriage to take place. Yes, Your Majesty. He knew that the emperor's wishes were as good as a command. There was nothing to do but agree. His search for an appropriate bridegroom for his darling Meranizer was over. Ali Kuli had impressed Gears on the day he had been presented at court. Pushing aside doubts that suddenly and involuntarily came rushing to his mind, Gears bowed his head. I shall immediately start proceedings for the marriage, Your Majesty. Ghis rode home in the gathering dusk, thinking of his audience with the emperor. As his horse ambled down the well-known path home, Gears let his mind wander again as it had done all day since his morning audience with the emperor. He did not doubt the matter had been instigated, at least in part, by the Padshah Begum Ruqayya. She had betrayed her interest by speaking up in court. Surely the empress would want the best for his daughter. Around Gears, the twilight was tinted grey-blue with smoke from cooking fires. The spicy tang of wood smoke brought sudden memories of the day he had stood at the base of the tree where he had left Meranizer, thinking he would never see his daughter again. Now, after all these years, she was to leave him again. The evening call for prayer, the fourth of the day, rang from atop the mosques around Lahore as Gears entered the front courtyard of his house. In an inner courtyard, Asmat and their children were already on their knees, facing west toward Makkah. Gears dismounted, threw the reins to the waiting groom, and hurried in to join them. They lifted their hands in prayer and silently mouthed the sacred verses, bowing to the ground at the end. Gears watched as Meranizer, Khadija, Maneja, and Shahpur rose from their knees and walked inside the house. Darkness was falling fast, and the servants moved around noiselessly, lighting oil lamps inside the house and in the courtyard. He called out to Asmat. She came to him, the bells of her anklets jingling as she walked. Why were you late today? The call for prayer has already been made. I had an interesting audience with the emperor. Asmat looked at him questioningly. He has commanded our daughter for Ali Kuli. Asmat sat down on the stone bench in the garden. Who is he? A soldier, a very brave soldier, who helped the Khan-i Khanan in his conquest of Thatta. Gears hesitated before adding, Ali Kuli is from Persia, like us, and he was a Safachi to Shah Ismail II. Asmat's eyebrows met in a frown. She was silent for some time, and then said slowly, then he must be considerably older than Meranizer. Asmat, the emperor has commanded us. Gears took her hand. I saw Ali Kuli presented at court. He has distinguished himself in battle and is now a favorite of the emperor. By asking for Meranizer, the emperor is doing us a great honor. He wants the two Persian families to be united. But a common soldier, Gears, Asmat protested. What would he know of the classics, and poetry, and music? Would he be the right choice for a daughter we have so carefully reared, one who is so proficient in the literary arts, so well educated and so delicate? Asmat. Gears turned to her. It will be a good alliance. I am sure Ali Kuli will be kind to Meranizer, that he will look after her well. What more can we ask of our Rishta? Asmat pulled her hand out of his, her face flaming with anger. Listen to yourself, Gears. Is this what we wanted for Meranizer? Is this what we have talked about? Are you so blind to your daughter's needs that you cannot see this will not be a good alliance? It is your responsibility to make sure she is happy. Enough, Gears roared. Send Meranizer to me now. Asmat rose and stood looking down at her husband. Her voice was quiet. Do not raise your voice at me, Gears. I have never gone against your wishes before in all the years we have been married. But to send our child away to such a home. ... Quote. Gears put his arms around her and pulled her to him, his head against her stomach. The scent of musk enveloped him. I am sorry. His voice was muffled. He raised his head to look at Asmat. But she looked away from him, her arms held stiffly at her sides. She had voiced a concern he had not dared even to think about, and he had shouted at her for it. You know that I cannot disobey the emperor. Ali Kuli is to be our son-in-law, and we must start treating him with the respect he deserves. Send Merenizer to me. Asmat nodded and moved away from the circle of his arms. It will be as you say, my lord. Deeply angry, she went into the house. Was it for this Merenizer had come back to them? Even as this thought came to her mind, she knew that what Giyas said was true. The moment Akbar had expressed a wish for a union between Merenizer and Ali Kuli, the matter had been decided. There was nothing Giyas could do. Neither of the two families would dare refuse the emperor. Still, a soldier for Merenizer. Mehrunisa walked slowly toward her father. He sat with his face in a shadow, a thoughtful expression on his brow. She stopped a few paces away, wondering why he had called for her. Her mother had seemed upset, barely looking at her when she gave Merenizer the message from Giyas. Her eyes had been bright, as if she were crying. Merenizer stepped up to Giyas and put a hand on his shoulder. Bapa, you are here, beta. Giyas turned and caught her hand. He patted the bench next to him. Come, sit down. I have something very important to tell you. Merenizer sat down and looked into his face. Giyas was smiling, but his smile seemed too forced, it did not reach his eyes. A feeling of dread rose in her, and she tried to shake it off. Merenizer, I have found a bridegroom for you, Giyas said abruptly. Oh, her hands left her lap to grasp the edge of the bench, her fingers clutching, slipping against the smooth stone. This could not be happening. Was she to be married already? What of Salim? He is a very handsome man, a brave soldier, a prince among princes. Merenizer glanced up quickly, hope filling her. A prince, surely, Giyas could not be talking of. His name is Ali Kuli Khan Istajlu. Like us, he is from Persia. It is our good fortune that the emperor himself has commanded this marriage. We are again given an opportunity to serve him. Quote. Giyas continued in the same vein, but Merenizer heard him no more. She stared unseeingly into the darkening garden. She was to be married to a common soldier. Gone were the dreams of being an empress, of ruling the great Mughal empire. How absurd her fantasies had been. They had been childhood dreams, better left in childhood. Somewhere, far away, she could hear the lamplighters greeting each other in the street. The once pleasant perfume from the opening Rat Ki Rani, queen of the night flowers, now hung stifling in the humid night air. The crickets had begun their incessant chirping, sounding unnaturally loud in the silent courtyard. Her father droned on in the background. Merenizer. She was suddenly aware that Giyas had finished talking and was looking at her expectantly. You have not said anything, my dear. Can I say no? Giyas frowned. Have you been talking with your mother? What does Maji have to do with this? I am the one who is to be married to a soldier, Merenizer said bitterly. Why could it not be Salim? Giyas stared at her until she lowered her eyes. It would seem I was too indulgent with you, Nisa, have given you too many liberties. But in this matter there will be no argument. It is not your choice who you marry. I am telling you of the rishta, most fathers would not even have done this. With every word, Merenizer felt shame and guilt flood over her. She had addressed her Bapa without respect. Giyas had never before spoken to her like this, he always hid his anger well. I shall do whatever you want. Don't you want to know more about your bridegroom, my dear? Giyas asked. She shook her head. No. A flash of pain crossed Giyas's features, so Merenizer forced a smile on her face and added, I do want to know, Bapa. Perhaps later. All this, it is so sudden. Giyas leaned over and kissed her forehead. Yes. It is not every day a girl gets such a wonderful proposal of marriage. We are very lucky, beta. He drew back. Now go see that dinner is readied. I am hungry. Merenizer wanted to fling her arms around her father's neck and plead with him. Was it decided already? Just like that. Was the rishta fixed? Was there no turning back from it? When she looked at her father, his expression was forbidding. She could ask other questions about her husband-to-be, but not these. She rose tiredly from the bench. Her father's voice stopped her. You can tell your Maji that I will call upon Ali Kuli tomorrow to discuss the marriage. Yes, Bapa. Merenizer stumbled to the veranda in a daze, her heart filling with despair. She turned back to glance at her father. Gears sat motionless on the bench, his shoulders hunched, a dissatisfied look on his face. The next day, Merenizer went to the royal palace as usual to pay her respects to Ruqayya Sultan Begum. It seemed everyone knew of her pending engagement to Ali Kuli. The guards at the Zenana gate, tough Kashmiri ladies, smiled at her knowingly. The eunuchs giggled and called out Ali Kuli's name as she walked through the courtyard, and the slave girls smirked as she passed. Merenizer ignored all the well-meant jibes and went swiftly to the Padshah Begum's palace. Ruqayya was being attended to by 3 slave girls, who were massaging her body with perfumed oils. "So, what do you think of your bridegroom?" Ruqayya demanded, lifting herself on an elbow. "I have not seen him yet, Your Majesty." "Of course not. No self-respecting girl sees her husband before the engagement. But tell me, what do you think of my choice?" "Your choice, Your Majesty." Merenizer lifted surprised eyes at the Empress. "Yes." Ruqayya laughed with abandon, her plump face round with glee. "Have I not made a good selection?" "Yes, Your Majesty," she replied in a low voice. So the Empress was behind the decision. Why? And why had Ruqayya not told her of this earlier? "It is high time you got married, my dear. Ali Kuli is a little older than you are, but he will mold you into the perfect wife. And he is a soldier. Perhaps when he goes on campaign, he will leave you here with me," Ruqayya said. Now Merenizer knew why Ruqayya had made such a choice. Her instincts, although charitable, were also somewhat selfish. "I shall always be at your command, Your Majesty." "Yes." Ruqayya lay back and closed her eyes. She reached out for Merenizer's hand. "Now you shall always be with me. It is a good rishta, Merenizer. The Emperor himself wants it." "I thought you..." Merenizer started. "What the Emperor wants, I want." Ruqayya looked hard at her. "Are you unhappy? Is there someone else your heart fancies?" "No, Your Majesty." "Of course not," Merenizer said quickly, turning away. Ruqayya's sharp gaze burned through her back. The Empress was very shrewd. "Merenizer," Ruqayya said gently. "This is for the best." Merenizer said nothing, busying herself with folding a veil that lay nearby. Ruqayya would never guess. It was unthinkable to the Empress that Merenizer would want Prince Salim. A few days later, May Banu, wife of the Khan-i Khanan Abdur Rahim, standing in as Ali Kuli's mother, came to Giyas Beg's house with gifts for the bride and her family. Servants brought in brass trays loaded with silks, satins, and jewels of all kinds. Merenizer sat through the engagement ceremony in a stupor, a gold zari embroidered pink veil covering her face. One look at her future husband had been enough. Ali Kuli had come striding into the room full of battlefield bravado. He was a tall man, much taller than her father, but to see them side by side, one would think they were the same age. Ali Kuli was only 6 years younger than Giyas. But there the resemblance ended. Ali Kuli was every inch a soldier, from his sunburned skin, unkempt beard, and harsh laugh to his clenched hands more used to holding a mace or sword than a book of poems. She watched her dreams slipping away as Giyas Beg solemnly promised to wed her to the brave soldier Ali Kuli Khan Istajlu. All through the ceremony her father studiously kept his gaze from meeting hers. Prince Salim lifted his turban and wiped his forehead with a camphor-doused handkerchief. There was not even the slightest breeze. He put a hand up to shade his eyes and looked at the sun. 2 o'clock, the middle of the afternoon. He closed his eyes wearily. Why had he allowed himself to be persuaded into this? "We shall be there soon, Your Highness." Salim turned to Jagat Gosini. "Why couldn't you have chosen the evening? It is much cooler then." "Now is the best time, my lord. Her Majesty, Ruqayya Sultan Begum, will be taking her nap, and we can spend some time alone with our son." "All right," Salim mumbled, dragging his feet. He had drunk too much wine in the morning as usual and was feeling queasy in the heat. His head ached. The attendants who followed the royal couple were talking too loudly, their laughter grated on his nerves. He would not have agreed to his wife's suggestion if the emperor himself had not hinted that he was being remiss in his fatherly duties. Salim grimaced. The emperor was not as quick to point out his responsibilities to his other two sons, Khusrau and Parvez, only to Khurram. For it was Khurram whom Akbar saw most often, since he spent most of his time in Ruqayya's apartments. Since Akbar's near-fatal brush with Khalid 2 years earlier, the emperor could hardly look at Salim without suspicion. And though Salim felt remorse every time he considered that his father might have died as a result of Humam's overzealousness, discontent still plagued him. He still had an undeniable, deep yearning to feel the weight of the crown on his head. Salim tried to be with his father and learn from him, but between them hung the slivered threads of a shattered relationship, fragile as a broken cobweb. Between them also were Salim's courtiers Mahabat, Kutubuddin, Saeed, men he had known since childhood, men he had known better than his own father. It was hard to resist them, or their influence. Salim's shoulders slouched as the entourage entered the silent courtyard outside Ruqayya's apartments. He caught the flutter of white muslin through the corner of his eye and stopped short, lifting his head for a better look. Ya Allah! Was he in paradise? Words from the holy book came unbidden to his mind. The believers shall find themselves reclining upon couches lined with brocade, the fruits of the garden nigh to gather, and will find therein maidens restraining their glances, untouched before them by any man or jinn, lovely as rubies, beautiful as coral. She was all that and more. He stared at her, his gaze riveted, everything else fading around her. His attendants, chattering among themselves, fell silent, and glanced at him with curiosity. Jagat Gosini lifted a hand to Salim's arm, but he was already moving forward, leaving her standing under the wide stone arch. Salim tiptoed into the courtyard. He was afraid to make any sudden movement, afraid that she would fly away, and he would wake to find it all a dream. The girl sat on the edge of a goldfish pond, her feet dangling in the water. It was a heat-smothered day, but the courtyard was cool. The stone floor was chilled by a running stream of water underneath, falling into pools dispersed artistically around the courtyard. Lotus flowers and lilies bloomed white and red in the reservoirs, and huge banyan trees provided shade. The hush was broken by the soothing drone of bees and the musical tinkle of water rushing through the channels. Salim moved forward softly until he was by her side. He stood looking down at a glossy black head of hair and long eyelashes against a porcelain smooth cheek. A pink rose lay against her nape, its stem lost in her hair. It perfumed the air around them. "Who are you, beautiful lady?" Mendanizer looked up, startled. Salim fell headlong in love with a pair of surprised blue eyes. Mendanizer rose hastily, splashing water on Salim. A deep flush spread over her face and neck as she stood before him, slim and proud, her back straight. Salim looked her over from the top of her head to her feet, the nails painted red with henna and still wet from the pool. His gaze moved slowly up, skirting the pleats of her long ghagara, spangled with shimmering white stars, past her waist hidden under the folds of a white chiffon veil, over the curve of her shoulders. Blood rushed to his ears as he saw the pulse fluttering at the slender throat partially hidden under a shroud of hair. "I beg pardon, Your Highness," Mendanizer said in a low voice, so low that Salim had to strain his ears to catch the words. The musical tones enchanted him even more. He reached for her hand, but she pulled away from him, turning her face as she did so. "Don't you know who I am?" he demanded. "Yes, sire. Your Highness." Jagat Gosini came up to Salim, her face set in unyielding lines. "Who is she?" Salim asked, still looking at Mendanizer. She had turned back to him now. "The daughter of some lowly courtier, I believe," Jagat Gosini said. "Who is your father, girl?" The two women stared at each other, neither willing to break eye contact. Mendanizer smiled, a quick curving of her lips. "But Your Highness knows who I am. We met once in these gardens." "Did we?" the princess said disdainfully. "I do not remember." "Ah, but you must remember, Your Highness." Mendanizer's voice was brittle, each word enunciated carefully. Again that insult to her Bapa. Somewhere in her mind was the advice of caution, of not speaking rashly to Jagat Gosini. But anger overcame all that advice. I look after Prince Khurram, Empress Ruqayya's son.
My son. Mehrunisa turned toward Ruqayya's apartments, the windows shaded under the banyan. Yes, forgive me. Your son, of course. It's only that he calls the Empress Ma.
Salim watched this interchange in bewilderment, looking from Mehrunisa to Jagat Gosini. An admiration rose in him for this beautiful woman who sparred so brilliantly with his wife. She had courage. Few people dared to talk with his second wife in this manner. Who was she? How had he not seen her before?
He said quietly to Jagat Gosini, "Leave us, my dear. I wish to talk with her." Jagat Gosini flushed and drew herself up. "We must go to our son now, Your Highness. Go. I will meet you later." But the princess stood where she was. Salim nodded with a sigh, realizing what he had just said to her. He watched as Mehrunisa bowed to both of them and turned to leave. "What is your name?" Mehrunisa shook her head and walked away from them.
Salim took a step toward her, then stopped, torn between her and Jagat Gosini. He would find her again. Every woman in the royal zenana was accounted for. If she was not a member of the harem, the guards would know who she was and where she came from. A petal from the rose in her hair lay on the ground. Salim bent and picked it up, cradling it in the palm of his hand as though it were a precious jewel.
The petal fell from Salim's hand into the pool. He watched as a goldfish came to nibble at it curiously. "We must go in, Your Highness." Jagat Gosini's voice was quiet. Salim turned to her. "Was it wise to argue like that with the daughter of a lowly nobleman? Jagat, you are a royal princess. You should know better. Why do you defend her? Who is she to you? You do not even know her name," she cried, her voice trembling with outrage. Salim rubbed his jaw, watching his wife's distraught face. "This is interesting, my dear. I wonder why you are so upset with a woman you don't even know. Come, let us go see Khurram."
Khurram was not delighted to see his parents. He had been waked from his afternoon nap to be paraded in front of near strangers, and as a consequence he was irritable and noisy. Salim sat in Ruqayya's apartments in a stupor, thinking only of Mehrunisa. He did not notice his wife glancing at him thoughtfully from time to time.
Finally, in the evening, he went back to his own apartments, and there he found out her name from Hoshiar Khan. He said it aloud to himself, elongating the R sensually. Mehrunisa, he thought. Surely she was the sun of women. What woman could outshine her beauty? That evening, Jagat Gosini surpassed herself in providing entertainment for her lord. The best Noch girls were sent for, and they danced superbly, swaying and undulating seductively in front of the prince. Driven to a frenzy by his one glimpse of Mehrunisa, Salim groped and grabbed at the girls, thinking one, then the other, to be the angel of the morning. All the while Jagat Gosini watched, filled his cup with proper wifely concern, and made sure that the prince's haka had enough opium. By midnight, Salim was so muddled he could not even recall Mehrunisa's face. An hour later, he toppled over from the divan and sprawled out on the floor, asleep before he hit the rug. The music stopped, the lamps were extinguished, and a cool cotton sheet was brought to cover the sleeping prince. Princess Jagat Gosini stopped at the door of the reception hall and held up her lantern. She was still furious with Mehrunisa. The girl had belittled her, behaved beyond her station in life. What was she trying to do now? Wasn't it enough that she had the care of Khurram? Did she want Salim too? Dread, cold as a winter night, crept over her when she thought of how Salim had looked at Mehrunisa. He had been oblivious to everything else around him. The princess shivered. Nothing would come of this meeting today, she promised herself. She turned and went out, plunging the room in darkness. 5 When his eyes seemed to devour her, she, as by accident, dropped her veil, and shone upon him, at once, with all her charms. The confusion, which she could well feign on the occasion, heightened the beauty of her face. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan. A breeze whispered through the garden, rustling long-fingered leaves on the mango trees. The muslin curtains on the window rippled inward gently, letting a shaft of moonlight into the room.
Somewhere in the distance, a hyena howled at the white orb suspended in the midnight sky. In her bed, Miranizer lay awake, staring at the grey and black shadows on the ceiling. Khadija slept next to her, her back against Miranizer's shoulder, her presence comforting in the narrow bed. In the cobbled street beyond the gardens, there was the sound of a horse's hooves. An owl hooted softly from its perch on the mango tree, its keen eyes searching the garden for mice.
Mehrunisa's thoughts crowded out the sounds and the smells of the summer night. For the first time, she had come face to face with Salim.
There was an aura of royalty around him. It was there in his rich silk kaba embroidered with rubies, the thick rope of precious white pearls around his neck, the gorgeous aigrette with an emerald on his turban, the diamonds on his fingers and on the buckles of his shoes, all as glorious as the sun that shone upon them in the courtyard. And more than that, Miranizer thought, was Salim's princely bearing. His tone, his manner, had been gentle and polite.
The setting had been perfect. She couldn't have planned it better herself. This was how she had dreamed Salim and she would meet. He had even looked at her with the wonder and awe she had imagined in her plans to captivate the prince. Mehrunisa sighed and turned over, trying to find a comfortable spot on the bed. She had finally captured Salim's attention. But why now? After she was already committed to another man? How different they were from each other. In her mind, since she was 8, she had painted Salim in splendid colors.
He was kind, he was charming, he was passionate, and she thought he was all of those things, even in the brief meeting. For he had wanted to send Jagat Gosini away that he could talk with her. A feeling of triumph rose in Miranizer because the arrogant princess had been insulted with quiet finesse by Salim. So he did not like her, either. That was another thing they had in common. She had been thinking of Ali Kuli when Salim came upon her. She could not imagine the life she was to have with him. A soldier's wife, perhaps always alone at home, waiting for him to return from his campaigns, never knowing when he left whether he would live or die. Then, that brief moment when time seemed to stop, and she looked up at Salim. As day broke over the city of Lahore, Miranizer finally fell asleep, her dreams colored by Salim, his charming smile, and above all his royal majesty. At home, preparations were being made for her wedding to Ali Kuli. When there was an event in the house, custom came home. The nobleman had no need to go in search of it. Cloth merchants came with their wares, spreading out bolt after bolt of silks, muslins, and brocades in reds and blues and greens. The next morning, Miranizer sat with Asmat in the front room as the merchants whipped out fabric in clouds around them. "This one, Sahiba," they said. "Your daughter will look like a princess in blue to match her eyes." Asmat and Miranizer smiled at each other under their veils. How did they know of the color of her eyes? From the servants. Over the next few days jewelers came, too, velvet boxes bound tightly in white cloth, to lay out the gold and silver necklaces, anklets, headpieces, earrings, bangles. "Do you like this pattern, Sahiba? Or this one? Any design, only 2 days to make." The bawarchis came to hire themselves for the 3 days with samples of their cooking, golden wheat halwa sprinkled with saffron and sugar, lamb and chicken pulavs scattered with sultanas, rust-colored gulab jamuns, plump with sugar syrup, rich brown goat gravy curries, and slivers of roasted silver fish, marinated in lime and garlic. Through all this, Miranizer waited for Salim to call for her, never really believing that she would marry Ali Kuli. After the first day passed, she told herself that it was only one day. Surely he had to find out who she was, whose daughter she was. The next day, each time the servants went to answer the front door, she expected to see a guard or eunuch from the royal palace. Then she realized that of course he could not call for her. Etiquette must be followed. He would talk with Emperor Akbar, and Akbar would call for her Bapa, and Bapa must talk to her. So she waited for Gears to come home from court each evening. How would Bapa approach the subject? Would he be ecstatic? Of course he would be ecstatic. His daughter would marry Prince Salim. It would be an unexpected honor for him, for all of them, through her. The days passed thus, sluggishly, every minute straining to eternity. Bapa did not come home looking especially happy. No summons came from Salim. Her hopes died slowly, crushed and withering as time went by. The wedding preparations went on as usual. Miserable, she did not go to the imperial harem to visit the empress. 2 weeks after the meeting with Salim, Ruqayya Sultan Begum sent an impatient summons. When Mehranisa arrived at the palace, the Padshah Begum scolded her soundly. "Why did you not come to visit me before, child?" Mehranisa stood silent, with her head bowed. "Is it because of Salim?" She lifted eyes to her. No doubt Ruqayya had heard of the encounter through Salim's retinue, for she herself had not breathed a word of it to anyone. "Oh, yes, I know," Ruqayya said sharply in response to Mehranisa's unasked question. Then her tone softened. "Come here, child." Mehranisa sat down near the empress. "Salim was naturally enamored of you. But believe me, he thinks of it no more. His memory is very short, for some things. And if he saw you again, he would not remember." Mehranisa's heart sank. Was what Ruqayya said true? It must be. That was why Salim had not called for her, not because he was busy with other things, but because he simply did not remember. "There is nothing you can do, my dear," Ruqayya continued. "Remember that you are promised to another man." Ruqayya put a finger under her chin and tilted her face. "His Majesty would never sanction a breakup of your engagement. Never. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Mehranisa said in a low voice. She turned her face away from Ruqayya. What use were all these admonitions? All that mattered was that Salim did not want her. The Empress clicked her tongue and looked hard at her. "Somehow, I do not believe that you do. Be careful, Mehranisa. Your family's honor depends upon you." The Meena Bazaar was in full swing at the royal palace. For 3 days every month, the harem palaces were thrown open to traders and merchants, who were allowed to set up stalls to display their wares. Since the ladies of the Zenana went unveiled to the Meena Bazaar, only women were allowed to sell the goods. The merchants sent their wives and daughters to keep shop on their behalf. The ladies of the imperial Zenana shopped, haggled, and bargained to their heart's content, and the emperor joined them in their activities. The bazaar gave the harem ladies a sense of freedom and much pleasure, so Akbar named the event Khushroz, Days of Joy. Prince Salim swayed from side to side in his corner of the Meena Bazaar, his eyes dull. He stretched himself and flexed his arms. A shout of laughter came from a jewelry stall, and Salim turned toward the sound, more out of reflex than curiosity. The emperor stood there, his arms around 2 pretty concubines, who were squealing with laughter as the lady of the stall tried to haggle with him for a pair of emerald bracelets. Salim's wives stood near him, gazing wistfully at the gaily festooned stalls. The prince gave them an irritable glance and then called to the chief eunuch of his harem. "Koshiyar, go with my wives and help them select some satin and gold cloth." "Yes, Your Highness." Koshiyar Khan bowed, turned, and raised his hand to guide Salim's wives, his face impassive. He looked thoughtfully at the prince, wondering at his listlessness. The prince had not been himself for a few weeks now, not since his encounter with the girl in Empress Ruqayya's apartments. Koshiyar made sure to keep himself informed. Through his acquisition of knowledge, he had worked his way up the ranks to his current position with cunning and a ruthlessness that helped him get rid of any rivals. In the Zenana, the ladies treated him with respect and a little fear, for anything Hoshiyar knew to their detriment invariably found its way to Jagat Gosini. Koshiyar bowed to only one woman, the woman who ruled Salim's harem, Princess Jagat Gosini. He was her eyes and ears outside the walls of the harem, within it, her right-hand man. Intelligent creature that he was, Hoshiyar recognized intelligence in the princess and never tried to undermine her in any way. She would make a powerful enemy. Now she worried about Mehranisa. Why? Salim seemed to have forgotten her, but not completely. He was floundering, grasping for something out of his reach. And not really knowing what it was. "Oh, and take the others with you. I wish to be alone," the prince said. The servants scampered off with glee. Salim turned slowly and walked toward the gardens. On the way, a vendor yelled out to him, "Your Highness, look at these beautiful birds." A young girl sat at a stall surrounded by brass cages, each containing a variety of colored birds. She was quite pretty, her coarse features brightened by her smile. Salim eyed her with appreciation. Taking advantage of his interest, she brought forward a myna with a bright yellow bill. "Now isn't that pretty, Your Highness?" she tried to cajole, stammering as she did so. Salim grinned, watching her bravado disappear. She had been bold in calling to him, but now that he stood in front of her, she was suddenly shy. "How much?" "A special price for you, Hazur." She batted her eyelashes becomingly. "Just 5 rupees. 3, Salim said, smiling. "Oh, Hazur," the vendor sighed, putting away the cage. "I wish I could sell it to you for 3 rupees, but the cost of living is so high." Quote. She suddenly brightened. "I will take 4 for it." "Only if you throw in the 2 pigeons," Salim said, pointing at 2 pristine and speckled Persian pigeons. "Done." Salim brought out 4 silver rupees from his cummerbund and handed them to the girl. He wanted to give her more for such a fine performance, but it would spoil their little game. He looked around for Hoshiar, who as usual was not far from his side, despite Salim's order to go wait on his wives. He handed the myna to Hoshiar, took out the Persian pigeons, and held them to his chest. They cooed softly in his arms. He rubbed his cheek against their feathers and descended the stone steps into the garden. The noise from the bazaar seemed to fade away. The green lawn stretched out in front of him, luminous with morning dew. Bees droned over the flowers, their wings iridescent in the warm sunlight. His eye was caught by the red roses on the border in heavy bloom. Their thorns had been trimmed by the royal malice, each painstakingly removed by hand to protect the royal family. Salim bent down, and the sweet aroma of sun-fired roses filled his nostrils. He straightened and looked around for Hoshiar, who was nowhere to be seen. He then saw the veiled girl seated under the dense shade of the chena tree. "Hey, you!" She rose and walked up to the prince. "Hold these for me." Salim handed her the pigeons and went off to pluck the roses. When he came back, the girl was standing there, eyes downcast, holding just 1 pigeon. "Where is the other bird?" he demanded angrily. "Your Highness, it flew away." "How? Like this?" To Salim's amazement, the girl lifted her hands, her blue glass bangles falling back with a tinkle on her wrists, and released the second bird. It flew away into the distant sky. He turned back to her, enraged. She was watching the pigeon. His memory stirred. Where had he heard that voice before? A slight breeze swept through the garden, and the veil molded her face. "Mereniza, Your Highness, I apologize." Salim waved an impatient hand, letting the roses fall to his feet. "Never mind the bird. Why did you run away from me the other day?" "I could not stay." "Why not?" Salim reached for her hand and held it. Her fingers were long and slender, the nails henna-tipped, the skin as smooth as pearls. They stood smiling at each other with no words, just happiness. Salim reached out and pulled her veil from her head. He took a deep breath and expelled it slowly. Suddenly, he ached to touch her everywhere, to feel her skin against his, to hear her voice and her laughter. "You are the most beautiful woman I have seen, Mereniza." She tilted her head at him. An errant breeze lifted a lock of her hair and blew it across her mouth. "But you have so many beautiful women in your harem, Your Highness. Surely there is one there who surpasses me in beauty." Salim tilted his head to the other side, his tone matching the lilt in her voice. "That is simply not possible. What are you doing here alone in the garden? Why are you not at the bazaar?" It tired me, as it did me. Salim raised her hand to his lips and rubbed his fingers over the back slowly. His touch then strayed down her wrist, rippling over the bangles. "Your Highness, His Majesty desires your presence." Hoshiar was standing at the top of the stone steps. They turned to see the eunuch, his eyes hooded and watchful. "Tell him I am busy. I shall be there in a few minutes," Salim said. "Now, Your Highness," Hoshiar said gently. "His Majesty does not like to be kept waiting." Salim turned to Mereniza. "Will you wait for me? I will be back soon." "Where would I go, Your Highness? If you have commanded me, I can only." Abe. He leaned close to her, his eyes bright with amusement. This from the girl who released my pigeons. I do not command, Mereniza. I request. Please wait, so I can come back to you. As he left, Mereniza turned away, so she did not see Hoshiar gazing at her thoughtfully. Rubbing his chin, Hoshiar followed his master to the emperor's side. Mereniza sat down on the stone bench under the tree and pulled her veil back over her head. So he had not forgotten her. A slow smile spread over her features. She had seen him come into the garden well before he had seen her. She had crouched into the tree, thinking that as he stood in the glare of the sun he would not be able to see her under the shade of the chena. Mereniza drew her knees to her chest, hugged her arms around them, and watched Salim. At that moment she did not care that he had forgotten her, that he did not know who she was. It was enough that fate had given her this one chance. Startled when Salim called upon her to hold the birds, she rose to go to him without thinking. While his back was turned, she deliberately let one of the pigeons loose, wanting to see how he would react. Now, Mereniza sat against the backrest of the bench, playing Salim's every word and gesture over in her mind, the look in his eyes, the feel of his mouth on her hand. ... She heard the sound of approaching footsteps and looked up with a smile that faded when she saw Ruqayya Sultan Begum entering the garden, attendants in tow. Please, Allah, the Empress should leave before Salim returned. Ruqayya left her servants and came to her. Mereniza stood up and bowed. What are you up to now, Mereniza? Ruqayya sat down and patted the bench. I have no idea what you are talking. Yes, you do. Listen to me. Salim may outwardly be a man, but inside he is a child. He is always searching for his ideal mate. Ruqayya paused and stared hard at Mereniza. I can see you know the prince's character and are taking advantage of it. Your Majesty, Mereniza protested hotly. That is unfair. I am doing nothing of the sort. The prince is interested in me. Why shouldn't I encourage that interest? Because you are as good as married, that's why, Ruqayya said firmly. And His Majesty will not sanction an end to your betrothal. Why not? My dear, you were away from court when the incident took place. Prince Salim tried to poison the emperor through one of the royal physicians. That is not true, it is just a rumor. Ruqayya smiled grimly and said, Are you doubting my word? Mereniza shook her head. It is true. And it is the reason why the emperor and Salim have been at odds for the past 2 years. The empress took Mereniza's hand in her own. The emperor will not go back on his word, if for nothing else, simply because Salim has proved to be such a disappointment. Why is Prince Salim a disappointment to the emperor? I thought he loved him well. Mereniza's voice was subdued. Ruqayya sighed and sat back. He does. Too well perhaps. We all love Salim. We wished for him, prayed for him, and when he came it was as though Allah had smiled on all of us. But over the years, the emperor and Salim have not been able to agree on most matters. The prince wants a crown that is his, and he is unwilling to wait for it. He listens too much to his cohorts, too little to us. He is restless, dissatisfied with his life.
Perhaps His Majesty should give the prince more? The empress shook her head. What more can a royal prince, an heir apparent, get from his father? Salim is too young to wear the crown, too rash in acting out his wants. The poisoning incident still rankles with His Majesty. He feels betrayed by this child he so wanted, so cherished. It is something even I do not understand, Mehrunisa, so you cannot be expected to. Do not lay your hopes on anything but your marriage to Ali Kuli. Remember this, my dear. Your actions in the future could well undermine your father's standing in court. You do not want that to happen, do you?
Of course not, Your Majesty. But how would it affect my father? Mereniza, Mirza Beg has promised to marry you to Ali Kuli. The emperor will not agree to go back on his word, and if you persist in encouraging Salim, your father will have to shoulder the blame. Silence stretched between the two women as the empress watched the play of emotions across Mereniza's face. What shall I do, Your Majesty? Mereniza asked finally. Your Highness, the empress is talking with Mereniza right now. Hoshiar bent and whispered in Jagat Goswami's ear. Good. Let me know what happens. Hoshiar turned to leave, but the princess caught his sleeve and pulled him back. And Hoshiar, not a word of this to anyone, do you understand? Hoshiar bowed. Yes, your highness. I shall be discretion itself. Jagat Gosini nodded and turned to her husband. Salim was sitting next to Akbar in the center of the bazaar, his feet tapping to an unheard rhythm. So her lord wanted to rush back to the gardens to meet with his latest paramour. Her glance flickered to the juggler in front of the emperor. He twirled 3 flaming torches in the air and manipulated them deftly, flipping them first under one leg, then the other. The ladies of the zenana exclaimed aloud, clapping their hands when the juggler finished. He bowed and made way for the snake charmer with his basket of cobras and his mongoose on a leash. Jagat Gosini rubbed her forehead. There was something about Meranizer she did not like, and if she could admit it, something about her she feared. A wry smile crossed her face. Born of royal blood, a princess in every sense of the word, Jagat Gosini had been brought up to think of herself as someone special. Then, when her marriage was arranged with Prince Salim, her expectations had been fulfilled. For Salim would be emperor, and she would rule the zenana as his Padshah Begum, and one day Khurram would ascend the throne of the Mughal Empire. Now it seemed that a new threat to her ambitions loomed on the horizon. If Meranizer came to the zenana, there would be a conflict for power. This much she knew. The girl had a vicious tongue and no sense of etiquette, no notion of how to behave in the presence of royalty. And if Salim persisted in mooning about her, she, Jagat Gosini, could well lose the advantage she had so carefully built up over the years. She was not willing to give that up without a fight. It had taken time to gain supremacy over Khusro's and Parviz's mothers, but she finally had done it. When Salim became emperor, she would be the Padshah Begum. Someone touched her shoulder. The gardens are empty, your highness. Thank you, Hoshiar. Jagat Gosini moved away from the group around the emperor with a grim smile. Prince Salim was finally granted permission to leave the emperor's presence. He hurried to the gardens and found them deserted. Hoshiar followed him there. Where is she, Hoshiar? Salim asked, turning to the eunuch. She said she would wait. It has been some time, your highness. Where can I find her? Hoshiar hesitated, searching through his mind for an appropriate reply. The princess would be furious if she knew, but then, why not tell the prince? ... Answer the question, Hoshiar. Do you hesitate because my wives are jealous? Salim asked, a flash of understanding in his eyes. At Ruqayya Sultan Bagaim's apartments. She comes to visit the empress. Salim smiled at the eunuch. Good. You must realize that I am your master. You report to me, not my wives. Is that clear? Perfectly, your highness, Hoshiar replied with a straight face. This time Meranizer did not slip easily from Salim's memory. The long hot Lahore summer had waned into a welcome autumn. The sun sank lower in the sky, and by afternoon its dying rays were touched with a hint of coolness. All the windows in the royal palaces were shut to the outside air, and within the rooms, coal braziers blazed cheerfully. It had been 2 weeks since Meranizer's encounter with the prince in the gardens. She still came to visit Ruqayya during the day and did not know that in the evenings, most evenings, Salim came to see his stepmother, hoping to meet her there. The empress did not talk to Meranizer of Salim's visits or of Salim or of their talk in the gardens. Ruqayya just watched, slyly, enjoying the drama around her. Then one day, just as Meranizer was leaving to go home, the empress persuaded her to stay longer. Her servants had told her Salim was going to visit again that evening. May I step outside for a few minutes, your majesty? Meranizer asked. The room was stifling. Smoke from the braziers swirled in unending circles around the ceiling, combined with the heavy sandalwood incense with which the empress liked to perfume her apartments. Go, child. Ruqayya waved a languid hand at her, lying back on a divan. Today, they must meet, Salim and Meranizer, and in her presence so that some sense could be drummed into them. This infatuation, though exciting for the whole harem, was pointless. The emperor would never sanction it. Meranizer bowed to the empress and went out of the room slowly. The sun was sinking in the horizon, setting the western sky past the towers and minarets of the city ablaze in shades of gold. From the mosques came a faint call for prayer in the musical voices of the muezzins. Allahu Akbar. ... Merenizer knelt on the floor of the veranda to pray. Then she rose, touched her head against a cool sandstone pillar, and closed her eyes. She was so tired. At home and here in the imperial harem, she had to pretend that nothing had happened. Ruqayya never spoke of the incident in the gardens, though she watched Merenizer incessantly. She took a deep breath and leaned out over the veranda into the chilling evening air. At least Maji and Bapa did not know of all this. But the pretense was taking its toll on Merenizer. She hardly ate or slept, and dark circles ringed her eyes during the day, fatigue drawing her face into a pale shadow. Through all this were thoughts of Salim. Merenizer smiled involuntarily. The first meeting in the Zenana gardens had happened so swiftly, she had been unprepared for him. The second meeting during the Meena Bazaar had been what she had wanted until the emperor had called him away. And he had left saying, "Wait for me, Merenizer." How sweet her name sounded on his lips. Merenizer. She froze against the parapet. It could not be. Merenizer straightened and turned slowly, knowing who had called her name. Salim stood in front of her. The veranda was deserted except for them. The cold evening air had driven the last of the dawdlers to the cold braziers indoors. They looked at each other in silence. Salim looked tired too, Merenizer thought, wanting to smooth away the lines on his forehead. She reached up to pull her muslin veil over her face. "Don't," Salim said, putting out a hand, then drawing back as though afraid to touch her. "Let me look at you, please." She hesitated, then let her hand fall to her side. Let him look at her, as she would him, unhindered by the veil. This would be the last time. Even as she watched him, Salim, suddenly bold, tilted her face with the tips of his fingers and bent down to touch her lips with his. A fire blazed to life within Merenizer. No man had kissed her before, no man had touched her with such exquisite tenderness. Today, now, Salim was just a man who with love in his eyes had met her lips with his in a token of ultimate affection. And she was bound to another. Merenizer drew back and pushed Salim away. "I cannot, Your Highness." "Why not?" Salim asked, laughter in his eyes. "Why not indeed?" Overcome, she reached to touch his jaw, tracing her finger down to his chin, then up the other way. With a sigh, Merenizer put her hands around his face and brought it to hers. She laid soft kisses on his brows, his closed eyes, the cheekbones jutting just under them. She followed around his mouth with her breath, inhaling the clean scent of him, and finished by laying her face against his. "Now I must return the favor," Salim said hoarsely, capturing her hands in his. With exquisite tenderness, he pressed first one, then another to his mouth. Then he bent to where her neck joined her shoulder, his face a few scant inches from her breasts. Merenizer groaned and let her head fall back. Every nerve was alive to his touch. Her skin quivered under his tongue. She enclosed him in her arms, rubbing her chin against his hair. How was it she knew what to do, even though she had never done this before? Salim was the one who broke the embrace. As the evening glowed golden around them, they stood watching each other, their breaths coming in harsh gasps. "You smell of roses." "My mother." ... Quote. Merenizer stuttered. What was it he had said? What was she trying to say? "My mother makes rose water for our baths." Salim stared at her with an intensity that made her shiver. "You will come to me soon, Merenizer. I know your father is Mirza Giyas Beg. I will ask the emperor to send a formal proposal to your house tomorrow, no, today." He grinned impishly. "What would you like for a wedding gift?" "A menagerie of birds you can set free." But she was another man's property. She should not have done this, not have kissed him with such ferocity. But for these past few weeks he had obsessed her every thought. Why, Allah, did they have to meet like this if nothing was to come of it? Why even bring him into her life if he was not to be hers? She spoke tiredly. "I am to be married in a few weeks, Your Highness." Salim frowned. "No one told me." But he reached for her hand. "That can be no problem." I will ask the emperor to dissolve your engagement. You will be mine soon, Mereniza. Mereniza pulled her hand out of his grasp. No, your highness, please do not do that. My father has promised my hand in marriage. To go back on his word would shatter his reputation. Please. It cannot be that bad, Mereniza. The emperor himself has commanded many marriages dissolved, let alone engagements. A word from him. No, your highness, Mereniza cried out, Ruqaya's words of warning ringing in her ears. She still did not believe Salim to have been responsible for plotting Akbar's death. Not the Salim who stood before her, surely. It was a rumor, grown ugly and huge through the years, arms and legs added haphazardly with each telling. Yet, the estrangement between father and son was common knowledge. There was no easy way out. Sudden tears sprang to her eyes for the loss of Salim, fear for her father's reputation, dread of her future life, everything. The prince reached out and rubbed a tear away from Mereniza's smooth skin. Go now, my darling, he said softly. I will fix everything. And don't worry. At his command, Mereniza picked up the skirts of her ghagara and fled down the marble veranda, her bare feet skimming the stone. She knew Salim stood where she had left him, looking after her, but she did not turn to him one last time. Mehrunisa ran out of the palace, calling for her chaperone, Dai Dilaram, who had once been her wet nurse. Dai came out of the servants' quarters where she had been gossiping, took one look at her distraught charge, and hurried her home. On the way, Mereniza sat motionless in the palanquin. Matters had progressed too far for her to handle on her own. After her talk with the empress, she had finally begun to think. What Ruqaya said was true. If her engagement was broken, it would bring great dishonor on her father. And the last thing she wanted was to cause pain to Ghiyas. She had been blind to what was happening around her, so determined to captivate Salim, that she had flirted with him without thinking of the consequences. Even just now, but that had been irresistible, the need to touch him. And now Salim was determined not to forget her. What if he went to the emperor? Her father would be disgraced and held in ridicule. People would say that he had deliberately sent his daughter to the zenana so that Mereniza could bewitch Salim. And rumors would circulate that Ghiyas Beg was not a man of his word, that he was not to be trusted. Mereniza's heart lurched at the thought. There was only one thing to be done. She must tell her mother. Asmat would know how to handle the situation. But Salim, his kiss. No, her mother had to know, not about the kiss, but everything else. Even as the palanquin reached the outer courtyard of Ghiyas Beg's house, Mereniza was dreading the encounter with her mother, for if Asmat knew, sooner or later her father would come to know too. That night, Asmat heard her daughter's story in shocked silence. She talked with Ghiyas, and they decided that the best thing would be to approach the Padshah Begum. The next morning Asmat went to Ruqaya and complained of the young prince's behavior. The empress was very concerned to hear how far matters had progressed. She had thought it to be a mere flirtation on Salim's part, knowing her stepson's mood swings well. She sent a message to the emperor. Akbar arrived at her apartments that afternoon, and Ruqaya wasted no time in telling him of Salim's latest fling. While they were talking, the prince entered Ruqaya's apartments unannounced. Your Majesty, I have a request. He hurried to his father and sat down at his feet. In his haste, Salim had not followed court etiquette. Upon entering the emperor's presence, everyone had to perform the taslim or the cornish, irrespective of age, status, or kinship to the emperor. You forget your manners, Akbar said angrily. Salim performed a half-hearted salutation. Well, what is it? Akbar demanded. I would like to marry the daughter of one Mirza Ghiyas Beg, Your Majesty. Her name is Mehr. That is not possible, Akbar cut Salim short. She is engaged to be married, and we have given our permission. We cannot go back on our word. Salim stared at his father. Why did he care if Salim married a courtier's daughter? He forced himself to be polite. But Your Majesty, that can be easily overturned if you order it. No, Salim. The engagement took place by our command, and we shall not break our word. Akbar turned away from his son as he spoke. Salim knew he was dismissed. He rose slowly, bowed to his father, and walked out of the room on leaden feet. He wanted Merenizer, desperately even. He had not slept much last night. Every thought, every dream had been colored by her face, the feel of her in his arms, the touch of her skin. She consumed him, but he would not beg for her from his father. Salim knew he had done wrong, once, all those years ago. Now, it seemed Akbar would not meet him halfway. He had tried time and again to show his repentance without actually admitting what he had done. If only the emperor could have indulged him in this one matter. For in this short time, Merenizer had come to mean more to him than any other woman he had known. Outside the door, he leaned against the wall, resting his head on a cool marble pillar. Merenizer. As Salim left, Ruqayya watched the emperor's face crumple in sorrow. Suddenly he seemed older than his years. Akbar sighed and bowed his head. We shall talk to Mirza Beg. Within the week, trumpets sounded the arrival of Ali Quli at Ghiyas Beg's house. The men of the house Ghiyas, Muhammad, Abul, and Shahpur waited in the front yard for the bridegroom. Ali Quli had no family in India, so the Khan-i-Khanan, Abdur Rahim, rode with him, the women of his house behind them in palanquins. In her room, Merenizer sat with her head bowed under the weight of the gold zari-embroidered red wedding veil. Her hands were patterned in henna, her body golden with sandalwood paste, her eyes outlined in kohl. The women around her, neighbors, friends, and cousins kept lifting her veil to exclaim at her beauty. They laughed at the tears in her eyes, for it was the right attitude for a bride who was to soon leave her paternal home. Asmat bustled around, calling to the servants to bring in fresh pots of chai and trays of laddus and jalebis. She did not look at her daughter. This last week, no one had talked to Merenizer much. Maji and Baba did not tell anyone of what had really happened. People were just informed that the wedding was being rushed at the emperor's orders. Even Saliha had not yet come from Kabul for the festivities, she was still on her way. So Merenizer sat waiting during the long hours before the actual ceremony. She forced her mind to empty itself of all thoughts. She seemed to have let Baba down even though she had done right in telling her parents. Empress Ruqayya had commanded her to stay at home and not to visit until she was married. From Salim, there was no news. The wedding ceremony was brief, but the feasting went on all night. Ali Quli took Merenizer home as the hired musicians played their trumpets and beat on their dholaks. When she left to climb into the palanquin in the outer yard, Merenizer clung to Ghiyas Beg until he had to push her away from him. She is fond of all of us, he said to the watching Ali Quli. Ali Quli laughed heartily, baring his teeth. As she will become fond of me soon, Mirza Beg. Asmat and Ghiyas flinched. Then, without a look back, Merenizer entered the palanquin. She kept her gaze away from her family as the bearers lifted the palanquin on their shoulders and jogged slowly out of the courtyard. In the seclusion of the bridal chamber, Ali Quli lifted the veil and looked upon Merenizer's face for the first time. Involuntarily, his hand went out to touch her face. He traced her bridal makeup of tiny painted white dots that ran from over her eyebrows down to the curve of her cheeks. She was trembling. Ali Quli ignored it. He could not believe his good luck. He had thought the marriage would cement his alliance with Ghiyas Beg, but never had he imagined his wife would be so beautiful. While Ali Quli marveled at his good fortune and enjoyed his wedding night, Prince Salim drowned every coherent thought in cups of wine. 6. She aspired to the conquest of Prince Salim and succeeded, by a dexterous use of her charms and accomplishments at an entertainment, in casting a spell over him. But she was married to Sher Afkun, a Persian noble of the highest courage and valor. Beni Prasad, history of Jahangir. The day had died a few hours ago, pulling all light into the flat horizon beyond the fort at Lahore. As the earth swung away from the sun, the streets glowed in small pools of light, more shadows than light. The bazaars were empty, the shop fronts shuttered, the brick houses along the banks of the Ravi closed behind their high walls and towering tamarind trees. At night few people walked the streets. Even here, at the seat of the emperor's court, it was unsafe to wander alone, for the night brought out thieves, murderers, ghosts, and demons. Giyas Beg sat on the steps of the inner courtyard where the women of his house resided. It was paved in grey-flecked granite slabs and surrounded by a deep veranda from which doors opened into various rooms. Giyas sat silent, letting the worries of his day melt away. Arjumand slept in his arms, her face against the crisp white cotton of his kurta, her skin smudged already by the raised embroidery over the front. He looked down at her. Her thumb was in her mouth, her little legs dangling over his lap, the other hand clutching at his chest through the kurta's opening. Her ghagara had ridden up to her knees, and he smoothed it back down, his fingers slipping through a small rent in the silver zari border. She looked like Meranizer, he thought. She had the same thick black hair, tied behind her head now but reaching beyond her waist when let loose. The same mischief in her eyes, grey like a storm-filled sky, the same delighted laughter when she was pleased, the same furrowing of her brow when she was denied something she wanted. She was just like Meranizer. But she was not Meranizer's. Giyas gently pulled Arjumand's thumb from her mouth. She resisted, then, deep in sleep, allowed him to do so. What an unhealthy habit it was in a 6-year-old child. But try as Abul had, neither he nor his wife had been able to break Arjumand of this habit of comfort. Arjumand was Abul's daughter, and now she slept in her grandfather's arms. Giyas looked over at the courtyard where the two women knelt. Meranizer and Asmat worked in silence, their hands dipping into the rangoli powder in little clay saucers by their side. Torches in sconces on the pillars of the courtyard threw swaths of light over them, skipping over the shadowed part where Giyas sat. They had started work on the rangoli pattern 2 hours ago, and now the flat stones of the courtyard bloomed with colors and patterns. Jasmine drawn in white rice flour, delicate closed buds and fresh blown flowers, long-fingered mango leaves in colored green powder, hibiscus in deep reds, lotus in silk pinks, triangular peepul leaves, sharply veined in sandstone brown. Meranizer sat back on her knees, her hands colored to the wrists with the chalky powders. It looks like an impossible forest, from someone's wild dreams. Asmat smiled as she filled in the green of a mango leaf, the powder escaping her fingers in a precise pattern, not straying outside the chalk outline they had drawn earlier. The more colorful the rangoli, the more welcoming we are to Mania's new family. This is a Hindu custom, the slaying of rice powder patterns on the floor, but very appropriate for Mania's wedding. Meranizer rubbed her forehead to ease a sudden flash of pain, leaving a streak of blue over her eyebrow. What is her husband like, Maji? His name is Qasim Khan Juviani. I saw him only briefly at the engagement ceremony. Your Baba says it is a good family. He is a poet, Manija tells me. Meranizer bent over the clay saucers again and scooped some yellow powder into her hands. A poet. And what does he compose? Love poetry. He sent Manija a poem yesterday. Asmat's voice took on a little lilt. His eyes thirsted for the sight of her, his heart beat in cadence with her footsteps, his every breath cried out her name. Meranizer laughed, the sound tripping in the warm night air. And we paint an enchanted forest on stone to welcome the women of his family. What would he say if he saw this rangoli? Volumes, I imagine. But he will never come this far into the women's quarters, you know that. Manija is getting married, Meranizer said, after a pause. First Khadija, then Manija. It seems hard to believe. Your Bapa and I would like to have you all with us, as Abul and Muhammad live with us now. But daughters belong to someone else, right from their birth. We are only temporary guardians of girl children, Beta, Asmat said. They grow up, they marry. They go to their real homes. They have children of their own. At her mother's words, Meranizer glanced over to where her Bapa sat. Giyas shifted Arjumand in his arms, making her more comfortable. Then Meranizer looked down. Though she tried very hard to stop it, a tear rolled softly down her cheek and splattered onto the rangoli pattern, like a dewdrop on a mango leaf, turning the dry powder under it a deeper shade of green. Meranizer turned away from Asmat, hoping she had not noticed, not wanting her to see how those words had suddenly emptied her heart. They have children of their own. It had been 4 years since her marriage to Ali Kuli. But their house was silent of the pleasant noise of children. It was also just a house, not a home, for Ali Kuli was rarely there. 5 days after the wedding he had gone out on campaign with the Khan-i Khanan. For 8 months after that, there was silence, no letters to her, just news from runners. When her husband returned, he was a stranger, a man she had known for 5 days. He was not a bad man, Merenizer thought. He did not beat her, was not openly cruel to her as other women's husbands were, as if their wives were dogs, unclean, untouchable, fit only for the most carnal satisfaction. This pain Ali Kuli did not give her, but his silences were almost more painful. It was as though he did not care. Then, that first year of the marriage, after Ali Kuli's return, Merenizer's monthly blood did not come. The sight of food made her nauseated, the smell of champa flowers made her gag, headaches pounded her brain. She slept only little, in brief snatches during the day. Then one day, as she sat in a warm bath, the water pooled crimson around her body. The pain from that miscarriage had been like being pulled apart by elephants, slowly, limb by limb, until only a numbness was left. The shame of it stayed with her longer, as months went by and she did not become pregnant again. Once, Ali Kuli had said to her, "It is because you are unfaithful to me. Do you think of another man?" Merenizer had stared at him in shock. Was it true? Did thoughts of Salim take away her body's ability to nurture another man's child? But she did not think of Salim. At least not all the time. Not every day. Now and then, when she was tired, when her brain would disobey her, she thought of him. Of the first meeting in the Empress's gardens, of the second at the bazaar. Of the third, the kisses, the last time she had seen him. Beta. Asmat put a hand on Merenizer's shoulder and turned her around. When she saw the tear on her cheek, she wiped it away with the end of her veil. "It will happen, Beta." Merenizer forced a smile to her face. She did not want pity from anyone, not even Maji. These last 4 years, they had all pitied her. Muhammad, Abul, Khadija, Manija. Muhammad and Abul both had children. Khadija, married only 6 months ago, was already pregnant, her body rounding in anticipation of the child. "I think," Merenizer said slowly, wanting to wipe away the sympathy in Maji's gaze, "I think it will happen soon, Maji." Asmat touched her daughter's face with gentle hands. "How long?" 2 months. Asmat laughed, put her arms around Merenizer, and kissed her. "You did not tell me. Why did you not tell me? We must celebrate." "No, Maji, please," Merenizer said, drawing back, worry drawing lines over her forehead. "Not yet, not so soon." "Why? This is a time to be joyous. A marriage in the house, another grandchild, what more could I ask for? We must tell your Bapa." As Asmat raised her hand to beckon to Gears, Merenizer stopped her. "No, Maji, I do not want to tell anyone yet. We must wait. I would not have told you." Asmat dropped her hand and looked at Merenizer. "Not even me, Beta. How can you not tell your mother? Does Ali Kuli know?" "No." "Why?" Asmat asked. Then she said again, "Your husband must know. This is not something to hide. It is an occasion to rejoice. A child in the family, perhaps even a son. Your husband must know." Merenizer shook her head, wishing she had not told Asmat. How could she explain her fear? How could she say that every day she watched for blood, that she took short baths in clear water and never looked down, not wanting to see the water color? "I cannot tell him. Not yet." Asmat turned from her daughter and filled in another leaf, moving away as she did so. "Merenizer, Ali Kuli must know of his child. Your husband must always know more than we do, for you belong to him now, not to us. It is his home you grace, your every thought must be of him. Just as I think of your Bapa. But we are not like Bapa and you, Maji," Merenizer cried out, her voice trembling. "This is a different marriage." "Yes, I agree to that. But it is a marriage. There is no way out of it. Perhaps your Bapa and I did wrong in the early days. Perhaps we should have married you to another man, one who would have understood you better. But there was little we could do in the face of a direct order from the emperor. At least Ali Kuli has not gone in search of another wife. In that he is like your Bapa. Meranizer stared at Asmat, treacherous tears filling her vision again. Bapa never married again because his world is filled with you, with us. I matter very little to Ali Kuli. I take up very little space in his world. Why do you defend him? It is me you must worry about. You are my mother, not his. Have you given me away so completely to him that you care no longer about how I am? Even as the words escaped her, Meranizer knew she should not have spoken them. Asmat bent down over her work, not looking at her. Her eyes were closed as though in pain. Meranizer wanted to apologize, to wipe away that pain. She did not believe that she was lost to her parents. She knew that they thought of her all the time, more than her husband did. But they had to present a face, even to her. Asmat had already broken several rules of etiquette by speaking as she had about Ali Kuli, speaking, 4 years later, of Giyas and Asmat's regret at having married Meranizer to Ali Kuli. Such matters were simply not discussed. If fate had decreed a marriage, then the marriage would be fated and celebrated and would survive, no matter what. I wish, Asmat said softly, and Meranizer leaned over to listen to her mother. I wish for a child for you, Nisa. Because you want a child. Because it will make you happy. If I could stop other women from asking you constantly why you do not have a child, I would. If I could somehow fill your lap with a child, I would. Maji, I should not have spoken as I did to you. No, Asmat shook her head slowly. That is all right, beta. But she looked at Meranizer again, her expression calm. When you go home tomorrow, you must tell Ali Kuli. He should have been the first to know. There must be no sense of impropriety in what you do, Nisa. No one should be able to point a finger and say that what you did was wrong. Appearances must be maintained at all costs. Meranizer sighed. There were always strictures in society, how one must live, eat, even what to talk about and what to keep silent on. When she had been younger it had been easier, sheltered as she was under Bapa and Maji. But now, as a married woman, she came under very close scrutiny. Even as Meranizer was thinking this, Asmat said again, a smile lighting up her eyes and spreading laugh lines around her mouth, but there is going to be a child. We are like two old women with imagined fears. Be strong, beta. Perhaps even I do not understand what anxiety you undergo, for I have not experienced this. But I will pray to Allah for the life of your child, for the happiness it will bring you. Don't tell Bapa, Maji, Meranizer said quickly. He will understand, beta. Whether you want me to tell him or not, he will understand. And one day, just as he now holds Arjumand, so too will he sing your child to sleep. They both looked to where Giyas sat. He was asleep now, leaning against the pillar, his granddaughter sprawled over him. The day's work and the night's tranquility had crept over both of them. Meranizer bent down again, glad her mother did not fuss over her, for if the unthinkable happened, she would be ashamed of the fuss. She was glad Asmat did not insist she stop painting the rangoli, or go and lie down. When her hands and her mind were busy, she did not have time to think of what might have been. Maji had always been practical. There was too much else to do to spend hours in idle contemplation of how life could have turned out, if not for this or for that. The next morning dawned too early for Meranizer, who slept for only a few hours. She and Asmat worked steadily through one more pahar of the night, 3 hours. Long before that, Asmat rose to wake Giyas, take Arjumand from his arms, and usher them both to bed. When she came back, the two women finished the rangoli in silence. Every now and then, Meranizer saw her mother look at her with concern when she put a hand to ease the strain on her back, or sucked on a tart wedge of dried mango Asmat had brought for her from the kitchens. When they were finished, the whole courtyard was ablaze in color. Now sleep, Nisa. You must be tired, and with you the child will be tiring too, Asmat said. Then she drew Meranizer into her arms, and they stood there for a while, Meranizer with her head against her mother's shoulder. She could smell the wilted jasmine flowers in Asmat's hair and hear the steady beat of her heart, and she felt a comfort she had not felt in a long time. When Merenizer left her father's house, the milkman was at the front doorstep with his cows. Her veil pulled over her head, she stopped to watch as he massaged the cows and gorged udders, then showed his terracotta pot to the maidservant. When the suspicious servant had peered into the pot to ensure that there was no devious half-inch of water at the bottom to increase the volume of milk, he put the pot between his knees, spoke softly to the cow, then with practiced hands squeezed the udders. As the milkman and the servant talked, Merenizer slipped away from them and walked back to her husband's house, 4 male servants a few steps behind her. Margie said Ali Kuli must be told, so she would do so. For all that she was tired from the previous night, for all that her back ached and a sour taste tinged her tongue, Merenizer felt an easing inside her. Talking with Margie had abated her fears. Now things would be different. Ali Kuli and she would have a child, this child that was inside her. The questions about her would stop. Ali Kuli would be proud of her, and together they would make a home. Not like Margie's and Bapa's, but a home nonetheless. Now she would no longer have to watch other women with their children and feel as though the ache would consume her. She too would have a child, so she could grow old and fretful and have that child indulge her whims. Merenizer laughed. The sound was like water in a stream, a happy sound. When she reached her house, she went through the courtyard to Ali Kuli's room. Qasim, his manservant, lay snoring across the front of the door. Merenizer bent and shook him by the shoulder. He woke with a shout from an unfinished dream and stared at her. Sahiba, when did you come back? The Sahib does not expect you. I will let him know. No need, Merenizer said. But, Sahiba, Qasim scrambled to his feet and hopped around like an injured cat. It is best. ... Quote. By then Merenizer had thrown the door of Ali Kuli's room open. She stopped abruptly. Ali Kuli slept in the bed in the center of the room, his leg thrown over a slave girl, one arm encircling her, his chin buried in the curve of her bare shoulder. Merenizer felt as though she had been shot at with a matchlock, a huge part of her blown apart at the sight of her husband with the slave girl. Ali Kuli woke then, slowly, and looked at Merenizer standing at the door to his room. He slapped the slave girl on her rump to wake her and said, "Get out." The girl woke, saw her mistress, hurriedly pulled on her choli, and fled out of the room, slipping past Merenizer with downcast eyes. When she had gone, Merenizer slammed the door on Qasim's curious face. Ali Kuli propped himself on an elbow and said, "She was just a slave girl, Merenizer. Be thankful I do not take another wife." "And when would you have time for another wife, my lord?" Merenizer asked, bitterness staining her voice. "When would you see her? When would you talk to her? Another wife would take too much time away from your campaigns. She would be demanding, want new clothes, want you to admire her in them. As you do." Ali Kuli sat up on the bed, pulling the blue calico sheet over his hips. Merenizer slid down the door to the floor and put her face in her hands. "I ask for so little from you. But this, in my own house, this is too much. I do not complain when you go to the Nashakhana or visit the Noch girls. Why in my own house, in the bed I have slept in? A bed that is not fruitful," Ali Kuli yelled, rage suffusing his face. "How dare you talk to me like this? Question my motives. I married you because I was ordered to by Emperor Akbar. Does he now have to order you to bear a child?" Merenizer looked at him, struck dumb by his words. "But I carry your child. I come to tell you the news that I carry your child, and I find you in bed with another woman." Why did it hurt so much? She knew of his dalliances with the Noch girls, knew that sometimes he even took the slave girls of the house into his bed, but this was the first time she had actually seen it. Margie said she must tell her husband. Even Margie could not want her to tell him under these circumstances. "I'm sorry," she said slowly. "Perhaps it is better you have another wife." Ali Kuli laughed as he lay back on the pillows and put his arms behind his head. Behind him the sun streamed through the latticework frame of the windows. He watched her distraught face through half-closed eyes. "Perhaps I will." A fighting spirit rose in Merenizer. His mockery was too much for her. This was the first real conversation they had had in 4 years, almost the first time they had talked for so long. She said, her words brittle, "Would you like me to choose her for you, my lord? What is it you want? Long hair, a slim body, eyes a poet would laud. A good family. Perhaps her father should be an important minister at court. Surely an alliance like that would bring you good fortune."
Ali Kuli whipped out of bed, tying the ends of the sheet around his waist. He strode over to Mehrunisa and grabbed her face in one of his large hands.
His face close to hers, his morning breath souring the air around them, he said in a hoarse whisper, "You talk too much for a woman, Mehrunisa, as if you were a queen, as if you expected to be a queen. Yet where is the gold in your veins? Who are your ancestors? What lands did they conquer? Where are the monuments to their lives, the tombs of their deaths? And who is your father? A Persian refugee, a man who fled his country with the clothes on his back, shredded by the time he got to India." Mehrunisa wrenched at his hand with both of hers, but he held her too tightly, his grip bringing an ache to her jaw. It was difficult to talk, but she managed a few words. "You are also Persian, my lord. Do not forget that. If my father found refuge in India, so did you. Under the same circumstances. But I am a soldier, Mehrunisa. I fight in battles. I kill other men. There is iron in my blood. And what is your father? Nothing better than a lowly vakil who works with numbers." Mehrunisa mustered all of her strength and tried to push Ali Kuli off. But he was much stronger. Suddenly, just as suddenly as he had leaped from the bed, he let go of her face and sat back. Their knees now touched. Mehrunisa rubbed her cheek, knowing his fingers would have left their mark on her skin. She could not go to Mania's wedding, people would talk. Maji and Bapa would be deeply concerned. "My father is the Diwan-i Bayutit, the master of works in charge of the imperial buildings," she said, "not some lowly vakil. You know that. It is because of his position at court that you enjoy privileges. A raised mansab, command of an army division, all these are because of him." She knew she should not be talking to him like this, that women did not talk to their husbands thus. Maji never had to Bapa, at least not in Mehrunisa's hearing. But at this moment she despised Ali Kuli, cringed at the thought that she was carrying his child, never wanted to see him again no matter what recriminations it brought upon her. How dare he insult her Bapa? Who was he to insult her Bapa? Ali Kuli made a sudden movement with his hands, and Mehrunisa cowered, hating that she did so. But he had never yet hit her, and he did not now. "I know you think you married beneath yourself," he shouted. "Your Bapa and Maji think so also. Because I came here without a family, because the Khan-i Khanan's wife had to stand in as a mother for me during the wedding ceremony. Because I was a Safachi to the Shah, a table attendant. For 4 years I have withstood this treatment from your family. Bapa and Maji have never said a word," Mehrunisa cried. "They did not need to. Their mannerisms, their looks, their actions around me speak volumes. Yet, who are you, Mehrunisa? You behave as though you were royalty. But what silks and velvets covered your mother's bed when you were born? What trumpets played and cannons boomed the news of your birth? What bawarchis sweated over chulas to make delicacies that sweetened the mouths of people who came to ask after your birth? What beggars did your father clothe and feed as an indication of his joy at your coming? What can you claim of these festivities? A bare tent, a winter storm. A mother who almost died giving birth to you. A father who decided you would be better brought up by someone else." Mehrunisa stared at him for a long time, the pain of his words searing through her as if her skin had been slowly set on fire. Somewhere through that agony she realized how ironic it was that his words were almost poetic when he was most angry. When she spoke, her voice was toneless, devoid of energy. "Why don't you divorce me, my lord? All you have to do is say talaq, talaq, talaq in front of 2 witnesses."
Ali Kuli shook his head. "No, your father, though I think of him only as a vakil, still has some use."
It would seem that being Giyas Beg's son-in-law commands respect. So, he leaned forward and touched her face, gently this time. "It is not as easy as you think. Nothing in life is. We will be married for the rest of our lives, my dear Mereniza. Think about it, for the rest of your life you will be nothing but the wife of a common soldier. Pray Allah I get a promotion soon, or you will never be able to hold your head up in your illustrious family.
With that he rose from the floor, bent to move Mehrunisa to one side, opened the door, and left the room, calling out as he did, "Qasim, get my chai ready."
Mereniza sat still, looking down at her hands. She had not had the opportunity to tell Ali Kuli why she had come to his room so early in the morning. Around her she could hear the household stirring as the maids drew water from the courtyard well, as the sweepers swept the stone corridors of the veranda. She had no feeling anymore, no sorrow, no heartache, just a dullness.
As she sat there the first pain came. Just like the others, it stormed down her lower back and belly, like a hand gripping her in a vice. Mehrunisa closed her eyes as the pains flooded through her.
Now she would not have to make up an excuse for not attending Mania's wedding. Now Maji would not ask why she did not come. She clutched her hand to her front, doubling over on the floor, her face flat against the cool stone. Another child gone, barely inside her, barely alive, now gone. It could not be so. It was unimaginable, this life without a child, this life Ali Kuli had sketched out for her as the barren wife of a common soldier.
Her lips moved in a soft prayer, even as tears blurred the room and her breath stuck in her chest. "Please Allah, not again, let me keep this one, please." But then there was the warm swamp of blood between her legs. By this time, 1599, the Mughal Empire stretched vast across the map of Hindustan, embracing Kandahar and Kabul in the northwest, Kashmir in the north, Bengal to the east, and south to Berar.
The khutbah, the official proclamation of sovereignty, was read before the noon prayers every Friday in the melodious voices of the muezzins from mosques around the empire. All hail Akbar Padshah, Lord Most Mighty. In central India, the emperor had managed to subdue even the Rajput kings, valiant warriors and a fierce, proud race. As each kingdom was conquered, its daughters, sisters, cousins, and nieces were given in marriage to the imperial family, cementing newly formed alliances and ensuring against further rebellions. One kingdom still held out. Udaipur lay southwest in Rajput land, a rugged, harsh land of low-lying mountains, bare plains, and scrub. Water and rain were a distant memory, the scorching Thar desert lay to the north. But Udaipur, under a brutal burning sun, stood on the banks of the Pichola lake. Around it, replete with the waters of the lake, the land was fertile, green, and lush, surrounded by the bare hills of the countryside. Here Rana Pratap Singh had ruled with a stubbornness and arrogance that could only come from being a Rajput, proud of being from an unconquerable people, and angry at the presumption of anyone, even a great emperor, at thinking of his land as part of a larger empire.
Rana Pratap Singh died in a hut on the banks of the lake. Through the windows of his shack he could see the brick and mortar walls of the palace a previous Rana had commenced building, but during his reign there had not been enough peace to complete the palace. His sons stood around him as he lay on his hay-stuffed mattress, vowing to continue Pratap Singh's fight against Akbar, swearing that until every last breath left their bodies they would not give up their land to be swallowed by the widespread Mughal Empire. As the eldest of his 17 sons and his heir apparent, Amar Singh, came through the doorway to pay his last respects to his father, his turban caught on one of the slats of the roof and was wrenched off his head. So Pratap Singh, that mighty Rana who had staved off the Mughal Empire, died with this image in his mind, that his son, turbanless and so relaxed, would live a life of ease. That he would not rule for very long. That he would lose this beloved kingdom. Emperor Akbar sat by the window in Ruqayya Sultan Begum's apartments, the leather-bound and gold-embossed copies of the Akbarnama in his lap. He touched the raised surface of the engraving on top. Abul Fazl had said that the 3 volumes covered his reign, the first 2 consisting of the history of his rule, the third, the Ain-i-Akbari, an account of daily life. His fingers skimmed over the unfamiliar letters of the first page. Akbar's grandfather had written the Baburnama. His father's reign was covered by his aunt Gulbadan Bagaim's Humayunama. Now this, a first-hand account for posterity of his rule. Flowery,
Full of praise, and sometimes pompous in his attempts to please, Abul Fazl had yet managed to capture the essence of his life.
Outside the windows, the palace guard walked through the night, his melodious voice singing out the hour, 2 o'clock, and all is well.
The emperor laid the Akbarnama next to him on the divan and slowly unwound his turban, wrapping the piece of embroidered silk into a ball as he did so. It was late in time for him to sleep. Tiredness crept over him as he undressed slowly, unlacing his kaba, replacing his silk pajamas with cotton ones and a loose, white cotton kurta.
He blew out the oil lamp by the window. When his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, he went up to the bed and stood there, looking down at the two shapes. Empress Ruqayya slept aslant on the bed, and Prince Khurram had his little arms tight around her neck. The cotton sheet that covered them had slipped off, so the emperor bent and pulled it over them gently.
Murad. His son's name flashed through his mind, and he sat down, letting the tears come for the first time since he had heard the news. After all those years of wanting sons, being blessed with 3, now he was left with only 2. Murad was dead.
Akbar had sent Murad a few months ago to oversee the campaign in the south, hoping and praying that command of the imperial army would take his mind off drink and drugs.
But that had not happened. Like Daniel before him, Murad was a weak leader, unable to control the men. Petty fighting had broken out among the army commanders. Then news had come to Akbar that Murad was very sick and dying from excessive drinking. So the emperor had sent Abul Fazl, head chancellor of the empire, to nurse him back to health. But Fazl arrived too late. Murad had fallen into a coma, and on the 4th day after Fazl's arrival, on the 2nd of May, 1599, he died.
Fazl found the imperial army scattered, the men disillusioned and weary. The emperor, with scarcely any time to grieve Murad's death, had appointed Fazl chief commander, to give him the authority to rally the forces, and now, Fazl had written to Akbar requesting his presence in the Deccan. Akbar bent his head. There was always so much to do and so little time to think.
Only during the nights did he have the privacy and silence to allow those thoughts to come. Unlike Salim, he had not known either Murad or Daniel well. They had come to him in their childhoods guarded by nurses and ayahs, whisked in and out of his presence during ceremonial occasions. He had paid careful attention to their upbringing though, but from afar, giving them the best tutors, the best nursemaids, the best of everything a royal prince should command. Yet, both Murad and Daniel were too fond of drink and the women of their harem. Now Murad was dead. Salim disappointed him. Daniel drank too much. He was an emperor with 3 heirs, 2 left now, in neither of whom he had much confidence. As he sat there, a gentle hand reached out and rubbed the side of his neck. "Come to bed," Ruqayya said softly. Akbar leaned into her hand, breathing in the essence of santuk, which Ruqayya used on her skin. He turned to her, his face still wet with tears for his son. She was sitting up in the bed. "Come," she said again, holding out her arms to him. The emperor rose and went into her embrace. They stayed like that for a long time, his head against her breast, his tears coming fast now. She rocked him, smoothed back his hair from his forehead, wiped his tears. Then they lay down together on either side of Prince Khurram, arms still wrapped around each other, Khurram in the warm circle they formed. "We must leave for the Deccan, Ruqayya," Akbar said softly, comforted by her as he always was. He had known her all his life. Ruqayya was his cousin, daughter of his uncle Hindal. They had grown up together, knowing they would marry one day. From her he had had no expectations. When she had not borne him children, it had not mattered. For it was Ruqayya he always wanted, not any child she might give him. Therefore, when she asked for Salim's 3rd son, Akbar had gladly taken Khurram from Jagat Gosini and given him to her, not asking why this son, why not another, why now after so many years. What Ruqayya wanted from him, she got. It was as simple as that. And now Khurram was 7, too old to sleep in Ruqayya's bed. But he wanted to, and she wanted him to, so when Akbar came to spend the night with Ruqayya, all 3 of them slept in the same bed. Khurram shifted in their embrace, moving his little body to a more comfortable position. In his sleep, he clutched with one hand the front of his grandfather's kurta and with the other a stray lock of his step-grandmother's graying hair, pulling them closer to him. Ruqayya leaned over Khurram's head and kissed the emperor's cheek. "If Mirza Abul Fazl has requested your presence in the Deccan, your majesty, then you must go there. He would not ask for you if it were not important. Bijapur and Golconda, if you were to conquer them, would be valuable additions to the empire." "Yes," Akbar said, still softly, not wanting to awaken Khurram. "We have been on campaign there for 5 years, with no success." "It will happen, your majesty. At least the Uzbek menace that had brought us here to Lahore has now ceased to exist with the death of King Abdullah Khan. There are no responsibilities anymore at the northwestern front of the empire."
Akbar turned to lie on his back and stare up at the shadowed ceiling. "What about Udaipur? Rana Pratap Singh is dead, and his son Amar Singh is now Rana. He is still getting used to his new obligations. If we strike now, Udaipur will be part of the empire before long."
"Perhaps you should wait for a more opportune moment to lay siege on Udaipur, your majesty," Ruqayya said.
Akbar looked at her, seeking her eyes in the darkness. "We cannot wait too long, Ruqayya. It has been 2 years since Rana Pratap Singh's death. Any longer, and Amar Singh will have an opportunity to establish himself too well. You respected Rana Pratap Singh. He was a brave man, a king worthy of the title," Akbar said somberly.
"Udaipur is the only Rajput kingdom we have been unable to conquer.
We admired Rana Pratap Singh for that, to be able to withstand the imperial army time and again.
But as much as we admired him and kept away from annexing Udaipur after the death of Pratap Singh, the time is now right to do so. It is not just for political reasons. You know that, Ruqayya. Amar Singh's men regularly plunder and loot trading caravans carrying goods from the east to the western ports. At least within the empire, our subjects must travel freely and without fear. As long as Udaipur remains independent, that will not be so."
"And who will you send to command the Udaipur campaign, your majesty?" "Raja Man Singh. He will be a good leader." Ruqayya put a hand to Akbar's face. "Send Salim, your majesty, without Raja Man Singh?" "No, with him. Let Salim have primary command of the imperial army. He needs the responsibility." A long silence stretched between them. Then Akbar said slowly, "Will Salim be capable, Ruqayya?" "There is only one way to find out, your majesty. If he is to be emperor after you, and Allah forbid it happens too soon, he must be prepared. After the Hammam incident, his value has dropped among the nobles of the court. They must have confidence in him. Without confidence, they will not support him when he comes to the throne," said the empress. A deep sadness came over Akbar at her words. He had tried very hard these last 8 years not to think of the poisoning incident. He had never talked even with Ruqayya about his fears that Salim might somehow have been responsible for it. Now he did, finally. And were we right to dismiss the Hakim? Yes, right about the Hakim, but about Salim, we will never know, your majesty. Yet, you must not think he does not love you, has little affection for you. In some ways, he was still a child, easily led by his supporters, unthinking of consequences. I cannot believe he wished for your death. You must not think.
So, these past years have shown his repentance. So send him to Udaipur and show him you trust him. From that will come a new friendship between you." Akbar pulled Khurram closer to him, feeling his little body warm in his arms. "Salim gave us Khurram. This little child brings us so much joy, Ruqayya. As Salim did when he was born." He looked at his wife. "How is it you are so wise? Where does that wisdom come from?" She laughed softly in the dark night, pulling the sheet to cover them all, Emperor, Empress, and Prince. "From you. Because of you. Salim is our child too. We must nurture him, cherish him, and, if he has done wrong, forgive him. Now you must sleep, your majesty." So they slept, wrapped around each other. Before his eyes closed, Akbar prayed silently that Ruqayya was right. He was heartsick at Murad's death, at the prospect of a deteriorating relationship with his 2 remaining sons, at the little time he might have left on this earth to consolidate his beloved empire and hand it safely into the hands of Salim.
A few weeks later, the imperial court and the Zenna moved to the Deccan with the emperor. Ghiyas Beg and Asmat left with the court. The bazaars emptied, and most of the traders moved with Akbar. The nobles shut their houses and followed the court. Ali Quli was sent to Udaipur under Prince Salim's command. He chose not to take Mehrunisa along. She was left alone at Lahore. 7 at the time when he, Akbar, went in prosperity to the provinces of the Deccan, and I was ordered against the Rana, he came and became a servant to me. I gave him the title of Sher Afghan, tiger throwing. A. Rogers, trans, and H. Beveridge, ed. The Terzuk I.
Jahangiri. The two men rode side by side ahead of the army. They were mounted on frisky Arab steeds, one black with ivory socks, the other dark grey with a startling white mane. Prince Salim turned to his companion, jerking his horse to obedience with one hand. "That is a fine horse." Ali Quli bowed from the saddle. "I bought it from an Arabian trader, Your Highness. It comes from good stock. If you wish for my horse, I would be honored to present it to you. Please, take it if it pleases you."
Salim looked appreciatively at the strong lines of the steed, with its sleek muscular flanks and lustrous white mane. It was certainly unusual. How had Mehrunisa's husband acquired this animal? "If my brother Daniel were here, he would have immediately appropriated your mount. He is very fond of horses." "Your mount is spectacular, too, Your Highness," Ali Quli said. "You have excellent taste in horse flesh."
Salim nodded, wondering at Ali Quli's effusiveness. Why was he tripping over himself to be so obsequious? Salim had asked for the soldier to be part of his army, wanting to see for himself the kind of man Mehrunisa had married. And he had picked him from the ranks to accompany him on the last leg of their journey. He pointed into the distance with his jeweled whip. "We are almost there. Have you decided on a plan of action, Your Highness?" Ali Quli asked. "Yes. As soon as we are settled, armies will be sent to establish outposts. I thought of Antila, Mohi, and Chitta as starting points. From there, the lieutenants will send out sorties on sudden raids. We must mount a continuous barrage on the Rana, to tire him out and force him to surrender."
"The Rana's forces will not withstand the imperial army's assaults, Your Highness." The soldier hesitated for a brief moment. "Have you found commanders for the imperial outposts?" "Not yet." "Ah, that was why Ali Quli was being so unctuous." Salim turned to look at him. "I can see that you wish to go." "I do, Your Highness," Ali Quli said eagerly. "I shall make you proud." "Doubtless," Salim said. "Your military exploits are legendary. But you please me with your company, Ali Quli. I wish for you to remain here. Other commanders will be found for the imperial forces."
"As you wish, Your Highness," Ali Quli said. Salim watched disappointment write lines over his face. Another question lingered on his tongue, but he held himself back. It had been a long time, many years, but he could still remember how laughter had built inside him when Mehrunisa released the pigeon during the Meena Bazaar. No one else would have dared to so do in his presence. But she had let the bird go, her slender hands singing in the air as they followed its flight, and then she had looked at him with a mocking glance. "Now what, Your Highness?"
Salim looked away. To the east a slow wind kicked up brown dust in puffs, engulfing the trees and shrubs in its path. He pulled the cloth of his turban over his nose and mouth. Mehrunisa, it was a lovely name, fitting her in every way. He had been with her for only brief snatches of time, yet it seemed like a lifetime.
He did not even think of her all the time. Only her name was etched in his memory, her face came to him in dreams, slipping away before he woke. There were so many women in his zenana, from so many countries, and yet none was like her. And this man who rode by his side was her husband. He went home to her every evening. Did he treat her well? Did she love him? An unexpected pain flared through him at the thought.
"Do you have children, Ali Quli?" he asked suddenly. "No, Your Highness. Allah has not seen fit to bless me. My wife is barren." Salim turned away from him, bile rising to sour his tongue. A lot of men talked like this about their women. This was the man she was married to, so callous about her with a stranger. "It cannot be all that bad," Salim said. Perhaps you should take her to a Hakim. They can do wonders. Ali Kuli stared at him insolently. Unfortunately not for her. She is very beautiful, Your Highness. A lovely woman, but one, it seems, incapable of giving. Me children, if only you could see her, but it is forbidden, alas. Salim tightened his grip on his reins, yanking at his horse as he did so. He itched to whack Ali Kuli in the face and wipe that sneer from his mouth. He said through clenched teeth, "You must not talk thus of the woman who graces your home, Ali Kuli. It is impolite." But perhaps, the soldier turned to Salim with a speculative gleam in his eyes, "Your Highness has already seen my wife before." Salim whipped his head around. "Why do you say that?" Ali Kuli shrugged. "Just a thought, Your Highness. Mehrunisa used to visit with Empress Ruqayya in the imperial harem." "No," Ali Kuli bowed again. When he raised his head, his expression was contrite. "I beg pardon, Your Highness, for suggesting that you might have seen my woman. And if you change your mind about the command of the imperial outposts, please do think of me." What did the one have to do with the other? Still furious, Salim lifted his hand in dismissal, and Ali Kuli fell back. He urged his horse into a gallop, racing through the brush and scrub, mud stinging his eyes. No children, what did that matter? For him it would have been enough to have Mehrunisa in his zenna, to know that he could lie by her side at night, that he could watch her sleep. For 4 years he had pushed away thoughts of Mehrunisa. She was another man's wife, she would never belong to him. And as time passed, he thought she must have forgotten him. Now, seeing Ali Kuli, all those aches had come back, startling him with their intensity.
He should send the soldier out on campaign, not keep him by his side. What good would that do? Every time he saw Ali Kuli, he would be reminded of Mehrunisa. But every time he saw Ali Kuli, disrespectful as he was, Salim would perhaps learn a little more about her. Now he knew she had no children. Maybe later he would find out other things about her, little pieces of information he could hoard and keep with him even if he could not have her.
Anger flared in him again. Why hadn't the emperor granted him permission to marry Mehrunisa? It would have been so easy for Akbar to agree, yet he had not.
Somehow, Salim's rage at this one decision of his father's never seemed to subside. Added to it now was a sense of futility about the Mewar campaign. When Salim had started out from Lahore, he had been full of ideas about the attack on the Rana. But during the journey all those plans dissipated into thin air. Mahabat and Koka pointed out that there would be long, weary months at some military outpost without the harem or basic comforts. It was much better to send
out the imperial forces under his able lieutenants and direct the operations from Ajmer. Salim agreed, but with some reluctance. His father had sent him to oversee the campaign, to prove himself worthy of the crown. And yet, as Mahabat said, when would he get that crown? When the entourage reached Ajmer, Salim settled down in the comfort of the royal palaces to await news from the warfront. The days passed pleasantly as he played king, accepting homage from the crowds of local residents who turned out to see their prince.
The inactivity soon palled, and Salim decided to go up to Nagaur, north of Ajmer. Farther north was the Thar Desert, and in the forests on the southern fringes, near Nagaur, lay the imperial hunting grounds, well known for their large stock of cheetahs. Salim set up camp near the town. The royal party hunted daily, rising early in the morning and spending the entire day in the forests. One day, the royal entourage returned to camp, victorious and tired, dragging along with them the carcasses from the hunt. The call for the evening prayer rang out, and they all fell to their knees, facing west toward Makkah. The prayer over, Salim rose from his prayer rug and walked outside his tent. A groom came running up to him. "Your Highness, a tigress and her cubs have strayed near the camp. They must have been frightened by the drummers from the hunt."
"Lead me to them." Salim, excited, grabbed his musket and followed the groom. They passed Ali Kuli, who was resting nearby, leaning against a tree trunk. "Your Highness, it is unwise to leave the camp alone," he called out. "Come with me then, Ali Kuli," Salim shouted as he disappeared into the woods.
Ali Kuli hastily stuck his dagger into his cummerbund and ran after Salim and the groom. In a few minutes he caught up with them. They walked as quietly as possible through the dark forest. The sun was low in the west by now, and the trees formed a thick canopy overhead, shutting out what little light there was. An unseasonable thunderstorm had drenched the hunting ground 2 days ago, and the undergrowth still smelled dank and damp. The groom struck a match and lit the torch he was carrying. "Here, Your Highness," the groom whispered, pushing aside a bush to let Salim pass.
They had come upon a small clearing. The groom held up his torch, and the darkness receded to the edges of the clearing. In the center, 4 tiger cubs, each not bigger than a man's hand, played alone.
They turned and looked at the newcomers with inquisitive, unblinking golden eyes. One of the cubs came running up to Salim and pawed at his boots fearlessly. Salim laughed in delight, picked up the cub, and held it to his chest. The cub had a tangy smell, with a smear of blood from some animal streaked over one ear where its mother had not licked it off. Salim rubbed his fingers along its neck, and the cub purred in contentment, its bright eyes softening.
Ali Kuli peered worriedly into the gloom. "Your Highness, the tigress must be close by, please be careful." Salim paid no attention to him, stroking the gold and black lines that arrowed down the cub's back. Suddenly, a pair of incandescent eyes gleamed out of the darkness, and a low growl sounded from the bushes directly ahead of Salim.
He looked up, startled, his heart thumping against his ribs. Crouched in front of him, ready to spring, was a large, angry tigress. She had come from nowhere, making no sound until now, giving no indication of her presence. Salim looked around wildly for his musket. It lay on the ground, a few feet away. By the time he reached it, the tigress would be upon him. He looked toward the tigress, holding the cub in numb fingers. Ali Kuli watched his prince, the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. The cub, sensing the tension and excited by the smell of its mother, twisted and mewed in Salim's tight grasp. The tigress growled louder from deep inside her body. Ali Kuli cleared his throat and said softly, "Let the cub go, Your Highness."
Salim did not hear him. He was mesmerized by the fluorescent gaze of the angry mother.
The groom stood nearby, rooted to the ground, his torch spilling an eerie glow over the clearing. It lit up the 3 men standing immobile and the equally still crouched animal in the far corner.
Ali Kuli slowly felt for his dagger. As he clasped the handle, the tigress sprang with a loud roar.
Salim went cold with terror. He tried to look away but could not. His feet would not move. In any case, he knew instinctively that he could not outrun the tigress. He watched stupefied as the tigress launched her huge body from the ground, teeth bared, mouth open, coming toward him. Time dragged to an inching halt as the animal pawed through the air, closer and closer. ... Suddenly, a man hurled himself on the tigress, just a few feet from the prince. The tigress fell to the ground heavily, Ali Kuli on top of her. Salim watched motionless as Ali Kuli and the tigress grappled together. Then, galvanized into motion, he dropped the cub, ran for his musket, picked it up, and held it to his shoulder. But he could not fire for fear of hitting the soldier. The furious tigress lashed out with a powerful arm and sank her claws into Ali Kuli's shoulder. He shouted in pain and with his free hand tried to stab at the muscular body on top of him. She wrenched him into the air, and the soldier crashed back like a cloth doll. As the huge mouth filled with sharp white teeth came toward him, blocking his line of vision, Ali Kuli raised the dagger and with supreme effort plunged it to the hilt into the tigress's heart. Blood spurted out, pouring on his hand and down his clothes, as the tigress collapsed with a loud roar. By this time, the entire camp had gathered around, alerted by the commotion. Still holding the musket, Salim scrambled over to Ali Kuli. He lay motionless on the ground, half under the animal's body. Salim made a sign to his attendants, who rushed over to pull the tigress off Ali Kuli and help him to his feet. The prince embraced the soldier. Ali Kuli winced as the prince's arm went around his shoulder, where flesh hung in bloody strips. "I owe you my life," Salim said, the words coming hoarsely from his mouth. "Mine is always in your service, Your Highness," Ali Kuli replied, almost fainting from the pain. "Take him away and see to his wounds."
As his servants put Ali Kuli onto a makeshift stretcher and carried him back to camp, Salim let the musket fall to the ground and stood still, breaking out into a wild sweat.
His brocaded kaba stuck to his chest, drenched with Ali Kuli's blood and the tigress's blood. He peeled the cloth away from his skin, shivering violently. The tiger cub he had held came back and sank its teeth into the leather of his right boot. It had not yet realized its mother lay dead just a few feet away. Salim looked at the cub and then at the body of the tigress. It had been stupid of him to pick up the cub, he should have known the mother would be nearby. The problem, Salim thought wearily, bending to pick the cub up by the nape of its neck, was that Raja Man Singh had efficiently taken over command of the Udaipur campaign, leaving, as usual, little for Salim to do with his time. From far away in the Deccan, the emperor kept himself informed of the campaign. Letters and missives passed between the Raja and Akbar, they rarely consulted Salim.
The cub wriggled in his grip, and he cradled it to his chest, watching with disgust as it licked at the blood on his kaba. He walked back to the camp and they gave orders for the 4 cubs to be put in his private menagerie.
The next morning, Salim rose and prayed for the well-being of the man who had saved his life. Then he issued a royal farman, proclaiming that from this day, Ali Kuli Khan Istajlu was to be given the title of Sher Afghan, or Tiger Slayer. It was the least he could do. In the light of day, he realized he did not want to be in debt to this man of all men, the man who had married the woman he loved, the man who cared so little about her.
Salim laid his seal on the farman and blew on it to dry the glossy ink. Ali Kuli had saved his life, but his new title and all the honor that came with it would benefit Mehrunisa.
He touched the rough paper. One day, after many hands had held this, Mehrunisa would hold and read the farman. He felt a sudden urge to write one line to her, one line she would understand came from him. So he picked up his quill again and, under the scribe's writing, wrote, "May you be forever peaceful." When the ink had dried, Salim called a servant to take the farman to Ali Kuli. With it went his message to the woman he had seen only thrice, the woman he could not forget.
"With the royal treasury in your hands, you will rule the empire, your highness."
Shush! Prince Salim put his goblet down on the silver tray at his elbow with a clatter. He gave a swift glance around. The royal attendants were arrayed around the room at some distance, standing against the pillars. The men had their hands behind their backs, feet planted apart. Their faces were impassive.
Salim sighed with relief and picked up his goblet again. He frowned over the rim at the 3 eager faces. Mahabat Khan, Kutubuddin Khan Koka, and Saeed Abdullah smiled encouragingly back at him.
The 4 men were seated on low divans in the reception hall of Salim's apartments at the royal palace in Ajmer. The room was large, with vaulted ceilings and stone arches opening to the gardens outside. Salim and his 3 most trusted and loyal cohorts huddled around the center. All 3 men were about Salim's age, having literally grown up with the prince. Mahabat Khan was lean, wiry, and compact. His well-weathered skin was darkened by the sun, drawn tight over the skull, with black eyes shining intelligently from a clean-shaven face. His hair was well-oiled and slicked back, curling slightly at the ends. His energy was seemingly boundless, and true to character, Mahabat sat at the very edge of his divan, upright and alert. Mahabat had been brought into the royal palaces at 10 years of age to provide male
companionship for Salim. A few years later he had been appointed to the Ahadis, the royal personal bodyguards of the imperial family. Kutubuddin Khan Koka had also been brought up in the royal zenna. Koka's mother, Sheikh Salim Chishti's daughter, had been Salim's first wet nurse, and the 2 boys had grown up as foster brothers, drinking the milk of the same mother.
Always tending to plumpness, in the passing years Koka had let himself go. He lounged comfortably on his divan, stroking the luxuriant moustache that grew unchecked over his face. Most people tended to take his calm and unruffled demeanor and his good humor for granted, unaware of the sharp mind behind the facade he took great pains to present to the outside world.
Saeed Abdullah had joined the prince's household after Salim's first marriage and had quickly risen through the ranks to his private circle.
The prince had been initially drawn to Saeed by his wit and charming manner. He was very handsome, tall, and broad-shouldered, with a hooked nose, well-defined eyebrows, and a strong mouth. Saeed was very careful of his personal appearance, determined to improve on what nature had given him so abundantly. But what Salim found most engaging was his absolute and blind devotion to him. Indeed, Salim thought, these three men were his closest cohorts along with Muhammad Sharif, who was not here today, having been laid up with a fever. Physically, the four men could not have been more dissimilar. In contrast to the other three, Sharif was short, with stubby hands and legs, a receding hairline, a neatly clipped mustache, and cold, calculating eyes. But what had brought them together was their loyalty to Salim, loyalty that had been tried and tested over the years. Sometimes, though, they were overzealous, as when they had encouraged him to rebel against his father in 1591. Now they were suggesting that he storm the treasury at Agra and confiscate the empire's wealth. He looked at them thoughtfully. Perhaps there was no harm in listening to what they had to say. For once his mind was as keen as a butcher's knife. Mahal Khan had insisted against his regular morning dose of opium and then asked for a secret conference. Salim had listened to the three men in silence, an idea beginning to germinate in his mind.
A year had passed since he had arrived at Ajmer, a very dull year. He had been feted and pampered in the beginning, but as time passed, the commoners hardly stopped their chores to wave back at him before carrying on. And the siege on the Rana of Udaipur was not progressing well at all. Somehow the wily Amar Singh had successfully managed surprise attacks on all the outposts and sent the imperial army scattering. No real harm done, but it took time and money to gather the forces again and replan the offensive.
A month ago, Raja Man Singh, his brother-in-law, had been recalled to his governorship of Bengal by the emperor. It seemed that Usman, the last of the Afghan dissidents in India, had rebelled again, and Man Singh was sent from Mewar to quell the rebellion. The Afghan threat had plagued the empire for years now. They had driven Akbar's father from Hindustan. So the slightest sign of trouble from Bengal was taken very seriously. But, Salim thought irritably, it left him without a strong commander in his forces. The emperor had not chosen him to command in the first place, sending him here had just been a token gesture. Now he was not willing to go out into the battlefield and rally the forces. That meant his presence was no longer necessary at Mewar. But where else would he go? Certainly not to the Deccan. The emperor would promptly put him in command of another long and tiring campaign under his nose this time.
As Salim was mulling over his problems, Mahal Khan came to him with his request for a private audience. Until now, Salim had felt the throne secure for himself, especially since Murad was dead and only Daniel was left in contention. And then Koka languidly pointed out that Prince Daniel was in the Deccan with Akbar. Who knew how close they had become? Salim grew cold at the thought. Would his father pass him by and leave the empire to Daniel?
Could he afford to take that chance? All these years he had wanted, no, yearned desperately to be on the throne, and it seemed as though after all that, Daniel, who had equal rights under the law, would take away his life's ambition. At that point he started listening to what his friends had to say. Capture the treasury and the empire would indisputably be his, for the life of the empire lay in its rich treasury.
Salim finally looked up from the amber wine in his goblet. How can I capture the treasury at Agra? It is well guarded. Mahabat, Koka, and Abdullah smiled at one another. There is only a skeleton army left at Agra, Koka said slowly. The rest of the imperial army is here, or in the Deccan with the emperor.
Salim shook his head. He was being asked to rebel a second time against his father. And this time, there would be no turning back. At least with the poisoning incident, Akbar had merely been suspicious, he had had no real proof. But capturing the treasury, that would be an open act of mutiny.
The time is ripe, Your Highness, Abdullah urged. We must act now. Who knows how long the emperor will live? It may be years before he dies and you ascend the throne of Hindustan. Why wait, Your Highness? Mahabat Khan chimed in. His Majesty has clearly stated that he wishes you to be heir. If you capture the royal treasury, Emperor will acknowledge you as the next king and retire from court life. Salim shook his head again. I don't know whether it will work. This is a big step to take. The right step, Your Highness. Koka smiled under his mustache, sensing victory. You reached manhood 10 years ago. But does the emperor admit it? No, instead, he treats you like a child. He gives you no responsibility.
He did send me to subdue the Rana of Udaipur, Salim said haltingly.
A lost cause, Your Highness. His Majesty should have sent you to the Deccan, but he went there himself, not trusting your command, Mahabat replied. Salim bit his lip. I cannot, he moaned. What if the emperor finds out before we reach Agra? We will travel in the greatest secrecy, Your Highness, Koka said. We can send out word that you are confined to your bed with an illness. No one will know you are not here. Think of the riches of the royal treasury.
Salim's head jerked up from his cup. He could see the huge walls at the fort. Thick strands of swan white pearls, glittering rubies, diamonds and emeralds. Teak chests spilling with gold and silver coins, all sitting at the treasury, gathering dust. At the last counting, the treasury accountants had put the figure at 200 million rupees.
But this was surely wrong. The emperor would be devastated when he heard of Salim's rebellion.
The prince bent his head. As he did so, for a brief moment, he remembered Meraniza. She must be a beautiful woman now. Ali Kuli never talked of her anymore, not even in passing. Salim sometimes almost asked, then stopped himself. How did one man ask after another man's wife? Yet, if things had been different, she would have been his wife. A defiant gleam came into Salim's eyes. You are right. It is time. The emperor cannot treat me as a child any longer. He turned to the three men. We leave for Agra tomorrow. Go prepare for the march.
As you wish, Your Highness. The three men smiled at one another and bowed out of the room. 8. The prince, advanced by this favor and swelling with pride, resolved to go on the journey, answering he would treat of no peace until he were in the field with his army. The ambitions of this young prince are open, the common talk of the people, yet his father suffers all. William Foster, ed. The Embassy of Sir Thomas Roe II. India. Winter came to Lahore venomously cold, carrying with it a touch of frost from the north and the mountains. All through the rest of the year the city had baked in the heat of a blazing sun.
The monsoons were late, then they did not come at all, and the Ravi did not flood its banks. Instead, it lay parched at its edges, shallow and slow like a giant python in the heat. It was 6 months since Emperor Akbar had moved his court to his campaign in the Deccan, taking with him, it seemed, all the life from the city. It had been a brutal summer. Now, as the earth tilted away from the sun, dry, chilly winds whistled through the almost deserted streets and lanes. Only a few people braved the cold and the wind in one bazaar street that hugged the ramparts of the Lahore fort. Beggars huddled around rubbish-heap fires, rags gathered around their shivering bodies. A vendor broiled fresh ears of corn over a cold brazier, and then brushed over them a chili and cumin powder mixture to bring fire to cold bellies. A few intrepid men and women hurried through, shawls drawn tightly over their heads and shoulders. One woman walked slowly through the bazaar, her head bent, trying not to attract the attention of the men who passed. There was little to see, though, for she was clad in the deepest blue. Her veil was of thick, impenetrable muslin and fell in heavy folds almost to her feet. The swirls of her ghagara swept the cobbled street and muffled her footsteps. It was only when an errant wind breezed through that her clothes molded to her body. Then the men looked with ravenous eyes at the curve of her breast, at the deep of her waist, at the sway of her hips, but they did not approach her, knowing, without really being able to see, that she was not a common woman. But Mehrunisa did not notice them. She stopped at one side of the bazaar and looked up at the red brick walls of the fort that rose to the blue-black sky above her. On the other side of these walls was her home. She put out a veil-clad hand and touched the pitted bricks, feeling the cold seep into her palm. For 6 months, since the emperor had left, since Prince Salim had left, since her husband had left, she had roamed the bazaars of the city. Ali Kuli would be horrified if he knew. Even Bapar and Maji would shudder. From Ali Kuli would come like a woman of the night, as if you had no protector, no husband. Other wives don't do this, they stay at home where their men keep them. Why not you? From Bapa it would be you must take care, beta. It is an ugly world out there.
And yet, Mehrunisa could not have stayed at home without anyone to talk with, no one to visit, nothing to do. The imperial harem had moved away also, some with the emperor to the Deccan, some back to Agra. Mehrunisa had wandered into the bazaars with the servants at first, but they were always loud, quarreling, puffed with pride at their positions, and she had spent all her time trying to pacify them. Then she had forbidden all but 2 male servants from coming with her, and they had to follow at a discreet distance. They would keep her safe. The shopkeepers gave her curious glances but asked no questions. The gold mohurs in her hand kept them silent and grateful. It was, after all, the only thing she had to occupy herself with now that the city slept in the wake of the royal court. A tempting aroma filled the air, and Mehrunisa turned to watch a vendor as he roasted peanuts and chickpeas, his metal spoon clanking against the sizzling tawa. Suddenly feeling cold, she went up to him and offered him a few coins. His mouth broke into a wide grin, showing yellow, tobacco-stained teeth, as he picked 1 coin from her hand, his grimy finger lingering longer than necessary on her palm.
Mehrunisa grimaced under her veil. It was an ugly world, but as long as these men looked and did not approach her, it was a small price to pay for such freedom. The vendor scooped the peanuts into a paper cone, twisted one end, and gave it to Mehrunisa. She took it from him, careful this time not to let her hand touch his. Then, the cone warming her skin, she went down the street to the chai shop on the corner.
The rest of the bazaar was shut. It was too cold for the shopkeepers to linger in their stores, too cold for shoppers to visit and haggle, too cold to do anything but drink chai and smoke bidis. Mehrunisa went into the tea shop and sat down on a bench. The owner, a fat unsmiling man, nodded briefly at her, then shouted, "Mohan." A little boy came scurrying out from behind the shop, flapping his arms to keep away the chill, clad only in a tattered pair of shorts and a kurta. He went up to his master and waited until he had poured some tea into an earthenware cup.
This he took slowly and with great concentration to Mehrunisa. As he neared her, a customer leaned into him, and a few steaming drops spilled onto his hands. He looked up at her, his eyes huge in his small face. Mehrunisa reached over and took the cup from his hands. "We won't say anything about the spill." She knew he would be beaten if the chai seller found out. The boy wiped his hand on the front of his already stained kurta and took the money from her. "Thank you, Sahiba."
Mehrunisa sat in the shop listening to the men around her talk, sipping the heavily sugared chai spiced with cinnamon and ginger. 2 days ago, there had been a letter from her husband, the first in all this time.
In it, he had recounted his tale of saving Prince Salim from the tigress. He was now called Sher Afghan, Tiger Slayer. It was an impressive title. Salim would never forget him or what he had done, the name would be a reminder. Mehrunisa laid the cup down on the wooden crate that served as a table and watched the steam condense in the air. Suddenly, she yearned to know whether Salim knew that Ali Kuli was her husband. She leaned back against the soot-blackened walls of the chai shop. Ali Kuli had said little else about the incident in the jungle, but she could picture it. Impetuous, rash Salim, rushing to pick up tiger cubs, aware that the tigress would be nearby. But he would still do it, even though he knew that a mother always protects her young. A piercing, brief pain flashed through her chest and brought sudden tears to her eyes. She let them blur her vision, then slip unnoticed down her cheek. A mother, how sweet that word sounded. For her the hardest part was to fend off the constant, prying questions and advice. Why, take this powder mixed with milk every night. Fast on the night of the full moon. Be submissive. The pain was sometimes almost physical in its intensity. Her arms ached to hold her child.
Sahiba, a firm hand on her shoulder jolted Mehrunisa out of her thoughts. She looked around to see one of her maids crouched next to her. Her heart faltered. What had happened? "What is it, Leela?" she asked, rising as she spoke. There was a dense silence in the chai shop. All the men were looking at them. Mehrunisa pulled the girl up and they hurried out of the shop, leaving her chai still sitting on the crate. Sahiba, it's Yasmin, her time has come, but things are not right. Mehrunisa stopped and stared at the trembling maidservant. She was still very young, perhaps not even 10 years old, but the servants did not keep note of their time of birth or death, so there was no way of knowing. Leela was still a child.
What is wrong? She asked. Leela shook her head, pulling Mehrunisa by the hand toward the fort. I do not know, Sahiba. The Hakim is busy, there is no midwife to be found. I think they will not come because Yasmin is not married. She needs help, Sahiba. Mehrunisa still stood unmoving in front of the chai shop, looking down at the grimy street, the cobblestones smudged with winter dirt. Yasmin was one of her slaves, bought for a few rupees. She too was young and pretty, with looks that had caught Ali Kuli's eye. Mehrunisa had ignored the situation as long as she could until Yasmin's belly had started to grow. Then she was left alone in Lahore, with nothing to do but watch her husband's child in another woman's body. Come, Sahiba. Leela now knelt in front of Mehrunisa, a tear-smudged face against her hand. What did this child care about another slave in the household? They were not sisters, not related. They had only known each other for the last year. Yet, she pleaded for her life. Mehrunisa turned away briefly and stared down the bazaar street. Then, her face unreadable, she looked down at the child in front of her. Come, she said, putting out a hand. The men in the shop leaned over their chai to watch as they fled down the street, hand in hand, Mehrunisa's veil swirling in a blue cloud around her. Her two servants, who had been smoking bidis by the shop, hurriedly flicked them to the side of the street and raced behind their mistress.
When they reached the house, Mehrunisa saw most of the servants gathered in a crowd in the front courtyard, their faces hostile. Some of these women were mothers themselves. Surely they would have more knowledge of childbirth and birthing than she did?
Why did they not go to help Yasmin? It was nothing but prejudice and sloth and a small kind of meanness. Yasmin was an orphan with no protector, pregnant without being married. They had ostracized her for the last 6 months. And Mehrunisa had allowed them to, angry herself, in a deep pain that this woman should carry her husband's child, while she could not keep one within her for more than a few months.
She pulled off her veil and glared at the huddled servants. Commands came out like musket shots. Get hot water. Go look for a hakim or a midwife. No, no. Argument, tell them I have commanded their presence. Some clean bedclothes, sheets, towels, everything. Milk the goat for the child if it will not take to its mother's breast. Now. It is of no use, Sahiba, one old servant spoke up. She has screamed for too long. The child is surely dead by now inside her. And she will not last long either. Better not to waste time.
Why was I not informed before? They all shrugged and looked away at the walls, at the cloudy sky, at the floor, not wanting to meet the blue fire in Mehrunisa's eyes. Just then, from behind the servants' quarters, Yasmin screamed again. Mehrunisa shivered. It was a low feral wail, unreal, unhuman. The sound stretched thinly through the house and wrapped itself around them before dying out.
Snapping her fingers at the servants, Mehrunisa picked up the skirts of her ghagara and ran to the quarters behind the house.
They had put Yasmin in a shed where the hens were kept when her pains first started. Mehrunisa entered the shed and almost gagged as the stench of stale blood rose to her nostrils. A red stain blossomed on the straw under the girl, seeping into the mud floor, the hens squawking and pecking curiously nearby. Bile shot up from her stomach, and Mehrunisa ran back outside, throwing up the chai she had drunk. Still heaving, she wiped her mouth, covered her face with her veil, and went back inside.
Yasmin lay motionless on the hay, her lower body uncovered, her stomach distended toward the thatched roof. Her arms flopped at her side, and her head was turned to Mehrunisa, eyes huge and frightened. Sweat soaked through her hair and pooled in a dark circle on the pillow. Mehrunisa put a hand on her forehead. It will be all right, Yasmin. A flicker of recognition flashed in the girl's eyes. Sorry. Mehrunisa shook her head. For what? She had had no choice. They were all This slave girl, the servants, Mehrunisa herself, the property of her husband, how could this girl have denied him anything? Leela, she said to the child, who had followed her inside and now stood near the door, take the hens out and clean out this shed. Open the windows a little to let the air in.
Just then another contraction racked Yasmin's body, and the shed filled with her low howl. Her stomach shuddered and quivered, the child inside straining to come out, her body trying to expel it, neither effort successful. Mehrunisa washed her hands in the pail of cold water used for the hens and knelt in front of Yasmin's splayed legs. Something was wrong. Why did the child not come? Even if it were dead, it had to be removed or Yasmin would surely die. Mehrunisa had watched enough births at home and in the imperial zenana to know what happened. She had seen the hakims and midwives battle to bring life back to the child, to the mother. With the fingers of one hand, she probed between Yasmin's thighs, watching her face for signs of pain. But Yasmin was beyond pain.
Mehrunisa touched a rounded curve and drew back, her fingers coated in blood. The baby was already half out, but she had not been able to see it in the semi-darkness of the hen shed.
Almost dreading what she was to discover, she reached down again. Her hands slipped over a tiny smooth round bottom. Still kneeling there, Mehrunisa closed her eyes. Sweat beaded her forehead even in the chill of the shed. The child was coming out bottom first. What could she do? Was there any way to turn the baby? Allah, come to our aid. Another contraction started, and Yasmin cried out again.
Mehrunisa felt the baby force itself against her hands.
Leela, she called to the wide-eyed child who had just shooed the hens out of the shed. Go and hold up Yasmin. Make her sit up. Don't argue, do as I say. Then, when a nearly fainting Yasmin sat looking at her, Mehrunisa said, the next time a pain comes, I want you to push hard. As hard as you can. Do.
You understand? Yasmin stared at her blankly. Leela said, I will help her, Sahiba.
Mehrunisa turned back to the child. When Yasmin's body shuddered again and she opened her mouth to let out an unearthly wail, Leela leaned into her and said urgently, push, Yasmin, push.
As the girl strained, Mehrunisa reached inside, grabbed hold of one slippery leg, and gently pulled it out. The other leg was still folded near the head. Feeling inside Yasmin's body, Mehrunisa caught the other leg. A few minutes later, it too came out. Almost too easily, Mehrunisa thought, for now the head, the hardest and largest part of the child, was yet to be delivered.
A servant came in with a copper vessel of warm water and some clothes. She dipped a few towels in the water and wiped the little body. It was too cold and bluish grey, the umbilical cord was shriveled. Mehrunisa kept the baby wrapped in warm towels, waiting for the contractions, praying it would come out safely. She, who had seen difficult births only from afar, seemed to know instinctively what to do. Where that strength or that knowledge came from she did not know. 30 minutes went by before the child slipped out into Mehrunisa's exhausted hands. Yasmin lay back on her bed of straw, a pulse barely beating on her thin wrists, blood drained from her face. Surprisingly, the bleeding seemed to have almost stopped.
Mehrunisa looked down at the slippery, bloody, bawling infant cradled in her arms. It was a boy. Her husband had his heir, through another woman. It was a child he would never acknowledge. By this time, the rest of the servants had crowded outside the door of the shed, peering in curiously. The midwife came too, led by one of the grooms. Mehrunisa nodded toward Yasmin. Clean her up, and clean up the child too. There will be a reward for you. Then she crawled to one corner of the shed and leaned against the wall, watching as the midwife wiped and swabbed at Yasmin, massaging her uterus back into shape, applying poultices to heal her skin.
The baby too was cleaned and brought to Mehrunisa. She sat there, holding the child, watching him sleep. Her hands were still caked with dried blood, his mother's blood. She traced his hairline with one finger, dabbed at the little nose, put his tiny curled fist against her lips. A huge pain came sweeping through her as she held the baby. When would she have one of her own?
The midwife fed Yasmin some chicken and beef broth, took her payment, and left. Still Mehrunisa sat there holding the child. Would Yasmin live? She put her head against the baby's tiny one and closed her eyes. Among all the filth and blood of the shed, the smooth smell of newborn life rose and surrounded her.
The baby slept in the crook of her arm, so tiny, so content, so unaware of his fate. What if she never had children? At the heel of that terrible thought came another, stronger idea. If Empress Ruqayya could command a child away from a royal princess, why shouldn't she from a penniless, orphan maidservant? She could always pension Yasmin off and send her to some remote village. She would never talk. Merenizer had brought the child into this world. He must belong to her.
Prince Salim reined in his horse, turned, and held up a hand for silence. Behind him, the sun glanced off the spires and minarets of the city of Agra. "We will rest tonight," Salim announced, raising his voice. "Tomorrow, we shall storm the fort, set up camp here." Mahabat Khan came riding up, his lean, brown face taut with worry. "We must proceed to the fort immediately, Your Highness. No time must be lost." "Look at the men," Salim gestured, "they are in no condition to go into battle." Both men turned to look at the soldiers with their dust-grimed faces and dark circles under their eyes, their horses foaming at the mouth from the long, hard march. No one had slept much in the past few weeks. They had left in the middle of the night from Udaipur. Salim's servants had been told to inform the army that he was ill and in bed, but that excuse would have worked for only a short time.
Sooner or later, some commander would want to see him personally, and the pretense would be revealed. As they traversed the breadth of the empire toward Agra, Salim prayed that the news of his flight would not reach the emperor until it was too late. Then all this, the hard riding through scorching days when the sun burned harsh on their skins, the brief rest stops to eat, rub down the horses, and feed them, the few precious hours of sleep, would come to naught.
"We shall lose the element of surprise if we stay here tonight, Your Highness. The governor, Kulich Khan, will have time to prepare for a siege. We must proceed," Mahabat said firmly.
"But when Kulich Khan sees us approaching with an army, he is sure to be suspicious," Salim replied, running a hand through his hair. It was dusty. He had not bathed in a week, there had been no time. "We are all tired from the march. How can we defend ourselves if Kulich attacks?"
"Not so, Your Highness," Mahabat said. "What is more natural than a royal prince entering the fort with his army? He will not suspect anything." Salim looked at Mahabat and then back at his army, struggling to make the decision required. Finally he said, "Let us march on, then." The soldiers wearily lifted their shields and spears and mounted their lagging horses.
The sun was setting in the western sky as they neared the fort. The Agra fort, built in red sandstone, was ablaze in crimson. It seemed quiet. There were no signs of undue activity. Salim relaxed in his saddle and allowed his shoulders to fall back. Mahabat was right. Kulich had not heard of their arrival. He would simply march into the fort and take over the treasury. Nothing could be simpler.
They reached the Delhi gateway, the western approach to the fort.
Salim's fatigue began to disappear, and his spirits lifted. He knew that there was no turning back now. He would either capture the treasury or spend his life fleeing from the imperial army. The trip had been made in the greatest secrecy, but Salim knew that there were no secrets from the emperor. Akbar had built a mighty empire, and one of the bastions of that empire was his superb spy system. Their only hope was to reach Agra before the emperor could inform Kulich Khan of their intentions.
Now it seemed his wishes had been fulfilled. Everything appeared to be quiet and normal. The huge wooden gates were shut and the drawbridge drawn up, but that was not unusual. He held up his hand and reined in his horse at the moat. Salim turned to Mahabat and nodded. "Open the gateway. His Highness, Prince Salim has arrived," Mahabat yelled out to the guard at the tower. The huge gates swung open in silence, and the drawbridge was let down on well-oiled wheels. Salim spurred his horse forward eagerly. Just then, a small entourage came out, led by the governor. "Welcome to Agra, Your Highness." Kulich Khan bowed to the prince. "Please accept these gifts on behalf of the city." He gestured toward the attendants behind him, who carried large silver trays piled with satins and silks. "It is indeed a great honor for us."
A sudden noise distracted Salim. He looked up. Cannons had been silently wheeled to the ramparts. They lined the battlements, their black, ugly mouths pointed at his army. The bulwark of the fort, which had looked benign a few minutes ago, was filled with soldiers bearing muskets. Kulich Khan's intentions were clear.
Your Highness, we can easily take the fort. There are not many soldiers, Mahabhat said in an undertone. Salim shook his head. The time had not yet come to clash with the imperial forces. His men were tired and could hardly keep upright in the saddle. By contrast, Kulich's army looked well rested and ready for battle. Kokar and Abdullah came up to add to Mahabhat Khan's pleas. Kulich Khan was finishing his speech, and Salim was struck by his last sentence. What did you say? He asked the old man. Her Majesty, the Dowager Empress Mayam Makani, wishes to welcome you, Your Highness, Kulich Khan repeated.
His grandmother. Salim felt his face go hot. He could not go in front of Mayam Makani while he was in revolt against his father. Suddenly, he felt like a child again. He could remember Mayam Makani's imperious voice as she scolded him for mischief. That decided it. If his grandmother wanted to see him, he had best leave before she turned a 31-year-old man into a child with her quelling stare. Salim thought quickly. He had to get out of this situation with as much grace as possible.
I have just arrived at Agra to make sure that you are taking good care of the imperial treasury, Kulich Khan.
Your Highness's concern is understandable. Was that sarcasm in his voice? Salim dismissed the thought and went on. I leave Agra in your hands, and I am sure that you will guard the fort in a responsible manner. Tell my grandmother I regret I cannot wait upon her at this time.
Kulich Khan bowed. You can rely on me, Your Highness. I will serve the Emperor with my life if necessary. Good, good. Salim turned to his men. Let us continue on our way.
The army retreated. As he was leaving, Salim looked back at the fort. Within its walls lay the imperial treasury filled with riches that would have given him his dream. Kulich Khan stood at the gates, his arms folded across his chest, a grim look on his face. He bowed again to the prince. Salim nodded and turned back.
Disappointed and weary to the bone, Salim with his army reached the banks of the Yamuna river at Agra. His plans had failed. Akbar would hear of this and he would be furious. The emperor might even be on his way back from the Deccan. Salim rubbed at his temples tiredly. Again he had failed, as he seemed to fail at everything he tried. Somehow the governor of Agra had known he was coming.
And if he knew, the emperor must know too. The last thing he wanted was a confrontation with his father. He had to leave Agra and go somewhere safe. He watched the river flow past, and a thought struck him. He could go to his estates at Allahabad and plan his next course of action from there. Right now, he could not think, he just needed to rest. Salim called Mahabhat Khan and commanded a barge to carry him down the Yamuna to Allahabad. The army was to follow by land.
As Salim's barge departed down the river, one man stood thoughtfully in the gathering dusk, watching as the barge was swallowed up in the darkness. Ali Kuli turned and walked away slowly. Faced by the imperial army in Agra, he had realized the magnitude of the folly he was about to commit if he betrayed his emperor.
He could not follow the prince to Allahabad. It was not cowardly of him to desert Salim at this time, merely prudent. And the emperor was still much stronger than the prince. It was simply a matter of choosing the right leader, and he chose the emperor. He had no intention of spending his entire life following the prince in his recklessness.
While Salim's army was preparing for the march to Allahabad, Ali Kuli slipped unnoticed into the city and went to his father-in-law's house. A week later, he sent a message to Mehrunisa at Lahore, commanding her presence at Agra.
Akbar paced his apartments, hands clasped behind his back, an angry flush on his face. He reached the end of the room and turned abruptly, his silken sash
flying out around him. The emperor stalked up to the silent figure. We cannot agree to the prince's terms. His voice shook with rage. Khwaja Jahan cringed. Your Majesty, the prince is truly repentant. He wishes for a reconciliation.
Akbar glared at Salim's emissary. If he wanted our forgiveness, he would not put conditions on our clemency. Why has he come with a large army to beg our pardon? He must disband his army and come to us with only a few attendants. Akbar paused and said, "Take this message back to him. We shall see him alone, without his army. And we will not grant immunity to his followers."
"Yes, Your Majesty." Khwaja Jahan bowed. He backed away slowly. Akbar spoke again, "Tell the prince that he must obey our orders. If he cannot do so, he can return to Allahabad. We will not grant him permission to wait on us." Khwaja Jahan bowed again and let himself out of the room. When the door shut behind him, Akbar sat down heavily and ran his fingers through his hair.
Why was Salim rebelling against him? Salim had tried to capture the royal treasury at Agra, and he might well have succeeded if Akbar had not had an efficient spy system. Upon hearing of Salim's march from Ajmer, the emperor had warned Kulich Khan. Now his errant son had set up court at Allahabad. The news was that he was playing king, granting jigyas to his followers and issuing farmans and titles to his loyal supporters. The emperor had to come rushing back from the Deccan from his siege on the fort of Asir. Fortunately, the fort had fallen just before news arrived of Salim's duplicity. So Akbar had sent 2 runners to Agra and followed almost at their heels, winding up his affairs in a hurry and leaving Abul Fazl to carry on the rest of the campaign. After 6 months of negotiations with Salim's emissary, Khwaja Jahan, Akbar had finally agreed to meet with his son. But Salim had imprudently come to Agra with an army of 70,000 cavalry and infantry, as if he were on campaign. Akbar stared unseeingly out of the window. After he had spent so many years carefully nurturing his son, Salim had rebelled, and all this, for the throne of the empire. The emperor was still in his apartments when news was brought to him of his son's response. The prince had decided to return to Allahabad. He did not wish to disband his army. Akbar dismissed the messenger with a frown. Something would have to be done about Salim. Who was the best person to advise him? His brow cleared. Abul Fazl, of course. Apart from his duties as head chancellor, Fazl had also been tutor to the royal princes. Perhaps he could talk some sense into his son. The emperor called for the royal scribes. An imperial farman was sent post-haste, commanding Fazl's presence at court. "The emperor has called for Abul Fazl, Your Highness," Mahabat Khan said. Salim looked at his courtier in dismay. "Are you sure?" Mahabat nodded. "The runner was spending the night at a wine house and talked too much. One of our men heard the news." Salim slumped down on the cushions of his throne. He had ordered a black slate throne carved at Allahabad and called himself Sultan Salim Shah in defiance of his father's command to disband his army and come to him unarmed. Many months had passed since that mad dash to Agra to capture the treasury. A few more after that fateful attempt at reconciliation with Akbar. Now, the emperor was going to call upon Fazl. Why Fazl? What good would that do? Abul Fazl had never liked him, but he was one of the emperor's closest confidants, the man to whom he had entrusted the care of his sons. He had sent Fazl to the Deccan to look after Murad, who had died soon after his arrival. Now he wanted to bring him back to attend to another son. Akbar was devoted to Abul Fazl, even more so since he had finished the Akbarnama, bestowing great honors on him for that work. But Akbar had not read 3 volumes of the Akbarnama. He had merely looked at them with awe. This great Mughal emperor was illiterate. He could neither read nor write. However, that had not stopped Akbar from cultivating the acquaintance of the most learned and cultured poets, authors, musicians, and architects of the time, relying solely on his remarkable memory during conversations with them. Salim sighed. So much, the emperor always did so much with his time. He slept but little, only 4 hours every night, and each day was filled with state duties, time at the harem, time with the court musicians and painters and poets. And he, Salim, found it hard to even run his little kingdom within the empire. "Why has the emperor called for Fazl?" he asked. "To resolve this dispute between yourself and his majesty, no doubt," Mahabat replied. "Abul Fazl will only make matters worse. He has never been my friend. He has always spoken against me to the emperor," Salim said. "If he comes to court, I shall not be able to see my dear father again. The emperor will never allow me to wait on him." A short silence followed. Mahabat, Koka, Abdullah, and Sharif looked at one another significantly. Fazal's arrival at court would be disastrous for them, too. They were already facing charges of sedition, and the emperor's army was itching to lay hands on them. Fazal might convince Akbar to forgive Salim, but their own heads lay on very uneasy shoulders. Unfortunately, they could claim no kinship to the emperor. "What shall I do?" Salim asked. "We can return to Agra, and I shall beg forgiveness from His Majesty." "No, Your Highness," Sharif said firmly. "We have to let some time pass before you return. Right now." He hesitated. "The emperor is very upset and will not be reasonable. But there is no chance that he will relent before Fazal gets here. And that man will only make matters worse," Salim said again. He knew why a reconciliation with Akbar was not prudent right now for his courtiers. But he would protect them from his father's wrath. They had thrown in their lot with him, he could do no less. However, Fazal would not help. This Salim firmly believed. He would only be a disruptive influence. What was the alternative? Then he must not go to Agra, Koka said in his slow manner, his pasty face lit by cunning. Salim looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" "He has been commanded by the emperor. He will return to Agra from the Deccan." "True. But the journey from the Deccan is very..." Koka hesitated delicately, "shall we say, hazardous, fraught with danger." "Who knows?" He rolled his eyes to the ceiling. "Fazal may never complete the trip." Salim stared at him, his pulse racing. Did he dare do what Koka was suggesting? It would be dangerous. He was already in trouble with Akbar. But it seemed he had no other options. It was this or nothing else. The risk that Fazal would reach Agra safely and further poison his father's ear, and perhaps convince him to leave the throne to Daniel, was too great. He looked around quickly. They were alone in the reception hall. All the attendants had been dismissed. Nevertheless, he lowered his voice and leaned toward his men. "You are right. After all, we live in dangerous times. Robbers and thieves infest our highways. A little accident, a small mishap, and who knows?" He spread his hands. The 5 men smiled at one another. "Who is the best person for the job?" "Bir Singh Dio, Your Highness," Mahabat replied promptly. "The Bundela Rajput chieftain from Ocha." Salim frowned. "Isn't he in revolt against the empire?" "Yes, but Bir Singh is a mercenary. If we make it worth his while, he will undertake any job for us. Besides, it is well known that you are at odds with the emperor, and Bir Singh likes to fight the interests of the empire." "If you think he is the right person," Salim began, reluctantly. "He is, Your Highness," Abdullah cut in. "No shadow of suspicion should fall upon you, and therefore the assassin must be someone unconnected to your court." Salim rubbed his chin. "You are right. Fazal is a minister of state, and the emperor will not take his death lightly. He will surely hunt down his killer." He looked up. "Can we trust Bir Singh? What if he betrays us?" Mahabat smiled. It was actually more of a grimace. "He cannot. Even if the emperor forgives him for this deed, there are others for which he is equally guilty. He knows he cannot escape with his life. He will go back into hiding in Ocha. After all, the Bundelas have lived there for years, successfully avoiding the imperial forces." Salim stared at his courtiers. There was no turning back now from this decision. All he had done so far paled in comparison to this command of his, but it was essential. "Send for Bir Singh. There is no time to be lost." Abul Fazl was informed of the plot to kill him, but he made no change in his route. His reasoning was simple. Akbar had commanded his presence post-haste. So he increased the number of his bodyguards and set out. Fazl and his men were attacked 3 times and fought off their assailants. A 4th time, when Fazl was passing through the village of Sur, the Bundelas set upon him and his men again. Heavy fighting ensued. Fazl managed to stave off the assassins but, injured and bleeding, was forced to lie down under a tree to rest. There, the Bundela chief found him, conscious but in great pain, and sliced off his head. 9. My intention is to point out that no evil fortune is greater than when a son, through the impropriety of his conduct and his unapproved methods of behavior, becomes contumacious and rebellious to his father, without cause or reason. A. Rogers, Trance, and H. Beveridge, ed. The Tizukai. Jahangiri the Emperor sat motionless in his darkened apartments, silken curtains drawn across the windows. Tears ran down his cheeks, soaking into the brocade collar of his kaba. Akbar closed his eyes and leaned back on the velvet bolster. He had been looking forward to Fazal's arrival. Instead, 2 runners had brought him news of his death. Akbar had lost a dear and valued friend in Abul Fazl. But more than that, it seemed as though his son had had a hand in the murder. Could it be possible? Had Salim planned Fazal's death? Akbar raised a trembling hand and wiped his tears. His soldiers had found Fazal's beheaded body under a tree. The minister was not even allowed to die with dignity. Now his spies told him that the head had been sent to Salim. How could his son cold-heartedly murder his father's friend? Rebellion was one thing, but murder. Akbar buried his face in his sleeve. 3 days had passed since the news of Fazal's death, and he had shut himself up in his apartments, seeing no one, talking with no one, not even with the ladies of his harem. What had he done to deserve such sons? Murad was dead, Daniel was a dissolute youth given to drinking and opium, and Salim, he had done more to break his father's heart than either of his brothers. He rose slowly from the divan and went to the window. With shaky hands, he unlatched the clasp and opened the latticework shutters. It was mid-afternoon, the sun rode high in the sky, bleaching everything to a glaring whiteness. Heat exploded into his face, and the emperor stepped back, glad for the sensation after these last 3 days of numbing sadness. It was so hot that every breath seared his tired lungs. From here, Akbar could see only the heat-broiled plains beyond the Yamuna river, dotted here and there with stunted trees. But somewhere out there, in the dust of the plains, its sandstone buildings decaying, lay the city of Fatehpur Sikri. The city he had built for Salim. Akbar had been 27 when Salim was born. He had ruled the empire for 14 years by then, already an old king. A king married many years, one possessed of vast lands and varied people, with no one to leave them to. A ruler with no heir. He had seen many sons born to his many wives by then. Some were dead at birth, perfectly formed, the hakims had told him, fingers and toes intact, hair dense on their heads, bodies rounded in their mothers' wombs. But the little chests lay silent without a heartbeat. Some had died in infancy after he had held them in his arms, watched them suckle with vigor at the wet nurse's breast, smile at his face. With an empire to care for, it had been almost easy to forget these ghost sons of his, Akbar thought. Coming to the throne as he had at 13 had cultivated in him a deep sense of responsibility for his people, to every single person around him, the women of his harem, the soldiers of his army, the noblemen of his court.
A king could not and did not give in to personal sorrow. Yet, an ache gnawed away at him. Akbar had searched for solace from every direction, religious, spiritual, physical. He had visited saints and gurus and physicians, hoping one or another would be able to tell him why he had this great empire and no one to bestow it upon. To tell him he would have the son he so longed for. And in this search he had gone to Sheikh Salim Chishti.
The Sheikh was a Sufi saint who lived in a cave at the outskirts of Sikri, a small village of little distinction 16 miles from Agra. And there in his cave, Akbar, emperor of Mughal India, had drawn off his pearl and diamond-studded slippers and sat on the bare ground next to the Sheikh. 3 sons will be born to you, your majesty, the Sheikh had said. 3 brilliant sons. Your name will not die, your empire will flourish. Allah wills it.
Hamida Banu, Akbar's Hindu wife, had become pregnant around this time, and on August 31, 1569, Salim came bawling and kicking into the world, just as the Sheikh had promised. And so, Akbar thought, leaning out of the window again, his hand to his eyes against the glare, he had built an entire city at Sikri, and called it Fatehpur Victory, Sikri after the conquest of Gujarat. He could not see the city from where he stood at his apartments. The sun washed out the lines of the horizon, and Fatehpur Sikri was too far away, but he remembered every detail of the planning. Akbar's architects and engineers had balked at his commands.
It was too far away from Agra, the capital of the empire. But Fatehpur Sikri was to be the capital of the empire, Akbar had responded. No one of any eminence lived there. They would, when the emperor himself resided at the city. No water source, Your Majesty, they had said. Dig a lake, was Akbar's order. And so it had been done. A vast lake had been dug and filled with water. In 1571, 2 years after Salim's birth, foundations had been laid for a mosque and an imperial palace in Sikri. The imperial court had resided 15 years at Fatehpur Sikri. With each passing year, as the waters of the lake dwindled, as the rains failed time and again, as the dust swallowed the red sandstone buildings of the city and turned everything a dull brown, Akbar knew the time had come to abandon the city. He had moved the court to Lahore to oversee the menace on the northwest from the king of Uzbekistan.
The city he had built for his son lay abandoned. He had never gone back there again.
But there had been exquisite memories, cherished even now, when he was so bewildered by Salim's actions. One year, when Salim was 4, Akbar had taught him to swim in the lake. The servants had cordoned off a small section in the water with velvet ropes. It was early one morning, just before the sun rose. The sky around them was aglow in red gold tones. Salim howled for 5 days.
No, Bapa, I don't want to swim. I hate the water. It frightens me.
But kings are not frightened, Shaiku Baba, Akbar said, smiling. He called him thus, Shaiku Baba. His given name was Salim, for the saint Sheikh Salim Chishti. Shaiku Baba was an endearment, again for the saint.
No, I will not go. You cannot make me go. I don't want to go. Tomorrow, Salim, Akbar said sternly. The boy had to learn to obey orders. I will not come. But that morning, he stood shivering and petulant at the bank of the lake in the early dawn light, sleep still creasing his face, his pouting lips blue from the cold, for Akbar taught him also that kings always kept their appointments and followed orders. If one did not know how to follow orders, one would not know how to give them. Akbar was already in the water, a dhoti ballooning about his waist, the cool morning air bringing goosebumps on his arms and chest. Jump, Shiku Baba, he called out. Salim's nurses huddled around him, their faces covered, but Akbar could sense their displeasure as they glared at him through the muslin of their veils.
Jump, beta. The nurse took off Salim's clothes until he stood naked in front of his father, his arms around himself. His ribs stood out sharp and rigid under his skin. His legs were long and skinny. His hair was dense and lush to his shoulder blades. He did not cover himself but just stood there gazing at his father with defiance.
Akbar almost sent him back to the palace at that moment, the look of fear in Salim's eyes melting his resolve to teach him to swim. But it would not do to be too kind. Salim had to learn. So he said, "Do you want to be a great king?" Salim nodded, still clutching his arms around himself, his eyes not leaving his father's face.
Then how can you fear something as simple as water? Taking 3 running steps to the edge, Salim jumped from the pier, flying out over the water into Akbar's arms. And now, his spies told him that little boy was responsible for Abul Fazl's death. The emperor sat down heavily on the floor, the heat still blasting from the open window above him. Salim had clung to him once in the water, his bravado deserting him. Even today, Akbar could feel those small arms around his neck, Salim's legs wrapped tight around his waist, his tear-stained face buried in his shoulder. Once, when he was a child, Salim had listened to him. Now he listened no longer. Like Fatehpur Sikri, their bond seemed to have been left to dry out in the sun, to be overcome by dust and dirt and cobwebs. He had abandoned the city he built for his son, now his son had abandoned him. The emperor lifted his head slowly. He was becoming so very tired these days. Everything fatigued him. The royal physicians could find nothing wrong, but he saw it in their eyes. Old age. The end of a life well and fully lived. Akbar sighed. He would have to put this affair behind him and reconcile with his son. Salim was the natural heir to the throne. Perhaps in the short time he had left on this earth, he could instill some character in Salim and make him a worthy emperor.
Akbar rose and walked to the imperial zenna. He went first to his Padshah Begum's palace.
She was waiting for him. Even as he left his own apartments, servants had fled to Ruqayya to announce his arrival. He found her there with Salima Sultan Begum, another of his favorite wives. Salima and he had grown up together. They were first cousins and had been close friends before Akbar married her. She had initially been married to Bahram Khan, the regent when Akbar came to the throne at 13, too young to rule the empire himself. When
Bahram died, Akbar married Salima to give her a home and to recapture their childhood friendship. With Ruqayya and Salima, Akbar was more at ease than anywhere else, even at the royal darbars. They were his comfort. Now, true to character, they sat with him and talked of zenna affairs until he was ready to talk.
When the emperor was finally ready, his grief poured out in broken sentences, sorrow at Fazl's death, and pain at Salim's part in it. But he said nothing of a reconciliation. Salima, who had known Akbar all her life, left the next day for Allahabad. She knew, and Ruqayya knew, that Akbar wanted to see his son again. It was time. And so, as they always had, with an unspoken agreement between them, the two women went about setting the emperor's world right again.
Salim and Akbar met in the Diwan-i-Am, in front of the entire court. It had been 3 years since they had seen each other. Even so, the emperor insisted upon a public meeting. The hall of public audience was packed to capacity with courtiers and onlookers. News of the strife between father and son had spread through runners and travelers to the farthest corners of the empire. Almost every person present had a vested interest in seeing how the meeting would advance. The empire's fate depended on this moment.
Behind the throne, the harem balcony was filled with the ladies of the zenana.
For once, they too were silent, watchful, wondering. Right up front, near the screen, sat Ruqayya Sultan Begum.
To her right was Salima, who had brought Salim home to his father. No one knew what she had said to the prince or how the encounter had progressed, only that she had convinced him to return, and without a large army. Also, when Salim first came to Agra, he had come to the harem to pay his respects to his grandmother, Mayam Makani, so the ladies had already seen him. Only one person associated with the royal zenana, but not actually part of the zenana, had not seen him in many, many years. Miraniza stood silent behind Ruqayya's divan, close enough to the screen to look through it with ease. It was still a few minutes before the prince's arrival at court and she felt as though she had been holding her breath till this moment. Miraniza looked down at the marble floor of the zenana balcony, wondering if he had changed. Had time been kind to him? Had he aged? Had this mad dashing around the empire in search of futile goals weathered him?
It was all stupid, so stupid, she thought, to be led astray by men like Mahabat and Kokar and Sharif. At least now he was returning to his rightful place by his father. Pray Allah he would stay there. Maybe then she could see him every now and then. Even that would be enough after all those years of starvation for the sight of him. She grimaced and looked up as the trumpets blared, announcing Salim's arrival.
It was she who was stupid, married to one man all these years, and all these years still thinking of another.
Perhaps if Ali Kuli and she had had a child, things might be different.
Miraniza put a hand on her stomach softly, remembering that winter afternoon in Lahore in the hen shed. Yasmin had lived, and not wanted the child. Still, Miraniza did not take him. She wanted, yearned desperately for a child, but her own child, not the fruit of some other woman's womb. So she gave the baby back to Yasmin and sent her away. Miraniza bent her head, still touching her stomach. Would she ever have children?
Just then the Mir Tuzak announced Prince Salim, and she looked up.
Salim walked slowly into the Diwan-i-Am, followed by a few courtiers. Mahabat Khan and Kokar were conspicuously absent from his entourage. Miraniza watched as Akbar rose from his throne and walked down the few steps to the center of the court. The emperor's eyes brimmed with tears. He held out his arms, and Salim, who was bending to perform the Cornish, straightened and came into his father's embrace. The court watched in silence as the two men hugged each other.
Salim stepped back from Akbar with a shock. It had been 3 years, and his father had aged immeasurably. The shoulders he embraced were bony, the emperor's hair almost all white. Worry lines patterned his forehead.
Bapa, I will surrender 400 of my war elephants to you.
We have missed you at court, the emperor's voice broke in mid-sentence. At a signal from Akbar, attendants brought forward robes of honor and jeweled swords. Come closer, Salim. Akbar took off his jeweled turban of state and placed it on Salim's head. A hush came over the entire assembly. Salim raised his hand in wonder to the unfamiliar burden on his head, his fingers smoothing the jewels on the imperial turban. How sweet the weight was.
You do me a great honor, Bapa, Salim said softly, so only the emperor could hear.
Akbar stared at him for a long time, and Salim met his gaze unwaveringly. He wanted to touch his father again, to embrace him again, to apologize for the madness of the last few years, but there was no forgiveness in Akbar's look, just sorrow and disapproval. The empire must have an heir, Salim. There is no one else. Is that the only reason you asked for me to return to Agra, Your Majesty? Salim asked, wrath flaring in him.
We did not ask you to return, Akbar said. No. Salim put his hand up to the turban again and adjusted it so it sat firmly on his head. You did not ask, I know that. May I have permission to leave your presence, Your Majesty? Akbar nodded. Salim took off the turban and laid it reverently in his father's hands. He bowed and backed slowly from the divan past the courtiers in the front tier, the noblemen in the second, the commoners in the third, the war elephants standing in a row in the outer courtyard. Everyone was watching him, but he did not betray his feelings with any expression. Until he left, the court was silent. Now, not having heard the soft exchange between the two men, the ladies in the Zenana balcony burst into excited chatter, the nobles following them.
For with the laying of the imperial turban on his son's head, the emperor had proclaimed, in no uncertain terms, that he wanted Salim to be his heir. Mehrunisa leaned back from the screen, her face flushed. Salim had not changed, not outwardly at least. She watched while the darbar dispersed as soon as the emperor and Salim left the courtyard. Now there would be some peace in the empire, and Salim would stay here, at Agra, near his father, where he belonged. One of the ladies passing by made a sudden fleeting reference to a name, and Mehrunisa's head snapped in her direction. A chill descended upon her. Even she had forgotten in her desire to see Salim. But all was not well, he must know somehow. Even she had forgotten Salim's son, Khushrai. The emperor wishes me to return to the Mewar campaign. Prince Salim strode angrily into his apartments. From their work, Mahabat Khan, Koka, and Abdullah looked up at him in dismay. Muhammad Sharif had been left in Allahabad as governor. When? Mahabat asked, putting aside the farman he had been reading. As soon as possible. Salim signaled for a cup of wine.
But why, Your Highness? Both the Khan-I Khanan and Prince Daniel are in the Deccan. They can easily travel to Mewar to command the imperial forces.
Salim gulped down the wine and held out his goblet for more. You know that Daniel is a poor leader. He drinks too much and spends too much time in his harem. I must go and instill confidence in the army, uplift the spirits of the men. Those are the emperor's words, not mine.
Your Highness, Abdullah said urgently, you cannot leave Agra at such a crucial time. I beg forgiveness for what I am about to say, but the emperor is not in good health. He is old and... Abdullah let the sentence trail away.
Salim knew what he was about to say. Akbar's death was imminent. If Salim left Agra now, he would be too far away to claim the throne if Akbar died. He drummed his fingers impatiently on a little rosewood table. What did that matter? The emperor had proclaimed him heir. Though he did not want to go, at least it would be something to do. The homecoming had not turned out to be all he wanted. Salim and Akbar spent more time together than they had before the rift, but things were still not as they had once been. Too much had happened, the attempt on the treasury, Fazl's death. The only time they really felt close to each other was in the royal zenna, when the ladies were there to dispel any tension.
The three men around the prince watched him carefully. Didn't he realize his position in court? Salim's power play and his impatience to wear the crown had alienated him from most of the powerful nobles at court. Assured of his right to the throne, the prince had not attempted to befriend the courtiers. Now, while he was in a tenuous relationship with his father, the nobles were openly assembling against him. "I realize that it is not prudent to leave now," Salim said. "But my father has commanded me, and I dare not disobey him. Besides, there can be no fear of my claim to the throne. The emperor himself has publicly announced me to be his heir. Daniel is no real threat. Who else can there be?" "Prince Khusrau, Your Highness," Kutubuddin Koka spoke up for the first time. Salim looked at him in shock. "Khusrau, my own son?" "Yes, Your Highness. I have heard that both Raja Man Singh and Mirza Aziz Koka have been gathering a coalition to support him." Raja Man Singh, brother of Salim's first wife, Manbai, was Khusrau's uncle. He was still at Bengal, having quelled the Afghan rebellion, but even from that distance he had friends at court. Mirza Aziz Koka was Akbar's foster brother and lately Khusrau's father-in-law. Koka's mother had been Akbar's wet nurse. Aziz Koka and Man Singh, father-in-law and uncle to Khusrau, were definitely interested in seeing the 16-year-old youth ascend the throne to the Mughal Empire. He would be easily controlled by these statesmen.
The emperor will never countenance putting Khusrai on the throne. It would defy the laws of natural succession. Besides, how could my own son even think of rebelling against me? Salim cried. He looked away, the irony of his words not escaping him. What was Khusrai doing but following his father's example? But it was not as simple as that. Khusrai he had barely seen during his childhood. He had been brought into Salim's presence briefly on special occasions to be shown to him, and then whisked away to his nurses and attendants. Salim did not even like this son of his very much, mostly because he had never really known him. "It is wise to be circumspect, Your Highness," Mahabat Khan said. "Mirza Koka has been entertaining courtiers for many days now, doubtless asking for their support. In light of these events, it would be best not to proceed to Mewar. I cannot believe Khusrai will rebel against me even before the crown is upon my head, but what shall I do? I cannot disobey the emperor," Salim said. Yet, how could he leave with this new threat rearing its head? "Perhaps you could pretend to go to Mewar. Once you are away from the capital, we can delay our march." Mahabat's eyes gleamed. "We can always invent some excuse, Your Highness." Salim looked at the three men. They were right, he could not leave the capital now. The prince set out with his army and arrived at Fatehpur Sikri, a day's march from Agra. There, in the city his father had built to fate his birth, the city his father had hoped would live as the capital of the Mughal Empire, he set up camp. He had a sense of comfort in coming to Fatehpur Sikri. Salim had grown up in the palaces, he had played hide and seek with Mahabat, Koka, and Sharif here. It was his childhood home. But just as he could never hope to recapture the days of happiness with the emperor, when the empire had not stood between them, so too were gone his hopes of an amicable relationship with Akbar. That trust could never again be recaptured. Under his cohort's influence, Salim sent continuous messages to Akbar. The army was not well equipped, there were not enough cavalry to support the infantry, the elephants were ailing, and so on. He demanded a full complement of soldiers before he could progress to Mewar. After 1 month, Akbar was disgusted by Salim's procrastination and sent him a curt message ordering him back to his estates at Allahabad, there to raise revenues to equip the army to his satisfaction. Salim agreed and returned to Allahabad. Sensing the emperor's discontent with Salim, Mirza Koka and Raja Man Singh redoubled their efforts to present Khusrai as an alternative heir to the throne. They had one big advantage: Khusrai was a charming, cultured, handsome youth, much beloved by the people, more popular than his father. Prince Salim was disliked, first because of his rebellion and second because of his hand in Abul Fazl's murder. And so the next generation rebelled against its sire, just as Salim was himself doing. While father and son were watching each other's movements warily, another heir to the throne died. Prince Daniel, Akbar's only other surviving son, had been left in charge of the wars in the Deccan under the guardianship of Abdur Rahim, the Khan-i-Khanan. Daniel spent his days and nights in a drunken stupor, cavorting with his wives and slave girls. Akbar had sent a strongly worded message to the Khan-i Khanan to take better care of his charge. Afraid of imperial wrath, Abdur Rahim had ordered a dry spell for Prince Daniel. He was to be given no drink or opium, healthy food was advised, and the prince was to be kept away from any intoxicants. Daniel was very fond of two things, his liquor and hunting. He had even named one of his favorite muskets the Yakayu Janaza, or same as the bear, for to be shot with that musket meant to be carried out of the hunt on a bier. Finally that musket would carry him out of his palace at Burhanpur, feet first. Deprived of his drink and suffering acutely from withdrawal symptoms, Daniel ordered his musketeer to bring him something to drink. The musketeer, in the hopes of pleasing the prince, smuggled in doubly distilled spirit in the musket. The remains of gunpowder and rust in the barrel of the musket mixed with the liquor, and upon drinking it, Daniel fell severely ill. After 40 days of suffering, the prince died. With Daniel's death, Salim now saw Khusrai as a viable threat to his claim on the throne. What Salim had once thought to be conjecture on the part of his courtiers, conjecture that he had nonetheless heeded, seemed to be true. The Khusrai faction was growing strong. While Salim was at Allahabad, Khusrai and his supporters were at court near the emperor, who was every day growing weaker. The nobles at court openly started showing their loyalties, even those who had thus far kept doggedly neutral. The emperor's death seemed imminent, and the next heir to the throne would compensate them amply for their support. Remaining neutral, while less dangerous than advocating the wrong man, was still not as rewarding. Secret meetings were held all over Agra to calculate the risks and choose the prince most likely to succeed, and then the nobles went to offer their support. Two religious factions approached Prince Salim at Allahabad.
First, there was the Sufi faction of the Naqshbandis, orthodox Muslims who did not support Akbar's liberal religious outlook. They sent Akbar's Mir Bakshi, or Paymaster General, Sheikh Ferhat Bukhari, as an ambassador to Salim, promising to champion his cause if he would promote traditional Islam upon his ascension. Their support was important, and Salim readily agreed to their demands. He already had the endorsement of the Sufi faction under Sheikh Salim Chishti.
The second religious faction of some strength in the country was constituted of Portuguese Jesuits.
The Portuguese had been in India for a long time and had established missions in many cities in northern India.
Their support was valuable in part because they controlled the major seaports of Goa, Surat and Cambay, the main ports of access to the Arabian Sea.
Any trade conducted with Europe or the Middle Eastern countries had to pass through the hands of the Portuguese. While land routes were still in use for trade, sea routes were becoming more and more important as means of revenue. The Jesuit priests remained neutral as long as possible, realizing that Khusrau was more likely to be sympathetic to their cause than Salim, but in the end they threw their lot in with Prince Salim, sensing that he would finally be victorious. While Khusrau was scheming on how to deprive his father of the throne, Salim continued to enjoy his simulated monarchy at Allahabad.
Khusrau's mother, Princess Manbai, was deeply grieved at the rift between her son and her husband.
She wrote many letters to Khusrau, admonishing him, pointing out his duty and obedience to his father, and pleading with him to give up his ambitions. But Khusrau turned a deaf ear to her arguments. The lure of the throne was too powerful. If he had to wait out his father's reign, it would be at least 30 more years before he could ascend the throne. Finally, Manbai gave up and took an overdose of opium, plunging Salim's court into mourning. When the news of his daughter-in-law's death reached Agra, the emperor sent Salim gifts and a letter of condolence, but still the two did not meet. The emperor was still insistent that Salim pack up and go to Mewar to oversee the campaign there, and Salim still stubbornly refused to go. Father and son remained at loggerheads over the issue, for the emperor could not see Khusrau as a threat to Salim's right to the throne. Mehrunisa gazed Unseingly out of the window, a book open on her lap. Outside, the sun glanced off the Yamuna river, turning it into a placid sheet of silver. Bees droned lazily around the bright fire-orange bougainvillea that clung to the walls of the house. The city of Agra seemed to doze in the heat, but Miranizer's mind was alert, moving quickly from thought to thought. She had followed Salim's movements closely. Each step the prince had taken alienated his father, the nobles of the court, and now the commoners. A monarchy cannot exist without the support of the people, but Salim did not realize that. The prince was even alienating the royal zenana, whose members had always doted on him and supported him. But the ladies were grieved to see the emperor a ghost of his former self. Akbar was dying, slowly but surely, his death precipitated by Salim's actions.
Mehrunisa frowned. Mahabat, Koka, and Sharif were leading Salim into jeopardy, all because they wanted to rule the empire and could not wait. She had no doubt that when Salim came to the throne, it would not be he but his cohorts who would rule. If she had been married to him, no, she would not take her thoughts there again, but they rushed to her mind nevertheless.
If only she could have guided him, she would have taught him to wait and act at the right moment. After all, the throne was his. He was the undisputed heir to the empire. But now, Khusrau was being put forward as the next emperor. That callow youth, how would he rule? He could not, of course, and that would mean a regency and civil unrest, and the empire would disintegrate.
A sudden noise distracted her. Mehrunisa turned to see Ali Kuli rush into the room, but she remained as calm and collected as usual. Her face betrayed none of her thoughts. "What can I do for you, my lord?" Mehrunisa asked quietly.
Ali Kuli sank onto the divan next to her, his face flushed with excitement. He stared at his wife. "I have some news. Good news."
She waited for him to continue. "Mirza Kokar and Raja Man Singh are supporting Khusrai as the next heir to the throne."
"I know. Well, I have decided to join them." Meranizer frowned. "Join the faction against Prince Salim?"
"Yes, the prince is imprudent and unwise. Khusrai will be a better emperor. Besides," Al-Kuli grinned, "he is a child, and we shall rule the empire." He rubbed his hands. "Think of the power, the army I shall command, the cavalry and infantry under me." His voice trailed off as he contemplated his honors. "My lord," Mehrunisa hesitated, unsure of how to continue. "As you just said, Khusrai is but a child. If," she emphasized the word, "if he is made emperor, it will cause civil unrest in the empire.
It is unnatural to pass by the legitimate heir to the throne. Khusro's time has not come. Besides, Prince Salim has yearned for the throne for almost 15 years now. Do you think he will give up his claim so easily? The final decision lies with Emperor Akbar, and he will not abandon Prince Salim. It would go against the laws of heredity and succession to leave the empire in the hands of a young grandson when his son is yet alive. But if the emperor dies, what then? The emperor will definitely name Prince Salim heir before he dies. His Majesty is well aware of his duties and responsibilities to the empire. If Khusrau fights the decision, there will be unnecessary bloodshed, and people will die fighting a lost cause, for Salim is the stronger of the two," Meranizer replied. "Khusrau has Raja Man Singh on his side. Do not forget that the Raja is probably the most seasoned soldier in the whole empire. A skirmish between Salim and Khusrau will only end in Salim's defeat. But what of the people? And the other nobles at court? Do you think they will allow interference with the laws of succession the Chagatai Turks have followed for centuries?" Well, Ali Kuli demurred. He had not thought of the other nobles. True, Mirza Koka and Raja Man Singh were two of the most powerful nobles at court, but there were others whose support was necessary. Ali Kuli flushed. Why couldn't his wife be like other men's wives? They were ready to follow their husband's initiative without question. Why not Meranizer? Mirza Koka is even now canvassing the other nobles at court for their support. "They will certainly favor our cause," he said defiantly. "Khusrau will clearly lose," Meranizer said, wanting to shout at him for being so obtuse. If Ali Kuli had been less of a soldier and more of a statesman, he would have seen the situation as impossible. How could a man who was so brave in battle be so stupid in all other aspects of life? Short of killing Prince Salim, there was no way that Khusrau would ascend the throne, and even if he did, he would not hold it long. It is best to remain neutral at this time. We must wait and see how the events progress, my lord. No, Ali coolly said. I have decided. My support will be for Prince Khusrau. That is the end of the matter. As he was leaving, he turned again. I did not come to you for advice, Mehrunnisa, merely to inform you of what I was doing. Even that seems to have been unnecessary. He held up his hand as she opened her mouth. Keep quiet. And listen. Confine your interests to the house and the children you are supposed to have. This is man's work. Just because you cannot fulfill your responsibilities as a woman does not mean you can interfere in this issue. Don't talk to me like that, Mehrunnisa said. His words tore at her heart. I will talk to you as I wish. I am your husband. I know your father is a powerful courtier. I know he is respected by the emperor. But it is under my roof you live. You are my wife, not anymore your father's daughter. Is that clear? She stared angrily at him, despising him at that moment more than she ever had, every childhood lesson on being obedient to her husband forgotten. Ali coolly bent over her, took the book from her hands, and kissed her palms, one after the other. It is good to see that you do not cringe at my touch.
He stalked out of the room. When he had gone, Mehrunnisa fell slowly onto the carpet, holding her hands in front of her. She spat on them and rubbed them furiously on the pile, erasing the memory of his touch. Then she collapsed and lay there, her hair shrouding her face. Her tears came unchecked, blocking her breathing, tiring her immeasurably. An hour later she was still lying on the carpet, its pattern imprinted on her wet cheek. There was no turning back from this marriage, no escape from this life. It had to go on. She had to go on. One step in front of another, a smile on her face on family occasions. Mehrunnisa turned and lay on her back, staring up at the ceiling. She touched her belly lightly through the top of her ghagara. Then she put her hand inside and touched her skin. 5 weeks now, and every day she watched for blood. 5 weeks, and she had not told Ali coolly. Her hand still on her belly, she thought of the man she was tied to.
3 years ago, when Prince Salim had left Mewar to try and capture the treasury, Ali coolly had walked away from him at Agra, leaving the prince to go to Allahabad with the army. That had been a prudent move. It would have been unwise to defy the emperor for the prince, even though in her heart, for all his mistakes, her loyalty skewed toward Salim. And it still was unwise to defy Akbar. For Mehrunnisa knew, from her conversations at the royal zenana and from the hints the ladies dropped, that despite all Salim might have done in the past, Akbar firmly supported him over Khusrau. To the emperor, Khusrau was still very much a non-entity, a child, more a pest than a real threat. He could not countenance putting Khusrau on the throne over Salim, so he ignored him, even though the young prince was at court. But, Mehrunnisa thought, Salim still needed to be here at Agra to show himself. It was foolish to be away from the capital at this time.
Mehrunnisa rose from the floor as a sudden wave of nausea hit her.
She ran outside to the courtyard and threw up her morning meal of chappatis and duck's eggs. Her stomach churned as she wiped her mouth against the foul smell. She stayed in the courtyard for a long time, not caring that a passing servant would see her leaning against the pillar, trembling and shivering. Please Allah, please, let this one live. Let me fulfill my responsibility as a woman. Let me be a woman. For she knew she would never be considered one until she had a child.
2 weeks later, Prince Salim returned to Agra from Allahabad, as though in response to a silent summons from Mehrunnisa. He was received again in the Diwan-i-Am by the emperor. Again, Akbar took off his imperial turban in front of the whole assembly and placed it on Salim's head. It was a warning to onlookers, especially to Raja Man Singh and Mirza Aziz Koka, and eventually to all of Khusrau's supporters, including Ali coolly. Akbar was ailing, of that there was no doubt, but he had risen from his sickbed to greet Salim in front of everyone. This open show of affection sent the Khusrai faction into near panic.
This annoyed Akbar more, but his excitement was intensified, when at that moment Khusrau came up, and abused in unmeasured terms his father in the presence of the emperor. Akbar withdrew, and sent next morning for Ali, to whom he said that the vexation caused by Khusrau's bad behavior had made him ill.
H. Blockman and H.S. Jarrett, trans. N.I. Akbari. Indiana 1605, summer came to Agra in a blaze of bright days. For months the Indo-Gangetic plains baked in the heat of an unforgiving sun.
Rivers dried to a mere trickle, exposing huge, sandy, pebbly beds on either side. Fishermen despaired of making a living, and farmers watched the empty, cloudless skies with anxious eyes as the paddy fields became parched, leaving the seedlings yellow and limp. Even the river Yamuna, which flowed through the city in wide, smooth, clear glass curves, became sluggish and muddy for want of the rains. The summer monsoons were late as usual. This year it seemed they would not come.
At the royal palaces in Agra, life went on with a semblance of normality. A hush had descended over the empire since Prince Salim's return to Agra 2 uneasy months earlier.
Akbar took to his bed more often now, rarely attending the daily darbars at the Diwan-i-Am, and when the emperor did make an appearance, he shocked courtiers and onlookers by the increasing pallor of his face and his gaunt, stooped bearing. The end was near. Even Akbar seemed to know it. So he made Salim sit next to the royal throne on a special gaddi, on his right, proclaiming his claim to the empire. Standing farther down, much farther down, was usually a fuming Khusrau. The hot summer days passed slowly, listlessly. Within the zenana walls, gossips chattered at every corner, maids, slave girls, guards, eunuchs, ladies in waiting, ancillary aunts, cousins, daughters, wives, and concubines. No one even bothered to be circumspect anymore. Yet, all their lives depended on who ascended the throne. If it was Salim, his immediate harem of wives would rule.
The Zenna, if Khusrai, then his wife, the daughter of Mirza Aziz Koka. It was a thought to be shuddered at. Surely Khusrau's time had not come.
And among all these women sat Ruqayya Sultan Begum. As Akbar's Padshah Begum, she had the most to lose. Not only would her husband die, she would be relegated to the position of a dowager empress. There would perhaps be small luxuries still to be enjoyed. She would be allowed to keep her royal palace, her servants, even her income, but there would be no power anymore. It would be an empty title, an important palace, and with it would come decreasing respect.
All that would go to Salim's chief wife, Princess Jagat Gosini.
Only Meranizer knew how much the Padshah Begum loathed the idea of Jagat Gosini taking her place in the imperial zenana. Meranizer watched Ruqayya pine for her husband, for her position in the zenana, and for Khurram, who spent large parts of each day by his grandfather's bed, reading to him, talking with him, or merely holding his hand as he napped. It was heart-wrenching to see young Khurram so gentle with Akbar, whom he knew better than either of his parents. During Salim's absences on campaign at Mewar and at his estates at Allahabad, Khurram had continued to stay with Ruqayya in the harem.
Mehrunisa kept away from the intrigues as much as she could, even though she visited the Zenna every day. Of Salim she saw very little, for outside his public appearances at the daily darbar, he did not come to the Zenna very much. Everyone, even the emperor, it seemed, was waiting for something to happen. And that something happened one scorching summer day as the sun sloped in the west, sending burning rays into the city of Agra. Irritated by the constant tension between Salim and Khusrai, Akbar commanded them to set up an elephant fight in the main courtyard of the Lal Killa. The courtyard was a large ground of flattened mud, bare of vegetation, in the northern corner of the fort. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the courtyard was packed with spectators and supporters of both the princes, dressed in their best finery. Jewels blazed on ears, arms, and wrists. The men, commoners and courtiers, filled 3 sides, and on the 4th side a marble pavilion stood raised from the ground, long and cool. The stone of the pillars and the floor was inlaid with flowers and leaves in lapis lazuli, carnelian, and jasper. It had sharply angled chajjas eaves that rushed rainwater down and away from the flat roof of the pavilion, and 4 octagonal towers topped with beaten copper that gleamed orange in the light of the dying sun. The emperor's throne, also of marble, was built into the pavilion under the chajjas, protecting him from the water and the heat. One end of the pavilion was covered with a fine marble netting, the stone mesh slimmer than a woman's finger in some places. The entire screen had been built from a single slab of marble. This was where the imperial zenna, safe behind the screen and therefore unveiled, had come for the event. Mehrunisa stood a little behind Ruqayya Sultan Begum, her hands clasped in front of her. Ruqayya sat in her usual arrogant style, leaning back on the divan cushions, the pipe of the hookah smoking gently in her hand, her eyes watchful as ever.
To her right sat Princess Jagat Gosini. The two women had barely acknowledged each other's presence when Ruqayya came into the pavilion. Jagat Gosini had risen along with the other women. But there was resistance in every bone and with every bend of her head to perform the corniche, and she seemed to make it clear that one day, very soon, it would be Ruqayya who would do this for her. Mehrunisa, Jagat Gosini seemed to ignore.
Now the Empress leaned forward to look at Akbar through the screen, and with her Mehrunisa looked too. For once the Emperor looked rested, he had had a good night.
When he smiled, as he did at the 12-year-old boy sitting next to him, his face lit up with its old charm, and Mehrunisa sensed Ruqayya relaxing by her side. Seeing his grandfather smile at him, Prince Khurram reached out for his hand and kissed it. Akbar's eyes filled with tears as he shakily patted Khurram's head. The prince leaned into the emperor. Then, as a gust of wind blew dust into the royal veranda, Khurram's nose twitched, and he turned away to sneeze. Behind the screen, the hands of both Ruqayya and Jagat Gosini went to their blouses, and they both pulled out silk handkerchiefs. "Ma," Khurram said, looking toward the harem, holding his hand to his nose. "Here, beta," Ruqayya signaled to a slave girl, who proffered her handkerchief to the prince through the gaps in the marble screen. Khurram blew his nose, tucked the silk into the sleeve of his short coat, then said, "Thank you, Ma." Mehrunisa watched as Jagat Gosini flinched and slowly put her handkerchief back into her blouse. The princess was trying not to attract attention, but every woman in the harem enclosure had seen that involuntary action in response to Khurram's sneeze. Jagat Gosini sat frozen, her face immobile, washed with hatred. In the past few years, as Akbar and Salim seemed to come to a tentative accord and then break from each other again, the emperor had asked Ruqayya to let Khurram spend more time with Princess Jagat Gosini as a gesture of goodwill. Ruqayya had agreed, but only reluctantly, still fiercely possessive of the boy she had brought up as her own. So Khurram knew that Jagat Gosini was the woman who had given birth to him, while Ruqayya was Ma. He was a respectful child, so he treated the princess with courtesy, with affection, with respect. But his love belonged to Ruqayya, and as the months passed, Jagat Gosini was also painfully aware of this. Mehrunisa turned to the courtyard as trumpets blared Prince Salim's signature tune. He rode in on a white horse and went up to the imperial throne. When he was directly under the emperor, Salim bowed from the saddle. All the ladies craned their necks to look at the prince. "What is Salim's elephant's name?" Ruqayya demanded in a loud voice. "Girimbar, Your Majesty." Both Mehrunisa and Princess Jagat Gosini spoke at the same time. The princess's eyes flickered briefly to Mehrunisa, then Jagat Gosini turned away with a flush as Ruqayya pointedly raised an imperious eyebrow at her. "Ah, Girimbar," Ruqayya said. "I remember seeing the elephant at the stables a few weeks ago. He is big and strong. Salim says he eats 10 kilos of sugarcane each day. He will surely win the fight. He has not lost yet, you know." "Yes, Your Majesty, but Prince Khusro's elephant, Apurva, is also unbeaten," Mehrunisa said. No, the Empress said, shaking her head stubbornly. "Girimbar must win. Apurva will lose today." Mehrunisa looked thoughtfully at the back of Ruqayya's head. For some reason, the court, the commoners, and the imperial zenana all expected that the outcome of this fight would determine who was the rightful heir to the throne. And Ruqayya wanted Salim to win. It was what Akbar wanted, and so, despite the fact that Jagat Gosini would usurp her position in the imperial zenana if Salim came to the throne, that was what Ruqayya wanted. These last 2 months had been slow and uncomfortable. They were all waiting for something. Waiting for Akbar's death. Waiting to see who would win the throne. Waiting, yet not wanting the emperor to die, for either possibility seemed frightening. The heat did not help, Mehrunisa thought, as she stared out of the screen. Outside it was bright. Inside, where she stood, it was cool, dark, and stifling. A sudden pain jabbed her lower back, and she put her hand to it. Not again. It was early yet, so she had not told Ruqayya, had not wanted to ask for permission to sit, though her body ached for that rest. The pain returned, one short stab where her spine met her hips. She leaned against a nearby pillar, feeling as though she would suffocate, trying to appear normal, trying not to draw attention. For if any woman looked at her, she would know what Merenizer was going through. Merenizer caught her breath and waited for the pain to reappear. It did not. She stood upright again before Ruqayya should turn to demand why she was lounging about. But Merenizer did not notice Princess Jagat Gosini look sharply in her direction, once, twice, then a third time, before swinging her head back to the sound of the trumpets that heralded Prince Khusro's arrival. In those brief looks, Jagat Gosini had seen the small swelling of Merenizer's belly, had seen her face drain of color, had watched her falter on her feet. Another one. Good. Jagat Gosini said this so softly that even her slaves did not hear her. She looked through the screen at the prince. Prince Khusrau rode up to the emperor, dismounted, and bowed. Akbar nodded only briefly to him, and the prince turned away, his face red but determined. Then, with a stiff bow to Salim, Khusrau rode over to the other side and reined in his horse. A loud roar went up from the crowd as the two elephants were led in by their mahouts. Merenizer saw Prince Salim glance at Apurva, then turn worriedly to Mahabat Khan, who stood near him. She wanted to tell him to wipe away the worry lines. Apurva looked big and fierce, but Girimbar looked more so. It would be an exciting fight. The crowd hushed into silence as the referee of the fight, clad in red and gold livery, rode up to the imperial balcony. Your Majesty, we await your signal. Akbar turned to Khurram. Would you like to give the signal, Khurram? Yes, Dadaji, Khurram replied eagerly. Then, turning to the referee, he said, Where is the reserve? He is being led in, Your Highness, the man replied. Just then, the emperor's elephant, Rantaman, was brought into the enclosure. The rules of the elephant fight dictated, somewhat loosely and mostly based on the emperor's whim, that if the fight was won too easily by one elephant, then the reserve would come to the assistance of the loser of the fight. Rantaman was the reserve elephant, not as big as either Apurva or Girimbar, but with enough battle scars to prove his fighting prowess. Let the fight begin, Khurram shouted. The crowd roared with delight. Salim and Khusrau edged their horses closer. Girimbar and Apurva were led to the center of the courtyard and faced each other across a low mud wall, built that morning for this purpose. The trumpets blew, and the mahouts, specially trained in the fight, urged the elephants forward. The two beasts rushed through the mud wall, clashing into each other with a deep thud. They retreated, and then, prodded by the mahouts, turned to clash again. Soon, Khusro's Apurva was dizzy and teetering from the hits. Immediately, Akbar's elephant was urged into the fray. Salim's noblemen, seeing Rantaman entering the arena, jumped up and down in anger. They whooped out, "No help" to Apurva, and threw sticks, stones, and anything they could find at the elephant to dissuade it. One of the stones hit Rantaman's mahout, who began to bleed from the head. Chaos reigned over the entire courtyard as the men howled curses and threats at Rantaman. Khusrau broke away from the group around the elephants and rode up wildly to Akbar's throne. Your Majesty, please tell the prince's men to desist from interfering. Apurva has a right to be helped by Rantaman, he cried, his face twisted with anger. Akbar turned to Prince Khurram. Go to your father and tell him to restrain his attendants, or we shall stop the fight and appropriate all the elephants. At once, Your Majesty. Khurram jumped down from the pavilion and ran into the field. Thank you, Your Majesty. Khusrau turned his horse to leave. 1 minute, Khusrau, Akbar called out. When the prince was facing him again, Akbar beckoned him closer. Remember your position in court, Khusrau. You are a royal prince. It is highly unbecoming to ride up and complain about your father like this. Where is your respect for your elders? Khusrau flushed. I apologize, Your Majesty. As you must. Go now, and don't let us see you until you have learned your manners." The emperor stared straight ahead. Miranizer saw Khusrau glance around to see who had been listening to his exchange with the emperor, then his neck stiffened as he looked toward the zenana. What the harem knew, the whole city knew, the empire would know by tomorrow. Khusrau turned his horse around savagely and galloped to his attendants. When Khurram reached his father with the emperor's message, Salim was trying to control his attendants. But the men were too excited and would not stop. By this time, the entire courtyard was noisy and resounding with the words, "No help to Apurva." The commoners joined in the fray, yelling, screaming, fighting with each other, and generally enjoying themselves. No one watched the elephant fight. An enraged Girimbar first chased Khusro's elephant Apurva away, and then turned on Rantaman, the royal interloper. Rantaman, no match for Salim's elephant, fled to the banks of the Yamuna. There, seeing that Girimbar, now uncontrolled by his mahout, was still following, he jumped into the river. Finally, after an hour, attendants were able to separate the elephants by bringing boats between them and stopping the enraged Girimbar. Long before this, Miranizer saw the emperor rise from his throne and leave for his apartments, sick and disgusted with the public display of hatred between his son and his grandson. As Akbar left, the women in the zenana enclosure rushed to the doors. One woman pushed Miranizer in her haste. She tripped and then steadied herself, forcing a smile in response to the apology. A sudden pain surged through her body. Miranizer walked back to the palaces, her back stooped from the pain, cramps imprisoning her belly. And she waited for the blood to come again. The unhappy emperor lay in bed that night with a raging fever, his heart heavy at the enmity between Salim and Khusrau. If the rift was allowed to continue, civil war would break out in his cherished empire, an empire he had spent 49 years building. There was no question of Khusrau ascending the throne, he was too young, and it would be dangerous to leave the empire in the care of a regency. Salim was the rightful heir to the throne, and Akbar did not want to meddle with the laws of succession. But the emperor's intentions would have to wait. For Akbar was critically ill, falling into bouts of delirium and slipping in and out of consciousness. The royal physicians were helpless, and it was clear to everyone that the end was near. A few days passed. Prince Salim, at his palace at Agra, a few miles downstream from the royal fort, rejoiced in his victory over Khusrau. It was signed from the heavens, he thought. He would be emperor of Mughal India. The words reverberated in his mind like a delicious song not yet worn out. But it was a happiness tempered by sorrow, for Akbar was on his deathbed. Salim went more often now to see the emperor. At first, Ruqayya and the other ladies of the harem were distrustful of the visits. They watched keen-eyed for signs of fatigue in Akbar, for irritation at his son's presence. Slowly, they grew less suspicious. Salim sat for hours by his father's beside, reading to him when he wanted that, being there when his eyes opened from a fitful sleep, returning to his palace late at night after the emperor had bade him go. "Do not worry about Khusrau," Akbar said to him one afternoon. "I will not, Your Majesty," Salim replied, determined that he wouldn't. The elephant fight had had its repercussions. He had no doubt that he would win the crown. What could Khusrau do, after all? But Salim underestimated both his son and his son's associates. While the prince spent time at the emperor's palace, Khusrau's followers began to plan in earnest. Mirza Aziz Koka, as Khan Azam, or First Lord of the realm, was made acting vice-regent of the empire during Akbar's illness. To ensure his son-in-law's position, Mirza Koka secretly dismissed Akbar's old retainers and filled the posts in and around the fort with his own men. But Khusrau was still insecure. "Is this enough?" he asked his father-in-law, worry written over his young forehead. "My father commands a large army. He will fight us. There is one other thing we could do," Mirza Koka said slowly. "We could capture the prince on his next visit to the emperor. That way, we will face no danger from Prince Salim's army." Khusrau clapped his hands in delight. "That is a wonderful plan, Mirza Koka. But," the glee faded from his face, "I don't want my father killed. He won't be in any danger, will he?" No, Your Highness, Koka said reassuringly. We will simply imprison him until you are crowned emperor. Khusrau nodded. Good. Mirza Koka watched him thoughtfully. Did the prince really think he could hold the crown while his father was still alive? He would have to arrange a small accident while Salim was in prison. Then the crown would be theirs forever. The next day, just as Salim was about to disembark from his royal barge on a visit to the emperor, a young man came running out of the fort. Your Highness, please turn back. There is great danger here. Mahabat Khan immediately pulled Salim back into the boat and, shielding him with his body, asked the man, What danger? Speak up. Mirza Koka plans to capture and imprison you within the fort, Your Highness, the man gasped, out of breath. He has dismissed all of the emperor's servants. The fort is filled with supporters of Prince Khusrau. As he finished speaking, an arrow whizzed past Mahabat Khan's ear. The man fell to the ground, clutching his bloody arm. Mahabat pushed Salim down and covered him with his own body. He yelled to the boatmen, and they hurriedly pushed away from the pier. The prince forced Mahabat aside and looked over the rim of the boat. He saw the archer, now visible over the ramparts of the fort, raise his bow and take deliberate aim at the informant on the ground. Then Mahabat shoved him to the floor of the boat again, and they rowed back to Salim's palace. There, Mahabat called for the guards and escorted Salim inside. Salim walked into his apartments on trembling legs, his mouth dry. An attempt had been made on his life by his own son. How could Khusrau stoop to such a level? Was the crown worth such disloyalty? For a brief moment, guilt washed over him. Salim had once wanted the throne with the same intensity as Khusrau. In fact, he still wanted it, only now it was rightfully his. But Khusrau's actions defied all reason. To kill his father in cold blood, in the open, in the daylight, how would he have justified Salim's death to the empire? Bring me some wine, he roared at a passing servant. The servant scurried off. Salim looked up and saw Jagat Gosini. She bowed to her husband. You are back early, Your Highness. I hope His Majesty is keeping well. There has been a plot to capture me. I barely escaped with my life, Salim said. A frown crossed the princess's face. By whom? Who would dare plot on your life? Khusrau, Salim said wearily as he sat down on a divan. The servant appeared, bearing a large silver tray with a wine flask and goblets. Jagat Gosini waited quietly while Salim drank his wine. She was troubled. If Khusrau had the arrogance to attempt to capture his own father, what would he try to do to Khurram? Her son was still at the fort in Agra. Ordinarily the Padshah Begum Ruqayya would have looked after him, this much Jagat Gosini admitted only in her private thoughts, but with the emperor ill, all of the empress's attention was centered on him. Your Highness, Khurram is with the emperor. Do you think? Quote. She hesitated. Do you think he is safe there? Khusrau would not do anything to hurt his own brother, Salim said. The princess shook her head slowly. If Salim posed a threat to Khusrau's bid for the throne, Khurram did too. He was also a royal prince and had as much claim on the throne as Khusrau. But still, she said, persisting, I would feel more secure if he was with us. Send for him, then, Salim said. Leave me now. I wish to think. Yes, Your Highness. The princess went to her rooms, had her writing materials brought to her, and wrote to her son. Khurram steadfastly refused his mother's command. He insisted upon staying with his grandfather in his last days, and nothing she could say would change his mind. When Jagat Gosini received his reply, her heart hardened briefly. This was all Ruqayya's doing, as usual. If the empress had let her bring up her son, as was natural, he would have listened to her now. One day she would pay back the empress, and that day would come, no matter what. Meanwhile, Mirza Aziz Koka was not idle. He had the informant killed as soon as Salim fled and then, realizing that he could not capture the prince, called Raja Man Singh.
One attempt had failed. The two men knew they would not be given another. Something else had to be done. The two courtiers decided to hold a conference, to which they invited all the nobles of the court. There, they put forward Khusrai as the heir to the throne and asked for support. It was a bold move, But the only thing they could do now. Everything had to come out into the open.
While the conference was taking place, a spy at Agra fort came running to Salim with the news that the cannons atop the ramparts were pointed at his palace and were being made ready to fire. Salim panicked, the assassination attempt still fresh in his mind. In a hurry, without thinking, he ordered his effects to be packed and the horses readied for an immediate departure to Allahabad. It took all of Kokar's, Abdullah's, and Mahabat Khan's persuasive abilities to get Salim to stay back at Agra. A departure at this juncture would prove fatal. Akbar could die at any time, and if Salim was not on the spot, Khusrau would immediately be crowned emperor. Finally, Salim saw reason in their arguments. He had been temporarily overcome by fear. For all he had done and felt in his life, Salim had never been afraid. Now he knew fear, and it came coupled with a deep pain at Khusrau's actions. The attempt on his life brought a sudden and sobering realization that Khusrau was serious about his bid for the throne. Salim agreed to stay at Agra, but he would not let Mahabat, Kokar, and Abdullah convince him to send emissaries to the conference to court the nobles and persuade them to his side. He had done all he could. Now, if he were to be emperor, it was in Allah's hands. Meanwhile, the conference was progressing badly for Khusrau. While some of the nobles were still uncertain as to where their loyalties lay, one group was particularly vociferous in dissent. The Barha Sayyids, an ancient Mughal family connected with the imperial house, loudly protested the accession of Khusrau. They argued that Salim was the natural heir to the throne and that to promote Khusrau was to interfere with the laws of Chagatai succession. The Chagatai Turks determined their ancestry through Genghis Khan the Mongol. The current imperial house was descended not only from Timur the Lame but also from Genghis Khan. In the face of such stiff opposition, the conference broke down. The Barha Sayyids were an important powerful family, to oppose them would have been dangerous. So the nobles refused to support Khusrau, and Said Khan Barha, the head of the clan, rode to Salim to inform him of the outcome. Mirza Kokar now realized his tenuous position and hastened to Salim's palace to beg his forgiveness. Salim, magnanimous in victory, forgave Mirza Kokar. But while Khusrau's father-in-law deserted him, his uncle Raja Man Singh was not deterred. He secreted Khusrau out of the fort at Agra and went into hiding. The plan was to take him by boat to Bengal, where Raja Man Singh had his estates. The message came in the middle of the night. The searing, breathless summer days had finally broken as dense indigo clouds rolled over the horizon. A cool, welcome breeze swept through the brick-paved streets, and windows were thrown open to the evening. Sluggish pariah dogs in the bazaars lifted their heads up to gulp down fresh air. In the gardens, lawns glowed and flowers bloomed. Even the earth seemed to smile. Finally, after so many months of dry heat, the summer monsoons had arrived. As night fell, the hot, pale moon that had hung motionless in the sky was blotted by clouds. Chapoys and cots were dragged to outside verandas and rooftops for the night's rest. The city slept in anticipation of waking to a drenching, life-giving shower. But even as dreams were colored by the rains and relief from the heat, a lone messenger pounded his way through the silent streets, riding hard to the palaces of Prince Salim. An hour later, Salim rode into the main courtyard of the imperial palace. He pulled up his horse, jumped down, and threw the reins to the waiting groom. As he raced through the corridors to the emperor's apartments, Salim noticed that the servants and slaves lining the way seemed to bow much more deeply than they had before. His heart pounding, Salim burst into Akbar's room and stopped at the door, staring at the silent, still figure on the bed in the center of the room. 2 oil lamps flickered in the soft midnight breeze by the emperor's bed. The windows and doors to the outside had been thrown open, and muslin curtains surged inward gently. In the shadows were people, many people. Salim saw them from the corner of his eye. A tinkle of bangles drew his attention to the far corner of the room, and he recognized the round shape of Ruqaya's head. Next to her, bent over the cushions of the divan, soft sobs escaped from another of Akbar's wives, Salima Sultan Begum. Just then the emperor stirred. "Has the prince come?" Salim's heart wrenched at the rasp in his father's voice. He went up to the bed, grasped Akbar's hand, and kissed it. "I am here, Bapa. Shaiku Baba." Akbar's eyes swam with unshed tears. He shakily reached out for Salim's head and smoothed his hair. Salim stared back at his father, forcing back tears himself. Akbar had always called him Shaiku Baba as a child. It had been many years since his father had called him by any term of endearment, especially this one. "Rest now, Baba," Salim said softly. "I will be here till you fall asleep." Akbar smiled. Now there will only be the eternal rest. But before that, I have to do something. He turned to his attendants. 2 eunuchs came forward with the emperor's robes of state and his scimitar. At a signal from him, the robes were wrapped around the prince, and Akbar's scimitar, the Fath-ul-Mulk, was girdled around his waist. Then the emperor relaxed back onto the pillows. Salim fell to his knees, buried his face in his hands, and began sobbing. "Do not cry, Baba," Akbar said with an effort. Then, drawing in a deep breath, he continued, "We entrust in you the care of the people of this great empire, all the wealth in the treasury, and its administration." The emperor's voice died to a whisper, and Salim leaned forward to hear his father's words. "Take care of your mothers. All the harem ladies now depend on you. Look after them." Akbar waved his hand around the room at the weeping attendants. "Take care of the servants, they have attended us well. Fulfill your responsibilities." The emperor fell into a fit of coughing. "I will, Bapa," Salim said, tears coursing down his face. "I will do whatever you tell me." They stayed like that for a few minutes, Salim with his forehead against his father's hand, the emperor lying back on the bed, peace written over his face. Then the prince rose and circled his father's bed 3 times. For all their differences, no one had loved him with as much devotion as his father had, and Salim felt a brief pang for the many years they had spent estranged from each other. He sat there by Akbar's side all through the cool night, holding the emperor's hand. When the monsoon clouds finally let loose their burden of rain and a feeble sun broke over the eastern horizon, Salim felt his father's breathing slow to nothingness and his father's hand cool in his. The next day, Salim watched as last rites were performed for Akbar. His body was washed twice, once in pure water and a second time in camphor water, and covered with a clean white cloth. 3 more shrouds were wrapped around the emperor, and then he was laid in a sandalwood coffin. The emperor had, a few months ago, commenced building a tomb for himself at Sikandara, 6 miles from Agra. Here he would rest for eternity. The tomb was as yet little more than a clearing of land. Only the first level had been built. It was square, with arched verandas, the central arch towering 30 feet from the ground. It rained all morning when the emperor's body was taken on foot to the tomb. The paths were heavy with mud and sludge. Salim went with the funeral cortege, barefoot and bareheaded like the other mourners. For the last few kilometers, the prince replaced one of the official pallbearers. He carried his father's bier on his shoulders and watched as it was deposited in its final resting place. Salim knelt to kiss the cold marble covering Akbar's grave. After the mourners had left, he stood outside in the rain, the water mixing with his tears. When the tomb was completed, it would stand as a monument to his father's greatness. Years from now, the people of Hindustan would come here to pay their respects to a great emperor. And he, Salim, would look after this cherished empire as well as he could. Future generations would deem Akbar's choice of heir the right one. A week of mourning was ordered for the Mughal emperor. Finally, after almost 15 years of yearning for the throne of India, Salim was crowned emperor at the fort in Agra. He gave himself the title Nuruddin Muhammad Jahangir Padshah Ghazi. Posterity would know him as Emperor Jahangir. 11 By the boundless favors of Allah, when one sidereal hour of Thursday, Jumada Sani 20th, AH 1014, October 24, 1605, had passed, I ascended the royal throne in the capital of Agra, in the 38th year of my age. A. Rogers, Trance, and H. Beveridge, ed. The Tizukai. Jahangiri. The morning sun peeped over the rooftops, lighting up the street with shimmering bands of light. White turbans gleamed, silk ghagaras glowed, and jewels glittered as the crowd pressed forward eagerly past the row of soldiers. They had been waiting on the streets all morning, some even since the previous evening. It had rained again at night and the people had taken shelter under jute mats and cotton umbrellas. For many of them, this day, when an emperor first made his appearance in public, would come only once in their lives. They were willing to wait for the moment, come what might. Finally, their patience was rewarded as the royal entourage turned the street corner. Padshah Salamat, the crowd roared. Hail to the emperor. Emperor Jahangir smiled. He sat upright on his magnificently appointed horse, which wore a bridle of pure beaten silver, a saddle of deep blue silk studded with rubies, and a white plume of goose feathers on its head. The emperor was followed by two of his sons, Prince Khurram and Prince Pervez, and behind them Koka, Abdullah, Mahabad Khan, and Sharif, his most important ministers of state. As Jahangir rode slowly through the street, a shower of jasmine and marigold flowers came down upon him from the house balconies overhead. The petals swirled in the washed morning air, spreading perfume around him. Jahangir dipped his hand into his saddlebag, drew out a handful of silver coins, and threw them. The people roared appreciatively as they scrambled for the money, pushing against the soldiers who were trying to keep them in control. All this was for him, Jahangir thought triumphantly. The people loved him. He was their emperor. A sudden hush came over the crowd as the sun glanced off their emperor's person. He wore a long brocade kaba studded with ruby buttons, tight silk trousers, and jewel-encrusted shoes. A gold kamaband encircled his waist, from it hung an emerald and pearl-studded dagger. Rubies, emeralds, and diamonds glittered on his hands. On his head sat the turban of state, fringed with milky white pearls and plumed with heron feathers held in place by a large diamond the size of a pigeon's egg. This was majesty in all its glory, and here was the emperor of what was possibly the richest kingdom of the time. The crowd looked on in awe. Jahangir smiled in delight. This was his first public appearance since his father's death. The coronation had been a short, hurried affair, partly because he was still in mourning and partly because of the threat from Khusrau, who was still in hiding with Raja Man Singh. But now, finally, he was emperor of Mughal India. The royal entourage passed slowly through the city of Agra, entering the fort at the Amar Singh gateway through 3 gates, each at sharp right angles to the other to confuse an attacking army. They rode up the steep ramp past the last gate bordered by sheer sandstone walls into the courtyard of the Diwan-i-Am. The emperor reined in his horse and stood for a moment, looking up at one of the balconies. It was filled with veiled ladies clad in colorful muslins. One lady stood apart from the others and to the front, a jeweled turban adorning her head. A slight breeze molded her veil to her face, and Jahangir saw a slow, proud smile widen her mouth. Jagat Gosini bowed deeply to him, and when she lifted her head, Jahangir bowed back from the saddle at his chief empress. Ruqayya was not at the balcony. She chose to spend her days in her apartments, still in mourning for Emperor Akbar. And since Ruqayya was not there, neither was Mehranisa. Jahangir and Jagat Gosini looked at each other across the breadth of the courtyard. The imperial orchestra started to play. The leather-headed dholaks resonated with loud booms. The gold tassels on the musicians' trumpets fluttered in the wind. Large brass cymbals clanged in tune with the music. The sun danced off the sea of jewels in turbans and shimmered on the gold embroidery of kabas and sashes. Long live Emperor Jahangir! The cry resounded around the walls as the assembled nobles punched their fists in the air. Hail to Empress Jagat Gosini! The women in the balconies cried out in unison. Both of them raised their right hands to their foreheads and bowed, again and again. Jahangir smiled at Jagat Gosini, dismounted, and led the way through the courtiers to his throne. Court was in session at the Diwan-i-Am in the royal fort at Agra. The emperor's throne, at one end, was set in a small balcony raised 5 feet from the ground, enclosed in a veranda held up by marble pillars. 2 huge wooden elephants adorned the front of the balcony, on which stood slaves with fly switches. The nobles were assembled around the throne in 3 groups, each distanced from the emperor according to its rank and status. Call Mirza Giyas Beg. The Mir Tozak's voice rang out in the silent courtyard. Giyas Beg came forward and performed the taslim. Earlier that week, Miraniza had visited his house, and father and daughter had sat together in the garden after lunch in a companionable silence. Giyas had looked at her intently, wondering why a little smile lit up her eyes every now and then. Ah, she was beautiful, this child of his. More beautiful and kind and gentle than his other children, a fact he would not admit to. If only he could wipe away the sudden, fleeting sorrow that came upon her every now and then. Was it because she had no child? Giyas was a man, not used to gossiping in the women's quarters of his house or to hearing gossip about women's doings, but Miraniza's childlessness hurt him deeply, because it must surely cause her pain. Tell me, he commanded, leaning over to kiss her forehead. Remember to perform the Cornish properly, Bapa, she replied. I know, she waved away his objecting gesture. I know you have done the Cornish many times, and to the great Emperor Akbar himself. But these are new times, and with new times will come new honors, new rewards. Oh, Bapa, how wonderful this all is for you. We can only hope, Giyas murmured, smiling nonetheless. Then they both sobered, thinking of Ali Kuli. Miraniza's husband had openly supported Prince Khusrau, who was now in deep disgrace. Ali Kuli's follies would not touch Giyas, but they would affect Miraniza as his wife. Only time would tell how. The rectangular overhead punkahs in the divan swished back and forth, pulled by a rope on the ground. Giyas felt their cool breeze fan the back of his neck as he straightened up from the taslim in front of Emperor Jahangir. He remembered when, so many years ago, there had been such madness between Salim and Miraniza. If anything had come of it, his daughter would have been an empress. He waited for his emperor to speak. Jahangir looked down from his magnificent throne. Mirza Beg, I am pleased with your service to the empire and to my esteemed father. I only did my duty, your majesty. And you did it well, Mirza Beg, Jahangir said. From this day, you will be Diwan of the empire along with Wazir Khan. Giyas Beg felt his knees go weak under him. He had expected a new title, yes, but Diwan. Allah must have smiled on him. He thought back to 28 years ago, when, standing on a busy bazaar street in Kandahar on the outer fringe of the Mughal Empire with only 4 precious gold mohurs tucked in his kamarband, he had wondered how he would support his family. Now he was treasurer of that empire. Thank you, your majesty. It is a great honor. Jahangir nodded. You will also be called Itimadadullah, pillar of the government. Giyas bent his head, glorying in the moment. It would be hard to focus on the rest of the darbar after such an honor. Silently, he bowed again to the emperor and backed to his place. Jahangir turned and nodded to the Mir Tozak. Call Muhammad Sharif. Muhammad Sharif came forward. Sharif had been left at Allahabad as governor when the emperor returned to Agra to be by his father's side. Sharif was made the chief minister of state and given the title of Grand Vizier and Amir-ul-Umra. Bir Singh Diu, the rebel chieftain who had murdered Abul Fazl on Jahangir's orders, now came out of hiding. He was given a mansab of 3,000 horses and the title Raja. The emperor did not forget even him. Fazl's death had been necessary to his plans, even though it had caused his father much pain. Part of being royal was making those decisions, who would live and who would die. Finally, it was time to deal with the dissenters. A hush came over the court as the Mir Tozak's voice rang out again. Call Ali Kuli. The courtiers parted and made way for Miraniza's husband. A truculent Ali Kuli came forward and performed the taslim. Jahangir looked at him thoughtfully. What was he to do with this man? Ali Kuli had deserted him at Agra and had joined up with the Khusrau faction. Should he put him to death for disloyalty? That would free Miraniza. The thought came out of nowhere, with no warning. Now that he was emperor, she could be his. He looked down at his hands, at the ruby and diamond ring Akbar had worn and then given to him. So many years had passed since that evening in the veranda outside Empress Ruqaya's apartments. They had both been young then, children really. But it was impossible that she remembered. Too much time had passed. He looked up to meet Ali Kuli's unflinching gaze, aware that the whole court watched them. He had given this man the title of Tiger Slayer because he had saved his life in the forests near Mewar. It was a heavy debt to bear. I have decided to overlook your misdeeds, Ali Kuli, Jahangir said. You were misled by dissident elements in my empire, but your long years of bravery in the battlefield and your services to me speak on your behalf. You are granted the Jagir of Bardwan in Bengal. Prepare to leave for your estates tomorrow. A surprise chatter broke out in court. The emperor had in effect pardoned Ali Kuli. Jahangir nodded to himself. He had done right, Akbar would have approved. Silence in the court, the Mir Tozak shouted. The nobles quieted as a servant approached the Mir Tozak. They had a whispered conversation. The Mir Tozak went up to Jahangir. Your Majesty, Prince Khusrau begs an audience. At his words, the whole court drew in a breath of surprise again. The new emperor's first audience was proving to be unpredictable and exciting. The courtiers would have a lot to talk about tonight at dinner. Tomorrow the news would fly all over the empire. Jahangir smiled to himself at the reaction. Only a few people knew that Khusrau had been captured and brought into custody. He had wanted it thus. Command him here. Raja Man Singh and Khusrau entered the Diwan. Khusrau slunk in behind the Raja, his face red, unwilling to meet his father's eyes. Uncle and nephew quickly paid obeisance to their new emperor. Come here, Khusrau, Jahangir ordered. Khusrau approached his father diffidently. Jahangir rose, descended from his throne, and embraced his son in front of the court. The nobles murmured their approval. The emperor stepped back, still holding on to Khusrau's stiff shoulders. What was he to do with this son of his? Now that he had the crown firmly on his head, Khusrau no longer posed an open threat to him, but could he ever be completely sure? He looked at his son, and just for a moment Khusrau met his eyes with a look of pure malevolence. Then the prince looked down. Jahangir recoiled, let go of his son, and went back to his throne. He forced his voice to be neutral. You have betrayed me, he said aloud. The empire has witnessed a son's disloyalty to his father. Your actions have shamed you, and now you are here to beg forgiveness. I shall grant you that forgiveness, after all, you are my son. Let the court be witness to the love and affection I bear for you despite your treachery. The nobles nodded appreciatively. Jahangir looked around at the Mir Bakshi, the paymaster of the court. Give Prince Khusrau 100,000 rupees and a house to live in. Khusrau fell to his knees and mumbled, Thank you, Your Majesty. Your generosity knows no bounds. I am truly ashamed of my misdeeds and beg forgiveness if I have caused you any distress. Jahangir then turned to Raja Man Singh. The old general looked up at the emperor from under white bushy eyebrows, holding himself upright with pride. Man Singh had originally secreted Khusrau away from the fort with the intention of taking him to Bengal, but once Jahangir had been crowned emperor, he realized that the effort was futile. Besides, the two had found all roads closed to them. Jahangir had positioned guards along the Yamuna river and on the way to Bengal, and Raja Man Singh and Khusrau had been politely turned back. They had not been arrested, however, but Man Singh took the hint and brought Khusrau back to Agra to plead mercy from Jahangir. The emperor knew that he could not publicly shame Raja Man Singh as he had done Khusrau. It would be better to placate him now. He needed Raja Man Singh in Bengal, which was a hotbed of dissident activity and still a stronghold of Afghan rebels. The climate was damp and unhealthy and seemed to foster discontent among the locals. Consequently, the governor of Bengal had to be a strong statesman and a brave warrior. Man Singh was both, and so was Ali Kuli. Although the two had previously collaborated on Khusrau's behalf, they could do little to further his son's cause in Bengal while Khusrau was at Agra under Jahangir's custody. Raja Man Singh, I forgive your role in Khusrau's revolt. It was understandable, given the nature of your relationship to him. As a sign of my pardon, your mansab will be raised to 2,000 horses, and you will continue your post as governor of Bengal, Jahangir said, as the Mir Tozak brought forward the charkab, a sleeveless vest, as a robe of honor, and a jeweled sword to present to the Raja. Thank you, Your Majesty. Man Singh bowed to the emperor and moved back to his place in the court. Court was adjourned for the day. Jahangir lay on his royal bed, staring up at the golden canopy. The first day of duties had passed. Emperor. With a sudden shiver, Jahangir realized once again the word pertained to him. With Khusrau in custody, he was undisputed emperor. And he would stay so. It was an obligation that thrilled him, yet unnerved him. He would guard the responsibility well. As soon as Jahangir arrived back to the harem, he had sent for his Grand Vizier, Muhammad Sharif. Muhammad, I want a 24-hour guard posted around Prince Khusrau's apartments. No one shall meet him without my permission. Also, I want spies put in his service. Khusrau has not yet given up his quest for the throne. I could see it in his face at court. See to it that he is cut off from any communication from the outside. It shall be done, Your Majesty. Muhammad Sharif's face broke into a malicious grin. His cold eyes suddenly gleamed. Muhammad and Prince Khusrau had been at odds even before Khusrau's revolt, and he was happy to have charge of the prince's custody. Jahangir could not have chosen a better jailer. Now, alone at night, the attendants and wives dismissed, Jahangir said his title out aloud, Nuruddin Muhammad Jahangir Padshah Ghazi. Nuruddin meant, light of the faith, Padshah denoted, emperor, or, head of the house of Timur, and Jahangir meant, world conqueror. Jahangir smiled. He was emperor of the world, like the sun to his people. They depended on his bounty just as the farmer depends on sunlight. And he was the head of the house of Timur, the ultimate symbol of independent sovereignty. The day had been very satisfactory indeed, Jahangir thought. All of his supporters had been publicly rewarded, and the dissidents had been punished, all except one, Mirza Aziz Koka, Khusrau's father-in-law. Jahangir clicked his tongue. Khusrau, always Khusrau. Something would have to be done about Mirza Koka. He could not reside here at Agra with Khusrau so near. Something would be done about Mirza Koka. Jahangir closed his eyes as the room blurred into a haze. Mirza Aziz Koka, Emperor Jahangir commands your presence. The doors at the far end of the Diwan-i-Khas swung open silently on well-oiled hinges. The nobles parted to make way for Khusrau's father-in-law. Mirza Koka marched into the court, his head bowed, his cheeks burning. Mahabat Khan and Muhammad Sharif, standing closest to the emperor as a sign of their status in court, smiled slyly at each other. Behind the throne, the Zenana ladies crowded in the balcony, hidden from view by a latticework marble screen. Mirza Koka, foster brother to Akbar, had grown up in the royal harem. He was a great favorite of the ladies, and they had turned out in full force to witness his trial. Mirza Koka's footsteps echoed in the silent court. As soon as he was under the throne, he saluted the emperor with the Cornish and waited, his eyes on the ground, for Jahangir to speak. Jahangir looked at him, his nostrils curling with dislike. Mirza Koka had actively championed Khusrau's cause, and unlike Raja Man Singh, he had no merit as a soldier and therefore was of no use to the throne. Mirza Koka, you have greatly displeased me with your actions. I have begged for and been granted your majesty's pardon, Mirza Koka replied, raising his eyes. Nonetheless, you have been summoned here for the council to decide your fate, Jahangir said sharply. In Mughal India, the monarch was the absolute and immediate power, and everyone assembled knew that Jahangir was looking for an excuse to retry the old statesman. Everyone also knew why. Jahangir turned to Mahabat Khan. Mahabat, what would be a fitting punishment for the crime that Mirza Koka has committed against his emperor? There can be only one, Your Majesty, and that is death, Mahabat replied. Mirza Koka is indeed guilty of a serious crime. The punishment should fit the deed. By that you will indicate to others who might be contemplating the same sin that they would be wise not to try and rebel against your august person. You are right, Mirza Koka. The Mirza looked up at Jahangir. I have decided your fate. You have been inconsistent to the monarchy. You have tried to put on the throne a callow youth, one who would have been unable to rule, all to further your own interest and power. You are guilty of a greater sin, You have alienated a father and son, you have interfered in the sacred relationship between me and my son Khusrau. Your Majesty, a gasp went around the court. Who would dare to interrupt the emperor? Rigid etiquette demanded that everyone remain silent when the emperor spoke, and never raise their eyes to the throne unless directly questioned. The interruption surprised Jahangir too, and he stopped in mid-sentence, the words dying in his mouth. Mahabat Khan pointed silently to the zenana balcony. What is it? Jahangir forced his voice to be pleasant. Your Majesty, all the Begums of Zenana are here for the purpose of intervening for Mirza Koka. It will be better if you come to us, otherwise we will come out to you, a voice called out. The voice was that of Salima Sultan Begum, his father's widow and one of his stepmothers. Next to Ruqayya, it was Salima who had held a special place in the late emperor's heart. So Akbar had never reined in her impulsiveness, and it was too late to control her now anyway. Jahangir thought for a while. He would have to go to the zenana balcony, otherwise Salima was sure to make good her threat and come down. It would be the first time in an imperial Mughal court that a member of the royal zenana was seen by the nobles. And knowing Salima, she might also come down unveiled. That thought, more than any other, made the emperor rise quickly from his seat. As Jahangir got up, Mirza Koka breathed a sigh of relief and glanced up at the balcony. He could make out one of the ladies waving to him, and he smiled weakly in gratitude. Jahangir entered the zenana balcony. The ladies bowed to him as he sat down. Your Majesty, you cannot sentence Mirza Koka to death, Salima Sultan. Begum started. I can do what I want, Jahangir said gruffly and then added, Dear Maji. Salima smiled at him. Your Majesty, Mirza Koka is like an uncle to you. Although you may not be of the same blood, the late emperor considered him dearer than a brother. They both drank the milk of the same mother. And when his mother died, the emperor himself carried her coffin on his shoulders to show his respect for her. His Majesty would have wanted you to treat Mirza Koka gently. Jahangir flushed. Would he ever be as good an emperor as his father? It was perhaps natural that comparisons would be made at the start of his reign, so soon after Akbar's death. Even from the grave, Akbar reached out to influence him through the women he had left behind. They expected him to behave as his father had, to make the same decisions, issue the same commands. But he was not his father. ... He bent his head. Ideally, Mirza Koka should die. There was no doubt about that. The fewer supporters Khusrau had in the empire, the better it would be. But Salima had asked him for a favor. ... Without looking at the Dowager Empress, Jahangir rose and went back to the court. Mirza Koka, the ladies of the zenana have supported your cause. Although I am not fully convinced of their reasons, they seem to have much love and devotion for you. For their sake, Jahangir looked up at the balcony, and for the sake of my revered father, who had great love and respect for you, I shall grant you your life. Mirza Koka fell to his knees. Your Majesty is very kind. You shall be stripped of all your lands, your power, and your dignity. The city of Agra no longer welcomes you, Mirza Koka. Lahore is where you should be. I shall allow you to retain your title. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the Mirza bowed again, Jahangir gazed at him thoughtfully. No, this was not a man he could ever trust again. Jahangir left the Diwan-i-Khas, and the hall emptied of nobles. In the zenana balcony, the ladies of the harem returned to their palaces, chattering excitedly among themselves. One woman stayed until everyone else had gone. Her veil still covered her. She had pulled it over her head when Jahangir had so unexpectedly come to the balcony at Salima Sultan Begum's demand. Miraniza rose slowly, her body heavy and tiresome, and went over to the divan where Jahangir had sat. She touched the cushion against which he had leaned. Then she turned and went out of the balcony. The caravan wound its way slowly along the banks of the Yamuna, following its curves of glistening silver. Ali Kuli rode in front, mounted on his favorite Arabian steed. Behind him, 20 horses and camels followed, laden with goods and household articles. He looked back at the palanquin carried on the shoulders of 4 strong men, who jogged along in an internal rhythm all of their own, in perfect step with one another. Only thus would they not easily tire during the many hours they carried their burden. The curtains of the palanquin fluttered in the breeze, and a delicate hand came out to close them. Merenizer drew the curtains and leaned back against a cushion, feeling its feather-stuffed comfort in the small of her back. It would be a long journey to Bardwan in Bengal, longer still for her, as she was heavy with child. After so many years of marriage and so many miscarriages, she had again become pregnant. As though in response to her thoughts, the baby kicked, and she put a soothing hand on the spot. A child at last, after all the waiting. When she had met with Bappa just before the emperor's first court appearance, she had known of the child, 4 months inside her. But she had not wanted to tell him, not yet, not until she was certain. Maji, with her wise, womanly, motherly ways, had known and had not insisted that everyone else know. Merenizer was grateful for that. After the miscarriages, it was as though this child, if it were to come, was wholly hers. So for the first few months she told no one, washed the clothes of her monthly blood as though the blood had actually come, so the servants would not talk. This time, too, the pains had come to plague her in the early months. She had been miserably sick and nauseated, but Maji said it was a good sign. Merenizer had slept a great deal during the days and nights, living in a semi-conscious state for months, for when she was awake, her fears choked her. But the child, thank Allah, had stayed inside her. Then she had told Ali Kuli. A son, he had said. Maybe, Merenizer replied, hoping and praying fervently that it would be. So, she peered out of the palanquin at her husband. He rode his horse well, his back military straight. Years of army training had left their mark on his physique. He was as trim and healthy as the day they had been married. But now, when they were to share the responsibilities of parenthood together, the age difference between them yawned wide. Merenizer was 28, Ali Kuli 45. And more than age separated them, their minds were distanced, too. As she lay back on the silk cushions, her thoughts drifted to the scene in their house when Ali Kuli had come back from court after the emperor's first public audience. The minutes had ticked by as Merenizer waited in her room, a piece of satin cloth in her hands. Ostensibly she was embroidering, but for hours she had not put in a stitch. Then there were sounds of arrival in the outer courtyard. Merenizer pulled her veil over her head and ran to the balcony. She watched as Ali Kuli dismounted and came into the house. He looked relieved, happy, and discontented all at once. An hour passed, but Ali Kuli did not send for her. Unable to bear the suspense, Merenizer sent word to him to come to her apartments. He entered with a swagger, a bottle of wine in his hands. "What is it, my lord? What happened at the divan? I am. Is that why you asked for me?" Ali Kuli growled. She nodded. "I was granted the Jagir of Bardwan, and we are to leave for Bengal immediately." His teeth showed. "I told you not to worry. The emperor is well cognizant of the debt he owes me. After all, I saved him from the tigress." Merenizer looked at him, eyebrows lifting. Not only was Ali Kuli not punished, Jahangir had actually raised his rank and offered him an estate. "Why? Why do you look so surprised?" Ali Kuli said. "Not even the emperor can do me any harm." He wandered to the divan and flopped down. He took a swig from the bottle and looked at it reflectively. "This is bad, I will have to ask for wine from Kashmir." "Did the emperor say anything?" "He gave me a speech about duty and loyalty." Ali Kuli grinned again. "But I knew that he would come around. He owes me his life. If I had not saved him, he would be dead now and, his face hardened, Khusrau would be emperor." He threw the bottle against the wall, and Merenizer winced as it shattered. The rich red wine seeped into the carpets. "Khusrau would be emperor, and I would not be exiled in disgrace to the Jagir of Bardwan," Ali Kuli yelled. "Bardwan? What is it but an insignificant holding? What do I know of farming and estate management?" He puffed his chest out. "I am a soldier. I have fought many battles. People sing praises of me everywhere, and what does the new emperor do? He relegates me to the sidelines, to Bhagwan. Miraniza smiled slowly, turning her face away from her irate husband. She had not been wrong about Jahangir after all. It was a masterpiece of diplomacy. Ali Quli was well known for his bravery in the battlefield. Executing him would have served no purpose. Besides, Bengal was a hotbed of discontent. Who better than a soldier to send there? In one stroke, Jahangir had exiled Ali Quli unofficially of course and sent a soldier to suppress his dissidents. There was no fear of Ali Quli's supporting Khusrau again, not while the prince was thousands of miles away in the custody of the emperor. Jahangir had shown himself worthy of the throne. Akbar would have been proud of him. That was when she told him of the child, to placate him, to make him feel that the exile would not be so harsh if they had a child. Now, with his desire for a son, Miraniza was tormented. What if she did not give him a son? So here they were, traveling to Bhagwan. Not even Ali Quli dared disobey Jahangir's orders. He had consoled himself that Raja Man Singh would be governor of Bengal and that they would together concoct another conspiracy. Before their departure, Miraniza had gone to the imperial zenana to see the Dowager Empress. Ruqayya had taken her to the Diwan-i-Khas to witness Mirza Aziz Koka's trial, and Miraniza accompanied Ruqayya because she had commanded her and because she wanted one last glimpse of Jahangir. That she would see him so close, she had not expected. Perhaps fate had deemed it so for the last time. Jahangir would never move Ali Quli back from Bengal to the imperial court, that much Miraniza knew. A dull ache flared in her back, and she massaged it as best she could. She leaned back and closed her eyes. If not Jahangir, at least there was to be a child. They reached the house at Bhagwan as dusk fell over the city. As Miraniza stepped out of the palanquin, a sharp pain shot through her back, unlike any other she had felt before. Her knees buckled, and a gush of wetness flooded from her body. Heart pounding, she put a hand between her legs over the silk of her ghagara, uncaring that she stood in the front courtyard in front of all the servants. It was too early, only 8.5 months. Was her treacherous body going to expel this child too? Her hand came away sticky with a clear fluid. She leaned against the palanquin, then collapsed on the mud floor of the outer courtyard. Not blood, thank Allah, not blood. The female slaves picked her up and rushed her into the house, to a room at the back, and put her on a bed. Through the deepening pain, Miraniza saw Ali Quli's frightened face at the doorway, before he disappeared, shouting for a midwife. They were new to Bhagwan, a midwife was not easily found at night. Miraniza lay sweating on the mattress, still in her travel-stained clothes, the birth pangs coming faster and faster, sweeping over her until she lost sense of everything around her. How had Maji given birth to 7 children? Was it easier if one loved one's husband? When the midwife came at last, she found Miraniza moaning on the bed, her lower lip raw and bleeding where she had clamped down on her voice. The night was long, filled with pain, and Miraniza slipped in and out of reality, opening her eyes to see a room filled with strangers. The servants were new, the midwife a woman she did not know. Ali Quli would not come into the room, for this was women's business. Maji, Miraniza whispered over and over again, wanting the cool comfort of her mother's hand on her brow, wanting to tell her of the fears that ambushed her. It was too early. What if the child came out dead? The midwife patted her on the shoulder. It will be all right, Sahiba, she said. She was kind, Miraniza thought, staring dazed at her calm face, clutching at her hand and holding it tight. But she was not Maji. The slaves had drawn the curtains in the room, and it was stifling inside, filled with the steam of breathing and sweat. Lamps flickered feebly in the humid, fetid air. Open the drapes, Miraniza gasped. I cannot breathe. One of the slaves drew the drapes aside an inch, and the cool night air surged into the room, a tangible presence. Almost immediately, the labor became easier. 14 hours later, Miraniza lay back on the mattress exhausted as the cries of the newborn babe filled the room. The girl, the midwife said in a hushed tone, pitying the woman who lay on the bed. After all these years of marriage, this poor woman had given birth to a puny baby girl. What ill luck! Meraniza immediately held out her arms and hugged the baby tight. Ali Kuli would be disappointed. The great soldier had only a daughter, there was no son to grow into manhood and emulate his father's deeds or misdeeds. She glanced down at the wrinkled, pink face, at the tiny legs that had kicked inside her, at the cut end of the umbilical cord that had drawn nourishment from her body. This child would be her own, she thought fiercely, protective of the babe as she had never been of anyone else. Even if Ali Kuli did not want the baby, she did. Then, greatly daring, not wanting to tempt the fate that had given her a child, she counted her fingers and toes. 10 fingers, 10 toes. A button nose. Eyebrows that winged over a face riddled with dots of peeling skin from the womb. Hair thick and unruly, curling over her cheek. Forgive me for my greed, Allah, Meraniza prayed softly. Thank you for the child, and thank you for making her perfect. Warmth stole over her as she held her daughter, disregarding the false sympathy from the midwife and the slave girls. Ali Kuli roared from the other room when he was told the news, a girl. Only a girl child. But Meraniza heard little of what he said. As the baby opened her tiny mouth in a yawn before subsiding at Meraniza's breast, she knew what her name would be. Ladli. One who was loved. Ali Kuli did not come immediately to see Ladli. Meraniza, selfish and wanting to keep the baby to herself, did not mind that he did not come. And so, with the child nestled in the crook of her arm, Meraniza slept for the next 12 hours, exhausted from the journey and the birth. 10 days later, news came to Ali Kuli and Meraniza of the birth of 2 more royal princes. Shahryar and Jahandar had been born within a month of each other to 2 royal concubines. Notwithstanding their parentage, the 2 princes were also potential heirs to the throne. Mughal law did not differentiate between the progeny of wives and concubines. Emperor Jahangir now had 5 sons, Khusrau, Parvez, Khurram, Shahryar, and Jahandar. Jahangir stared into the distance, his brow wrinkled in concentration. He was seated in the outer courtyard of his apartments. He had a sheet of paper, an inkwell, and a quill by his side. It was late afternoon in the month of December, one of the most pleasant times in Agra. The sun dipped in the western sky, and shadows from the guava and mango trees, long past fruiting, lengthened in the courtyard. Musicians played softly in the veranda above the emperor. Jahangir rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. He wanted to be known as a just and kind king. It was difficult to follow in his father's footsteps. They were calling him Akbar the Great in the streets. The initial euphoria of being an emperor had worn off, and the enormity of his obligations now came crashing on Jahangir. Millions of people depended on him. Akbar had left him a large empire, and its administration was no trivial matter. True, Mahabat, Sharif, Koka, and Abdullah had taken most of the responsibility on their shoulders, but it was up to him to keep the empire together, to protect his people, and, in essence, to look after their needs. But this was what he had been born for. If Murad or Daniel had been alive, they would not, have handled their responsibility well. He would show the people that he was capable of carrying on his father's legacy. They would come to love him as they had loved Akbar. One day, posterity would view him as the Adil Padshah, the just emperor. And to make sure that his enemies did not distort the characteristics of his reign, he would keep a personal day-to-day journal. He would call it the Jahangirnama. The journal would start with the day of his coronation. Like his grandfather, he would leave a legacy for the future in his own handwriting. But to start off, ... He dipped his quill in the inkwell and wrote out the words Dastaru el Amal, the rules of conduct. Pausing every now and then to think, he slowly filled the page. Sarais, rest houses, were to be erected on roadsides for the convenience of travelers. Merchants' goods and caravans could not be searched without their permission. Hospitals should be founded in the larger cities, and trained physicians were to be appointed. He hesitated, looked at the goblet of wine by his side, and then added to the list, intoxicating drinks of any kind were to be forbidden in the empire. It was ironic, he knew, but these were the rules for his empire, not for him. A thrill coursed through his body. He was making history. These would be known as the 12 Edicts of Jahangir. Even though he had been born to royalty, expected to wear the crown, his dreams had been so long in coming that they might never have happened. It was luck, Jahangir thought, his hand trembling over the page. Murad and Daniel had died, taking away 2 potential heirs. Luck, Khusrau had been put away before he could make a nuisance of himself. Luck, and despite everything he himself had done, Akbar had pardoned him in the end. Jahangir took a deep breath and continued writing. He revised the law of escheat, which had formally determined that upon a man's death, his property went not to his heirs but reverted back to the crown, and it was for the emperor to decide where to bequeath it. In his Dastaru-el-Amal, Jahangir decreed that the right of the lawful heirs to a person's property would not be disputed. The 12 edicts were sent out in the empire, and people marveled at the emperor's kindness and justice. The news filtered back to the imperial palace. Carried along by the people's praise, Jahangir ordered that a chain of justice be strung up. The chain of justice was a golden chain, 8 feet long, fastened at one end to the battlements of the fort at Agra and at the other to a stone post on the banks of the Yamuna. It was hung with 60 brass bells. Jahangir decreed that the chain of justice was to serve the common people. Any person who felt that justice had not been served could come to the fort and shake the chain so the noise would attract the emperor's personal attention. Jahangir then invoked one of the symbols of sovereignty, the right to issue coins. On an auspicious day, he ordered gold mohurs and silver rupees to be minted in his name. A few days later, samples were brought to him in court, shimmering on black velvet. The gold coins seemed to set fire to his veins. Here was another lasting moment to posterity. He would go, his bones and flesh would turn to dust, but hundreds of years later, this piece of metal would glitter in someone's hands. This was what it meant to be king. Almost reverently, the emperor set the coins back on the tray, his eyes full of unshed tears. Thus Jahangir enjoyed his newfound popularity and power. Muhammad Sharif, as Grand Vizier, found himself busy with duties of state, so much so that he no longer had the time to personally oversee the details of Prince Khusro's imprisonment. A grave mistake, as both he and the emperor were to find out soon. Thank you for listening. This is the end of part 1, we are coming with part 2 very soon. Please like, share and subscribe this audiobooks. And click on bell button.